was he because he, it's like he just waking up over that bitch.
Yeah,
So,
right.
Marathon.
He could be all day.
Marathon that shit.
All right, so who y'all are y'all got anything pulled up, like Fox News or anything like that? Because I was going to try to do
show that you can secure a payment mechanism.
But from you got it on a computer screen,
much more secure without middlemen taking
from the
fees,
real politics.
Okay. Economies of scale, so the more people use
but I just wanted to see if because what I was going to do is I was going to actually have
future value.
I think I'm going to do ABC.
5 to 10 years. We view layer one.
I just want to have like a different. I want to see like what some other people are talking about.
These will be
get like the left perspective. And see like you know what I mean? Like have like a different. I just want to have that.
There will be the mining market. There'll be the dApps, and there'll be tokens. So the lower you get in the stack, the lower risk you have, but the lower rewards. The highest risk reward will be on the layer 1 blockchain, because that's where all the value will flow up. But it's highest value, highest risk. We view layer 1 blockchains, which is Bitcoin, Cisco, and Ethereum, as court systems. They need to be combative to the external forces that we don't control, even in the software world. In the real world, like inflation, hyperinflation, wars, these systems need to be secure from that. And this is why we view Bitcoin as the gold standard for security and decentralization. What else does the world need? What else does the world cherish when you have something like Bitcoin? How can we extend that to something else where we can take advantage to build real world utility? This is where Ethereum comes in. For me, Ethereum is a gold standard for flexibility or general computation. We're trying to stick to the gold standards we know the world's going to cherish and develop on, and we put those two concepts together. And this is what Syscoin is.
What's up, people? Welcome to Election Night with the Hoteps. Oh, yeah, baby. First of all, I'd just like to say I appreciate everybody for tuning in. I appreciate everybody for tuning in with the Hoteps. Hold on, let me get y'all this screen right here so y'all can see what it's looking like as far as election results are concerned. You see what that wave is looking like. Hold on, let me send Cannon the link so Cannon could be on the same page as us as well. Also, I got to send Trish the link. Hold on. Trish, you got to do a manual. You got to do a manual thing so people don't see your name and all of that.
Why is it 115 people on YouTube already? That's what I'm talking about. I hear that, guys.
Is it?
Let's go. 115 on YouTube Watch. Remember, guys, for the exclusive content, head on over to Rumble. Head on over to Rumble. Catch us over there.
There you go right there. Trish, before I bring you in the room, I'm going to give you time to change your name and all that. Set your settings up. So make sure you do all of that before I let you in the room. Or actually, here. Take the meeting ID.
Yes.
Okay, so Cannon, the link coming to you now.
That's what's up.
Where's Cannon at? Right here. Boom. All right, so that's the link that I'm pulling the results from.
Got you.
That's official tissue. Official tissue. Jay Pollen said, shout out to Cannon Hotep. Happy B-Day to your baby. Word up. Happy born day to little Cannon.
I know my daughter this time. She's 14 and spent all my money. All my money.
That's what kids do, man. They will run your ass broke. What up, Chad?
Yo, what's happening?
Chad's our token white today. We appreciate you for showing up. Mostly you're not here because you're white. Mostly you're here because you actually know what the fuck is going on. And we're going to need your expert punditry and feedback on what's going on. Chad, please tell us, what exactly we need to be paying attention to? What are the hot races? What's happening in your state? and then we'll get into some of the drama. Shout out to Top Lobster with the super chat. Top Lobster, man, he does our thumbnails. We appreciate him. He does all our wonderful thumbnails and thumbnails you see on these streams and on Rumble, etc., etc. Was created by Top Lobster. Make sure you holler at Top Lobster or your graphic design needs. Is this where we're meeting to stop the steal? Oh man, we're dual streaming right now. But Chad, tell us, man, what are we looking for here?
Well, I've got the ABC News feed pulled up here just because I wanted to have that perspective, just so I could bring that to the environment here. And I just want you to know that I just heard them say, I didn't even know this, but this is like one of the most consequential elections in the history of the United States. Did you know that? Did you know that? Because I didn't know that, because this is only the 75th election in my lifetime consecutively that this shit has happened. Like, every election seems to be the most consequential election in the history of U.S. politics.
Goddamn right.
So that's why I made sure I went out and I got this button. It says I vetoed, because I just wanted to make sure that I was doing my part. No, so I mean, obviously you have your big races, Pennsylvania and Georgia. I think, and that's why I sent you that link earlier today with Real Clear Politics, because that's the one I've been following that for a while, for like 20 years. They do a really good job of aggregating all these different polls, and it typically leans blue most of the time. So you can kind of like have a little buffer of like 3 or 4 points. The fact that some of these races are so red already, these ones that are supposed to be toss-ups on Real Clear Politics, tells me that like we're about to see something that
a red wave is coming.
A red wave is coming.
Remember, guys. Remember,
there can be only one.
There can be only one. I can hear that clear.
We got, according to the website, we got Herschel Walker in 49-47 over Warnock. Kemp over Abrams, 50-45. Walker over Warnock, 47-46. Hold on, let me show you what this is from. So, Fox 5 Insider is saying 49-47 over Warnock. Fox 5 Insider Advantage is saying 50-45 Kemp over Abrams. Just got updated again. WANF TV got Walker 47-46. There's that left leaning. But they also have 52-46 Kemp over Abrams. Who else we got here? What's the other race we're looking for? Who's the dude with the
Oz and Fetterman?
Yeah,
Oz and Fetterman. That's in Pennsylvania.
I guess we're not. Those
Kerry, Lake, and Hobbs, right? Did you already mention that?
Oh yeah, Lake and Hobbs. Lake is leading 51-47 according to Trafalgar.
Because earlier today we had all that quote unquote malfunctions going on down there, Maricopa County and all those other places over there in Arizona.
Man, you seen that, right?
Their timing is impeccable.
Impeccable.
Impeccable. Did you see the message from Trump?
No, I didn't see that.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, a message from Trump came down, and he said, his message was stay in line, stay in line, stay in line, is what he told the people. Out there voting. You saw that, right?
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, stay in line, he says. That's Saturday. We want today.
Yeah, I said it earlier today on the stream. I went live. Like, I finished my live, and then I seen that news pop, and I went live again. And I was like, this just seems like it's a tactic, one, to make sure they got enough, since we still over on the tubes.
Mm-hmm.
Enough penny savers stacked up just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Need to make some shit happen. Not only that, it discourages people and makes them go home when things don't work. Because the one guy that got caught on tape, he said that you couldn't take your ballot and go to another place and cast it. But I'm like, you can put your penny saver in any place in the state with no supervision. So why can't they take their ballot, go somewhere else where they know stuff working? But then come to find out 20% of the district had issues.
20%?
20%.
Nice.
Now, what about Maricopa County? Wasn't that the same place where we had problems in 2020?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
One of several, but yes.
But that was the big one. That's the one they took to court and all of that, right?
Yep, and that's the same place they was having malfunctions.
Early this morning, I saw them what they say. The machine don't work. It was spitting out bad results or something like that.
It was only reading 25. It was only it was spitting out, what was it like? It was only reading 75% and 25% was bad or whatever.
And they told them, you know, go ahead, fill out a paper one, and we'll count those by hand. Oh hell no!
It's gonna go in the special filing cabinet.
We'll take care of those for you.
Oh, don't worry. There'll be a Democrat and a Republican here to count it.
So not to take us back to the pain of 2020, but I have to say, like, this was hilarious. So I go to the place where I went in 2020 today. That's where I was, by the way, Hotep Jesus, when I was telling you I might be late.
Okay.
It went really fast because apparently now they opened up all the other polling places. So back in 2020, because of the magic thunder virus, you couldn't go to like a school or a church or anything like that. They closed all those normal polling places down, and they made you all go to like this handful of places where everybody stood in line, packed like rats. Okay, so the magic thunder virus, they created a super spreader in 2020 for the election. But now we can all go back to, I didn't even wait in line. I walked in, I did my thing. I just took it. There were some amendments that we had to vote on here in Louisiana to keep some new taxes from being added or being raised and things like that. But I just found it very funny that they created this magic circumstance where everybody got crammed in and had to wait for 4 hours in line in an election where someone got 81 million votes when he couldn't get 13 people to show up at his rallies.
Exactly.
Damn.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. Look,
AOP Dog Knight, if you want to get in on this election grift, say something in the chat. I'll send you the Zoom link, bro. You can hop up in here, get some of this grift going. I'll extend the invite to Jabari as well if y'all want to come get some of this. There's plenty of meat on the bone. Pause.
Shout out P Dog Knight. He's coming on Aquarian Anarchy tomorrow night to do a like an election recap after we'll kind of have the. Is this we're gonna be talking about this shit until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. So
hold on. Let me shout out to my Rumble people. We got 121 people watching over on Rumble. Hey, YouTube, man, start making a transition. We got 2 channels. Actually, we have 4 channels. We have Uncle Hotep on Rumble, Cannon Hotep on Rumble, Hotep Jesus on Rumble, and we're simulcasting right now on the Hotep's Been Told You channel on Rumble. Hotep's Been Told You has an exclusive channel on Rumble. Go there now and watch the stream there as well. Show us some love over on the Rumble side of things. I see Iron Man 2000 in the Rumble chat. Luga Storm 123, Will M. Khalil, Olivia V, Verve, Rob Banks, Jay Pylon, Champ X, Big Duke, Young Vader, Chad F89, and J.A. over in the Rumble chat. Holla at us. We appreciate you for joining us. Oh, man. Oh, Jabari, we're going to get to that real fast. Jabari Judah said he put a cap in democracy's ass today, like Jeffrey Dahmer at a Harlem house party. He said Mercer County and NJ had a problem too. I wonder which way that county leans. All Dominion machines too. Oh my God, damn, they pulling that out there too.
Yeah, they don't mind going to the well on the same thing.
Listen, y'all think they named those machines Dominion for no reason? Like, come on now.
Jason Rose said, HJ, you're gonna give Roland a card for Stacy's L. Yo, we're gonna talk about my fiasco with Roland Martin today.
Oh,
Jabari Judah said, can't wait for the Roland versus HJ debate. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. Kay's Thought Palace said Hotep and AZ, the person in charge of the whole statewide elections is a Democrat candidate for governor, Katie Hobbs. She refused to recuse herself. You can't make this crap up. Oh my God. Bruh. Y'all know what she talking about? Because I saw an interview earlier. Hold on, let me see if I can pull that up real fast. Where a lady was in the middle of interview and they asked her about the pandemic, and all of a sudden she had that was Gretchen Whitmer. All of a sudden she had technical difficulties.
Big Gretch. What was Uncle calling the big buffs? She up there. She done murked all them senior citizens.
And I was doing work all throughout 2020 in the middle of the Magic Fufu in Michigan, in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and in Wisconsin and everything around there. And it was just hilarious. Like everywhere they had these little cards that you could get, stickers and stuff like that. It was like, my governor is an idiot, that you could get at the gas stations and stuff like that. Like they hated her. I don't know how she's still there, but okay, Trisha was asking me for this thing. She got it. But yeah, Gretchen Whitmer. Oof.
Yeah.
Shout out to those people who staged that abduction.
I know, right?
Hey, Trish is in the house.
Let's go.
More
white people.
More white people.
I had a little computer difficulties.
All good. Welcome. Good to have you here, Trish. I had to invite Trish because, as y'all know, I don't know shit about politics. I'm more of a history buff and strategy. But Trish follows a lot of this stuff. Trish, what are you paying attention to when it comes to these elections today? Is there something on your radar? Something fishy? Something you're looking to what are you keeping an eye on today?
The New York governor's race actually really is interesting to me because they haven't had a Republican governor since Pataki, I think. And I just think, I heard something interesting today. The current governor, who wasn't elected, said they're like diverting away from the issues people are concerned about instead of saying, which is crime is the number one thing, especially in New York City. Instead of saying, we're going to do something about it, it's just like ignoring what the concerns of the citizens are. And I'm like, how can you vote for someone like that? But whether or not they're going to do anything or not, we've gotten away from this thing that these people are supposed to be doing what we want them to do. And you're literally just trying to take away the concerns of the people to just not get them to vote for the other guy. I think it's going to be close. Do I think she's going to win? I hope not. But I think if that race is close, I think the Oregon governor's race is very interesting.
Super close, yeah.
I think if that's just the pulse of what's going to happen, if those blue areas are that close, I think it's an indication of what can happen in Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, more purple areas. I voted today in the great state of Florida, or should I say the free state of Florida. Republican down the ticket. Got some judges out of the paint that I didn't like. Hopefully they'll be gone. 4th District Circuit judges, and then voted for some Supreme Court judges in Florida. I left my house. My polling station is probably 5 minutes driving distance. I was there and back in 15 minutes. You can't even get in the door if you don't have an ID. So you need ID. Then you go to, one of the people that have the machine. You give them your ID. They put it in the machine. Your information comes up. They ask you to verify that's you. And then they say, can you please sign here as best your ability that matches what's on your license? You do that. They give you a receipt. Then you go get your ballot, et cetera, et cetera.
That must be nice. When I went to go vote, they was like, "You got your voter ID?" No. You got your what is it? They mail you something to you, not
Registration card?
Yeah, yeah, my registration card. No. You got your ID? I just wanted to see. No. Oh, it's okay. We just look your name up. What's your name? Gave my name, and they said, okay, this verify this is you. Like y'all niggas couldn't verify this was me. And sign it, and I do what I gotta do. I'm like, this is crazy. Like,
It's crazy.
because us black folks, we can't get no ID boss.
Interesting. So, Cannon's in Baltimore, so his situation is a little bit different. So, but Cannon, obviously you don't have ID because you're black and you can't get an ID, right?
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, the liquor stores, they just give me a pass every time I go in there.
You didn't need an ID to get off this.
You just drive.
On the wall behind you.
Right. Yeah, I got all those guns from the squeegee kids. I got the hookup from them niggas.
Let's look at the governor's race for New York.
Yeah,
so
you think Lee Zeldin has a chance, Trisha?
Right now,
I mean, yes, I think he has a chance. Do I think he's going to win? No, but again, the closeness of that race and how people from upstate New York have been saying they just see Zeldin signs everywhere. I mean, it's kind of like for the 2020 presidential election in Connecticut. I was there. There were more Trump signs. They had Trump boat parades in Connecticut. So it's just, I think, again, most Republicans vote on election day. I don't know if New York has early voting, but I just think it'll be close. And to me, that just probably gives an indication of where the House and the Senate are going to fall, and then other races around the country where there is a clear chance. That's just what I would love for that guy to get in. I would love it. And someone was saying today, the people that voted for Curtis Sliwa for the mayor and somebody else, I can't remember, they're not going to just automatically be like, oh yeah, we're going to vote for Kathy Hochul. They're going to vote for Lee. You know what I mean? So those demographics aren't going to change. I mean, New York is horrific right now. It's horrific.
Is she the same woman? She the same woman that said, if I had to fire him again, I would if they ain't take the me.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the same one that said that?
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
She also said something like Jesus wants you to take it or something.
Yes.
Yes.
I think she got that from Kamala. Remember Kamala said that?
Yeah. It's just, oh my God.
Well, Trisha, did you hear anything about, you were talking about early voting. Did you hear, because I heard this from some folks here in Louisiana saying don't early vote, because early voting gives the people who like to have dominion over things, those folks gives them an opportunity to see kind of what the lay of the land is and how many votes need to be, conjured, so to speak.
I mean, I'm sure that's true. I think Florida's had early voting since I remember when Obama was elected. So, because I think after 2000 or 2004, they, when apparently Florida lost the election for, Gore at that time, they cleared up their elections big time. And so I mean, and obviously DeSantis won by a really small percentage over Gillum. Thank God. Imagine. Could you imagine
Gillum?
what Florida
Could you
would be
imagine
like?
Gillum?
Could you imagine?
But what was her name? Remember Brenda Snipes? That was her name. Brenda Snipes. All right, the lady. Look up HJ. She looked like she crawled fresh out the grave, bro.
Who you talking about?
Brenda Snipes. She was the lady heading up all the election shit back during that whole situation between Gillum and DeSantis.
She looked like who?
Oh, down in Broward County, right?
Yeah. She was heading up all
this lady.
Didn't they get her out of the paint?
Yeah, she was forced to resign. They was finding Republican ballots in Hertz rental cars at the airport.
Oh yeah, Broward County. Yeah.
And she had to resign, and they had to do. I think they recounted down there, or whatever it was. They did a whole.
She was appointed by Jeb Bush.
Exactly.
Was she?
Yeah,
He was.
lifelong Democrat.
Where's
So you can't even be fair and like be nonpartisan when you elect these people because that's what they'll do. Yeah, that was a mess.
Yeah, it's nuts. It was crazy, but you see this shit all the time. You see it all the time. They don't, like I said, when they accuse the right of doing it, that means that they've been doing it all along and they're in the middle of it.
Yeah. And I think both parties have cheated. I mean, there's no question. It's for certain counties, certain states, cities. I mean, of course, like Veritas in 2020 went around and was exposing people from both parties. I don't think however, they've just started gaslighting everyone for the past 2 weeks about we're not going to be able to count the votes. The election, it's election week, instead of election day, it's election denying, democracy's on the ballot, vote or die. I mean, just like, it's embarrassing. I mean, it really is. I mean, we have military personnel that go to other countries to bring ballots to be counted in those countries so that they can be counted on the election day and they can have, a president or a prime minister or somebody. And the United States of America can't get it together. I mean, I got off Twitter early today because I was getting anxiety because I was reading about Arizona and the machine problems. And it's just embarrassing. I mean,
yeah, because if this was the most important election since, I don't know, fucking FDR, I'm just throwing some shit out there.
Yeah.
Why you make sure that all this stuff work? You know what I mean?
And you had 2 years to make it work. But remember, 2020 was the most fair and legit election ever. So as far as they were concerned, so how come your machines aren't working?
Or are they working the way they want them to work?
I was going to say, what makes you say they're not working? Like this
Right.
is exactly according to plan.
It's just sad. I mean, I feel comfortable living here. Like I said, you can't get in the door without an ID. Like you have to show it. And I even had my sample ballot, like a total nerd. And I was like, can I bring this in? He was like, yep, you can bring in a sample ballot. You just can't bring in a mail-in ballot. And I was like, no problem. And then when I got to the desk and showed her my ID, she was like, is that a sample ballot? And I showed her and she was like, okay. So like they're checking. There's a poll watcher there. She had her little sign.
What are they gonna do? Frisk you? I just keep that shit in my pocket. Now I walk in there and I'm just like, all right, now I got my shit ready.
Well, I had shorts with no pockets. I had like running shorts on, Chad.
All right. Well, so, look, man, yeah.
So I just went in there but I didn't know. I wanted to ask because I was like, oh, am I allowed to do that? And I don't know, because usually I just go in there and wing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard somebody said if you wanted to be a poll watcher, I forgot what state they were in. They said all you had to do is just show your ID, and they let you be a poll watcher.
I'm thinking about maybe doing it for 2024.
Yeah, you go for it. I mean, thing is though, is not being a poll watcher during the prime hours. It's being a poll watcher at 4 a.m.
Right.
Say, good night, everybody. We'll catch up. We'll catch up.
The lights go off. Yeah.
We'll catch y'all up at 6 when we come back.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And they pull the old switcheroo. You know what I mean? Like they did in Texas and Michigan last time.
I'm even interested in the mayoral race in LA.
That's
between Karen Bass and Caruso, who was a Republican, but he just changed the letter at the end of his name. And now Gwyneth Paltrow and Kris Jenner and Katy Perry are all voting for him. I mean, come on, ladies. But anyway, he's a billionaire. Of course, he's a great billionaire. Trump's a bad billionaire. I'm not a huge Trump fan, but I'm just saying it's like the parallels, they just never match up. He was a Democrat, then he became a Republican. Caruso is a Democrat. I mean, Republican, now he became a Democrat. It's like, whatever. But I mean, talk about needing help.
They're like human scantrons. It's like they saw that one variable change. Like, okay, we good.
Yeah.
What's up, Marty?
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
What's up, P-Dog?
P-Dog Night in the house.
P-Dog.
I was about to say, where's my Dom DeMarco?
I didn't want to see one more I voted virtue signaling thing today on social media.
Virtue signal like me, Trisha. Look,
it's just annoying.
Virtue signal.
I voted yay. Like I've been voting since I was 18. Like so what? Like it, you know. I don't.
So you didn't wear your
You
didn't wear your sticker?
I got a sticker last time because it was cute and had a manatee on it, and I put it on my water bottle because Palm Beach County, of course, Florida. And then today they had cute ones for kids that said I'm a first-time voter for like parents that brought their kids.
Yeah.
And then they also had one that said today I'm voting in honor of a veteran. So I took that because my man's a 20-year Air Force veteran, retired. So
nice.
I know I'm a total nerd.
We got some super chats. Emmanuel Presley, he said, "How long until Stacey blames Hotep's been told you?" Oh my God, have y'all seen her race?
Is she getting blown out?
Let's go to Georgia. Let's pull Georgia up on the screen.
Devil went down to Georgia.
So HJ, real quick.
Oh my God.
So the Real Clear Politics thing. This is like polling going into.
Yeah, they're good.
This is stuff that they're doing, like polling people before the election. So like this is not going to be where you're going to get real like live up to date. I just sent you this as like a preview for what we could expect for tonight. So for live results, we're going to need to go somewhere else.
That's fine.
I just realized that you were running this like as though it was going to be our. But yeah, it's looking ugly. She's pulling at an average of 8.3% to the downside.
Yeah, her RCP average, is way down. From
Florida's closed.
Let's go.
She already getting her "fuck you niggas" speech together.
All right, so where we getting the results from?
Usually, New York Times is pretty good. Google's pretty good. But New York Times might have like some paywall shit or something like that up. So like,
all right.
I think we used Google last time.
Let's do
2020.
PBS is usually pretty good.
Oh yeah,
my bad,
PBS, yeah.
Peter, do you have any big races in Minnesota?
This state is so damn blue, but it's going to depend on turnout here because the governor here, Walz, a lot of people mad at him. My Congresswoman Angie Craig, she was in trouble, but for some reason her numbers went up. So I'm not even sure. But other than that, those are the only two that I really pay attention to. Oh, Attorney General though, Keith Ellison might be gone.
That would be great.
He was underwater with and there's a lot of people ready to get rid of him. So
that would be great.
Rules for radicals, Ellison.
Yeah,
exactly. But I just saw a thing where they put those election monitors. The Fed put out, or the Attorney General put out some of those election monitors, a bunch of states. And one of the places they were putting them was in Ramsey County, which is basically St. Paul and the surrounding suburbs of St. Paul. And I thought that was weird because that's like the bluest of blue places. But every year there are complaints about lines in Ramsey County. And in Minnesota, the county election commissions set up all the elections and all that stuff. So you can't blame it on, the attorney general, the Secretary of State or the state. And it's a blue state anyway. So, that's their own damn fault if their lines are too damn long. But turnout in Ramsey was heavy today. So it's, I don't know. But Keith Ellison's the only one that is the one I'm watching because he was down and I'm thinking he might be gone, which good. He needs
that would be great.
Well, here in Maryland, we got a gubernatorial race. Westmore versus Dan Cox. I don't think it's looking good for Dan Cox. I mean, Westmore had all the money behind him. Obama acolyte. I believe he was like the CEO of like Robin Hood. So he got a whole pack behind him. Everywhere I went in Maryland, I didn't see a whole lot of Dan Cox anything. It was all Westmore. Obama commercials, Westmore. Like, so he has that I guess he has that quote, for lack of a better term, that star power, I guess you can say. So people have been seeing his face all over TV. They see his signs everywhere. So you know how it goes. Most people, when they go to the polls and they're looking at that paper, it's whoever name they heard of. Especially if they're not really paying attention like that to politics, like most Baltimoreans and PG County residents do. They're going, oh, yeah, I know his name. Let me go ahead and circle that. So it's going to be an interesting thing because right now, even though we have a rhino in office in Larry Hogan, he still, you know, has to kind of, for lack of a better term, kind of toe that Republican line, that conservative line. But his term limit's up, so he can't run no more. So it's going to be interesting to see tonight, especially since we just got we got concealed carry without a good and substantial reason. So, and he signed off on that. It's going to be interesting to see if Westmore reverses that. Already know he's on with that Agenda 2035. He's already down with that. He wants to go with the electric cars, get rid of fossil fuels and all that other stuff. So it's going to get I don't know. It's going to I think he might unfortunately win by a landslide. We're going to see though.
Have they figured out how to power the electric cars without fossil fuels yet?
I know, right? That's what I said.
That'd be great.
I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah, people with gas
minor snag in the plan.
People with gas generators trying to charge up their Prius and their fucking Tesla.
Well, I'm just talking about the coal-fired plants that power the electrical grid.
Yeah, or without the mining to actually make the batteries.
Right. It's going. I don't know. It's going to be. I think he wins Maryland. I think it's a no contest. I don't know where he stands right now, but the way he's been pushed and the money he had behind him, and I know how people vote here in you know in Baltimore and PG County where they don't really follow politics like that. Mm-hmm. If they heard about you. You know, if your name stuck or you got good slogans and all that other stuff, they gonna go with you.
Yeah, it's the old distinguished gentleman with Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
Congressman Jeff Johnson, a name you know. That was his whole campaign. He was just drifting off.
Oh my God!
Did the old guy's name?
Someone did Miami-Dade flip GOP? Is that real? Oh my God!
What's happened is the turnout of Republicans is way higher than Democrats there. The Democrats are not turning out.
Like,
which race is that?
Like 500,000 or something.
Miami-Dade. It's blue as blue can be. But
yeah,
the exit is showing that
hallelujah, Cubans and Venezuelans, I love you forever.
Yeah, the numbers there are crazy.
This was a Cernovich tweet. He said, Trumpism literally did the impossible. Look at Miami-Dade. That was a GOP dream. Now it's reality.
What district is that?
Oh God, I don't know. But Miami-Dade. Wow. Oh my God, that would be incredible. I'm not shocked at all, though. That's not shocking to me because
yeah, the only thing is like how I'm looking at, I see part of, I mean, it's like pinkish right now, but it might still be early though. It's like West Palm and all that stuff is still blue.
Yeah, West Palm is always, I mean, Palm Beach County is blue county. I'm in a red town.
So what y'all saying? They playing skunk rules and they about to call it already? Is that what y'all saying?
No, I mean, the polls close at 7 in Florida, so I don't know how long it takes to count, but I'm just saying it looks.
If it's close there, northern Florida is all red, and if it's close down there, and central Florida tends to it goes from red to blue from south to north, or excuse me, the other way around. Blue, red to blue from north to south.
Yeah, so Orlando, Palm Beach County, Broward County, Dade County are mostly the blue counties. Everything else is pretty much
that's what I was gonna say. It's
red.
Like Orlando, Tampa, Miami, Tallahassee area are bluish. Jacksonville kind of reddish, and then like the rest of the rural areas of the state are red. Just like every other state, like all the rural areas are always red everywhere.
Shout out to Melinda. She just texted me, "Hey girl."
I got live election results up on the screen now.
Okay. Holy smokes. There's gonna be a red wave and they're gonna pull a power cord. They're gonna pull a power cord and they got
looks like Warnock's winning with 14.
Yeah, it's early. It's like
it's only 14% of the vote in. Abrams is winning with 14% of the vote in.
Yes.
Well, that's what's crazy too, is that if most people don't vote like red governor and then blue Senate. You know what I mean? Most people are like, which is fine. I mean, I don't see there's anything wrong with it, but I'm just saying most people don't. So that's interesting. If Kemp's leading, what will happen there? My phone is dying, so I gotta look up some stuff here.
All right, so I got that screen set up. We got Carrie Lake, the Carrie Lake race. We got the Abrams race. We got the Warnock race, and we got the Hochul race. There's another race y'all want to see. Shout out to KD Repair. Donations. Rumble super chats is coming in.
Oh, snap.
Shout out to my Rumble people. Rumble.
Where you on at Rumble?
Hotep's been told you.
So the New York race has nothing coming in yet. Arizona don't have nothing coming in yet. That's interesting.
Yeah, and they're still open because
Arizona's going to be a minute.
Is
Yeah.
Arizona, what they close at 8?
Well, West Coast time.
West
So
Coast.
it's only 4 o'clock there,
Oh, that's
something,
right.
3 o'clock, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
4:40.
3:40 or 4:40. I mean, yeah.
4:40, yeah.
Where's the channel?
You gotta type in Hotep's been told you. It should pop right up.
Yeah, all one word, and then
Oh, one word.
and then to your
Emmanuel Presley said, "Is Melinda single?" I love this. I love being on here because now I can call out everything that's going on in the chat.
All right, so we already had Olivia and Patriot J. Like, what's going to be the next? What's going to be the next power couple out of Hotep Con? Like, when somebody shows up.
Wait, who asked if Melinda was single? He's talking about Melinda
Emmanuel Presley. Yeah.
Oh, another love connection. She's a catch too, man. She's a cat. She is a sweetheart. Oh my God, Melinda is such a sweetheart. Absolutely one of my favorite models. Absolutely, I love Melinda. That's a catch, bro. You got good taste, bro.
She's from Georgia, so there's gonna be some good Southern cooking in there.
Oh
yeah, you know what I mean. Like,
she's a good old Southern gal.
Southern gal got good clean job. She does things like my meemaw and stuff like that. That just tickle fancy. I love Melinda. She was great.
Jeff Charles has joined the stream.
Yes.
I'm gonna give him a Don DeMarco when we see his face.
Yeah. This is where we're gonna get the real
political
expertise.
Jeff Charles in the house, y'all.
What's good, y'all?
Oh, you got clean and fresh for the Hotep stream.
Dang, look at this.
You're not on that Red State stream.
I'm gonna be doing that after this.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna do that, and I'm keeping track of Texas and all that good stuff.
You've been losing weight,
man. I've been up in that gym.
You looking like you slimming down. You looking sexy over there, Jeff. Paul's no homo.
Watch out.
Yeah,
that's right. I've been in that gym. I've been doing that keto thing. It's working.
Oh yeah,
good for you.
Oh, them conservative chicks better watch out now.
That's right.
He about to be on a conservative Tinder. What's that shit called?
I forgot, but I can't remember the name of it. There's like
Christian
2 or 3
Mingle?
of them now.
Christian Mingle.
Christian Mingle.
I say it could be GoPender. GOP. Anyway, it's
GoPender.
It's called Epstein's Island. Let me stop.
Oh my God.
What's the
Weezy Bird says MSNBC? What did he say? MSNBC is a mess. What did they say? MSNBC is shocked at Miami-Dade. Oh, I love it.
Really?
Yeah, I saw something on Twitter about that. I didn't watch the video though. But the polling was showing that Miami-Dade was, going a little bit more red this year, so I'm not surprised.
No, me either.
Well, at least Chris Hayes is off the if the Republicans win, we'll lose our democracy tip. He's changed his tune a little bit and saying how it's important for them to, use the courts and keep them on their toes and be ready to preserve your right to throw the bums out and shit like that. I was laughing at him because he's having a meltdown.
This poor guy.
They just were talking about the black men going for like Walker and who's the governor candidate against Stacey Kemp? We're Walker and Kemp in Georgia, and then they said, but black women are still the backbone of the black voter bloc or whatever. I mean, it's just straight out of Hotep Jesus' mouth. Like it's the voter bloc thing. But anyway, they're lining it up. They're starting to set up the slander. It's gonna be the black men's fault for
black men and white women
and white suburban women. Yeah,
white suburban women. Yeah, it's gonna be the soccer moms and the I don't know the AAU dads or something. I don't know, whatever the. It's crazy how they just like they find these little ways to mischaracterize groups of people as though they're like not human beings who can make choices for shit. Yeah. They're
gonna have to invent like another type of Uncle Tom term for like white suburban women. Well, I guess they can call them Karens.
Yeah.
Well, she called them roaches. They just called them.
That's right, roaches. That's right.
That's Tiffany Cross said, or was it Tiffany? No, Joy said. Who said that?
It was Joy Behar.
No, it was Sonnie Hostin.
No,
that chick. Yeah, Sonnie Hostin.
Yeah, so the roaches vote right. What the funny thing
Joy
about
Behar just agreed with her. That's what it was.
Well, no, what she said was stupid already, because she said, well, all these Republican conservative women are going to be voting Republican. I'm like, and
okay.
Did you say Republican women are going to be voting Republican? Good. That's what they're supposed to do. Well, unless they, something's really messed up, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Then I wonder, right? They were trying to throw her so much bail.
I'll be right back.
All right. They were trying to throw her so much bail, Stacey Abrams, that I'm wondering if she's getting a lot of pity voting. You know what I mean? Because really, how many people down there's really following, these races like that, where they're looking at policies and stuff? They just going in there and just picking, and then you hear on the news, you see on the news, oh, I'm only going to lose because of black men and white conservative women, and then people are watching this and like, oh, we got to get behind the black woman, and then they just going in there voting for her.
Well, but then they'll turn around and say some shit like, "Oh, black men aren't supporting Stacey Abrams and Democrats as much as they used to because they've been targeted for misinformation. Like we're somehow more susceptible to misinformation."
Oh wow! Yeah,
I was on the Hill earlier today, and that was the topic. And it was me, Brianna Joy Gray, Robbie Suave, and Teslin Figaro. And Teslin let him have it. Like she was like, "No, Democrats need to do better. They should be saying we should be doing better instead of blaming black men." But they don't get it. They keep doing this shit, not understanding how they sound.
Well, she knows I hear what they say and I believe them. So if they tell me something, I'm gonna believe it, because that's what I'm supposed to do, because I can't think.
I didn't know Tobias had a cousin.
Right.
They haven't learned.
Where's
Hotep Scott? I got the clip of them gasping. Puerto Rico. Reaction just sent it to me. I have to wait till Hotep gets back.
Oh yeah. He sent that to me too. I didn't know that's what it was. I just saw. Anyway, but yeah,
he just shared it
when he gets back. Yeah, when he gets back, we'll get it. Put it up on the screen.
We got to put that up. I got to see.
That's hilarious.
I'm sure it is.
Early vote portion, which is usually the most Democratic friendly. Ron DeSantis with an 8.
What happened?
Oh, okay. Hear my screen?
Yeah. I was waiting to hear the rest of it. And then it just went away.
Here we go.
Miami-Dade for the governor's race, and look at that in, again, the mail/early vote portion, which is usually the most Democratic friendly. Ron DeSantis with an 8-point advantage over Charlie Crist in Miami-Dade County. Again, this is a county that was 30 points Democratic just in 2016. The other implication for this comes at the House level. Talking about battle for control of the House, there is a congressional seat in Miami-Dade that Democrats have been targeting.
I think it's cut it right off at that point.
No, but you did the one that the second one. There's one above it where they actually, I want to hear the gas. Here, I'll play it right here. Listen to this.
Scott, Miami-Dade. This is a big one in Florida. Let's take a look at, okay. We got the, yeah.
Do you hear them?
So
they're all like, wow.
In some perspective. Yeah. Miami-Dade County has 2.75 million people. In 2016, this was a Democratic county by 30 points. Hillary Clinton won this county by 30 points. Miami-Dade
this is Rubio
is
over
70%
Demings.
Hispanic. It began shifting to the Republicans in 2020. Donald Trump only lost it by 7. And look at this. In the mail-in and early vote, which again tends to be more Democratic friendly. Marco Rubio, the Republican, is outright leading in Miami-Dade County by 7 points over Val Demings, a Democratic challenger. In the gubernatorial race.
Wow, Rubio.
I
Interestingly.
wish it was somebody other than Rubio, though. I gotta be honest.
Me too.
Like, Jesus, man.
In Miami-Dade.
I flipped up to Broward to try to reset it to see if it came
Rachel
in.
Maddow looked like she's gonna cry.
I was gonna say they all like you can hear it in their voice. It's like
we gotta watch Jake Huger, man.
Yeah, I really want to see him react. Definitely.
He's gonna start. You have a stroke. You gonna start.
Who?
Shank Huger. Young Turks.
Yes.
He's probably having a meltdown about it now.
There's going to be lots of crazy. Jeff, I'm so glad that you survived your polling station and that you were able to cast your vote. It was touch and go there.
You know, it really was. And, you know, I've been Black all my life and I've been a Texan for like 10 years. And it's like one of the most difficult things that you can imagine, you know, especially when it comes to voting. But it's even worse this year. All the people that came out of the woodwork standing in front of polling stations, they see me walk up. We only make up about 6% of the population in Austin anyway, so we're outnumbered. So, I mean, I'm glad that I made it. I'm just, you know, how long are we going to have to keep fighting this battle? That's what I'm.
You mean they didn't make you take an education test, boy?
No, but they made me show ID.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Well, did you have one? I'm surprised you have one. Jeff.
Well, I tweeted earlier. My friend Ross, my white friend, helped me get an ID, so he had me covered there. My other friend who works with me at Red State, Brandon Morse, he's a white guy. He taught me how to use a computer so I can figure out how to get to my the polling place. And it's just all those MAGA Republicans out there with their MAGA hats, like yelling at me. You know, I don't know if you saw the tweet, but they took my sandwich. I had a Subway sandwich and they took it and ate it right in front of me. I was so hungry. But you know what? I overcame white supremacy.
Woo.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah. It's, you know, the struggle is real. This Jim Crow 2.0 ain't no joke.
So, Jeff, as a Black man, how do you feel about, you know, just the understanding, the knowledge, the fact that all of this is going to be your fault?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of used to it because I haven't been Democrat for over a decade. So, you know, it's fine. I'll take the blame.
Jeff, I want you to know.
Aw.
Now, you know what? That would mean more to me if Chad put that up.
You don't want me to put you don't
for obvious reasons.
Mine is a No Lives Matter shirt, and it's
right, but
it's sponsored by the World Economic Forum.
Either Chad or Trisha. It does, you know, saying my life matters doesn't matter unless you're white. So
well, I'm half. Okay.
No,
it's a start, but
you're a poser.
Okay,
yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, but the other half is Nigerian.
No,
because I had to suppress my own vote. but I had a really hard time with it, so that's why I got my little I got my sticker. Sorry, Trish, I got my sticker too.
That's okay. I have them. I just didn't put them on my clothes.
I took two.
I definitely took my stickers. Trust me.
Yeah, my dumb ass picked up the wrong one. Check this out. Yo, both there.
Yeah, but
I think I got a pen too.
You've been like El Crispy Hotep or whatever, like all your different what was it, El Jefe Picoso or something. What was your
yeah, something like that.
El Jefe Picante or
Picoso.
Picoso. Yeah, okay, something like that. Yeah, I know you had some Spanish name at some point in your many Twitter handles. I never thought about that, Marty. That's hilarious. Like you oppress yourself.
I do every day.
Wow, man, well, the struggle is real.
It's real.
Did y'all see LeBron James looking like a single mother on capping for Stacey Abrams?
No, wait, what?
He like a single mother that was in a battered woman's shelter.
I'm
about to send it to you, HJ. I was like,
is it a picture where they dressed up?
No, he's sitting. I don't know where he's sitting. I guess he's sitting in a hotel room or something. But he like a single mother in there. Told vote for Stacey. Hold up, yeah, I'm sending it to you now, yo. But she had all this star power. You know what I mean? You got Hillary capping for her. You had LeBron. You got Kerry Washington doing a fucking TikTok dance with her. They had that whole
Oprah.
Like, That's what she went wrong the last time. She was like, I had all these people knocking on doors for me. Why did I lose? And then she said it was the black man. And now she gearing up for that shit again. She gearing up to say it again. Like, and I'm trying to figure out why LeBron, like, as much money as he got, he couldn't get a better camera. Like he shot that on an Android and sent it to an iPhone.
Showed up like 120 by 70 or something like that.
It looked crazy. It's all pixeled out.
Well, he doesn't have security cameras either, because remember when the playoffs that year and somebody spray painted his garage? We never saw that for some strange reason. He must have the Pelosi thing going.
Yeah, but
no security.
Yeah, it's but it's crazy though, because like I said, they most of these big names, like you got Stacey Abrams and like I said, Westmore and Hobbs and all these people who got the backing of the redacted unlimited purse. Even though they say it's supposed to be a cap or whatever it's supposed to be, they got an unlimited purse. Come on, especially when you got the media in your pocket.
Oh,
it's to me, in my opinion, it doesn't matter. It's all a flim flam.
Shout out to our super chatters. I want to show some love to our super chatters. Jabari said Lee Zeldin got the support of the Jabaris. He got a chance.
Facts.
Steph Colonel, he said Phil Murphy almost got booted by a nobody 2 years ago. Emmanuel Presley, how would you feel about a Trump Rand Paul ticket? Anybody want to answer that? Sounds kind of ridiculous.
Wait, what was the question?
A Trump Rand Paul ticket.
I mean, that would never happen. But
sounds like a mythical creature to me. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I mean, I can go with it, but when Trump runs again, I think he's going to choose a woman.
Really?
I think it's going to be Carrie Lake.
Lake?
I think so.
I don't think it'll be Carrie Lake, because she already said that she's going to serve out her 2 terms.
Her term.
She's at least going to do one before VP.
She had to answer that today while she was going in to vote, and she came out and the other little press people were out there, and some dude asked her that. And she's like, you've never been to one of my press conferences before, have you? She's like, tore him up. She's like, I've already said that I'm going to be in Arizona for 8 years, and I'm going to be your worst nightmare. Over these 8 years, you guys will learn how to do journalism.
I love that woman.
Yeah, she's very, very good at her job.
Yeah, the prophet Jeff Isaiah predicted early, and I still stand by it, that when she wins, she's going to end up being a more popular governor than Ron DeSantis.
Oh, I believe that.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. Hopefully the penny savers don't get her.
Who y'all think Trump gonna run with?
Well, maybe Kristi Noem. What other woman though, Jeff? What do you think? You're the expert.
It's a long time between now and then.
People have thrown around Marjorie Taylor Greene. I hope it doesn't happen. I don't think he'll go. I don't think he'll do that. Probably Kristi Noem. She's already been thrown out there.
Yeah.
Patriot J has joined the chat.
Patriot J, I'm saving the day.
What up, Hotep fam?
What up,
Jay?
What a pleasant surprise.
What was you saying, Trish? What'd you say? I cut you off when we gave Patriot J a shout out. We were talking about that.
Well, I was just saying Kristi Noem. I just think Marjorie Taylor Greene, not popular overall. I think it's a small fraction of the base that really rides with her, but Kristi Noem,
I'm in that small fraction.
Yeah, but would you think for her? We were saying who should be his VP pick if he picks a woman.
Oh God, no, she should not be. She should not be.
Oh no.
What do you think, Patriot J?
Carrie Lake. She's really good.
Yeah, that's who we want. But Jeff said that's not likely. Cause what did you say, Jeff? Cause what?
She's already said that she plans to serve 2 terms as governor, and my guess would that she'd only consider it after 1 term. So she'll serve 1 term. And if somebody wants her to be her VP, she might be more open to it then. But I don't think that she's going to win governor and then start running for VP right after. That would be a really bad look.
I don't either.
Yeah, I agree.
In fact, I think she might have some long game if things don't go right in 24. Yeah. And if it does go right in 24, 28, or 32, one of the two, she'd be a strong contender.
Like 2028 DeSantis, Carrie Lake.
DeSantis in 28. Oh,
That would work.
that would be something.
Ooh,
What
that'd
y'all
be a
think about
mean ticket.
DeSantis?
Can I say, because I live in Florida?
Please.
I love what he's done for it through COVID. However, I do find he loves a little bit too much government overreach, which I think, a lot of them do. I got into this with Brody the other night. He was like the statist, and I was like, oh, I'm still counting all the Trump executive orders. Hold on, I'll be back. Like, I think everyone does it. I think, but I like him because he doesn't go too far, like with his rhetoric and stuff like that. I think he fights, but he stays calm. I don't think he insults people as much as Trump does. And I think he's done great for Florida. I mean, he does a lot of stuff here for like, the Everglades and, the nature preserves and stuff. So a lot of people like that as well. It's not just like all political stuff. He really tries to conserve, the state, things like that. I wish he could help on the home insurance prices, but I don't know about that. Oh, you know what? Let me continue something. There's a lot of weather happening here right now. I put my storm shutters up, not upstairs, just downstairs, because we're getting a hurricane, I guess, tomorrow, whatever. But thank God that thing came through tonight into tomorrow, because imagine if it came on election day in Florida, that would have been horrific. It's like the gods are watching out for us. Yeah, because
we have something. We got something similar in LA. We just got a notification talking about flash flood warning. Don't go out your house for anything. This is life threatening.
Oh, wow. They pulling out all the stops.
What was the race in LA that you were talking about, Trisha, earlier?
Pardon?
What was the LA race that you were talking about?
Oh, the mayor
earlier?
race.
The mayor race.
Bass, Caruso, yeah.
Real quick, they just called the race for DeSantis and Marco Rubio. They both won.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, because I was gonna say Jeremy Redfern, who's he's in one of DeSantis' press people.
Yep.
Just said that there's gonna be some big news coming out of Florida.
So Walker and Warnock was like 63-37 earlier. It's down to like 53-44 now, or 55-44.
Who has the advantage?
It's still Warnock, but my point is, like, early it was just like it was all blue votes coming in, and so it's just a matter of time where you get to start seeing some of those other counties come in.
Yeah, it seems like the Democrats are always ahead at first because they count like the cities and stuff like that. But when you get out into the rural areas, that's where they tend to catch up. It's just a matter of whether they're going to be able to catch up enough.
Yeah, well, and then also you have those some of those counties within the major cities that just always seem to take forever. Like it's like they sit there and it'll be tomorrow or next week or something like that, and they're still counting. But like, how are we still at 87% reporting and it's like Thursday? Like, what the hell? So and then you also have your little where they had like the little arc, and then we had that big jump in 2020. That was fun.
Like, you brought the wrong box. It's the other box under the desk. The other box. You brought the wrong goddamn box. Hurry up.
Yeah, and early in Georgia, Abrams is beating Kemp too. But
it's tightening. It's like 51-48 now.
Yeah, he was leading her in the polling by like 7-8 points. So I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, it was. That's with only 31% reporting.
I'm at 24. So I'm farther behind.
Okay. Yeah. So I actually have the CNN polls up here. It's updating like every 5-10 seconds, and it's got like a little counter on it. So I kind of just bounce around to see
what you looking at.
CNN has like really active live polling. It already went down.
Send me the link.
Okay. Yeah. It went from 51-2 Abrams to 48-2 Kemp, and it just switched to 51-1, 48-4. So it's like a little, like a half a point. It's just moving closer on the combined side. So let's see. I'm going to send you the governor link, but you can find all the other links.
Oh, I see it right here. I got it now.
I'm going to have to. I'm on a different computer on that one. HJ, let me
send my my DMs, Twitter DMs.
Yeah, that computer's not on Twitter. I'll get it to you. Hang on just a second. I'll find it on here.
Yeah, Robert Banks in the chat said it's crazy DeSantis and Rubio didn't need the panhandle. I forgot that the panhandle's an hour behind.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
very interesting. I'm actually headed there tomorrow too, so that's very interesting. That was a good point.
I mean, DeSantis is up 16 right now without the panhandle.
It's so crazy how he barely beat Gillum in the last election. Yeah. And that was like such a decisive election because like months after that, you saw Gillum on the floor smoking meth, dick out.
Right.
Oh my God.
But you know, I didn't think the Chameleon had a chance though. I never, when I heard they got him, I had thought there was no way that the Chameleon was going to beat DeSantis. Just,
I mean, he had everybody, he had the right people behind him. It's just that I guess it was still
the money was flowing,
but people were still on that you know, that Viva la Revolution type situation. You know?
Right.
Like I said, Brenda Snipes tried to swing it that way.
Yep.
All right, here
but no panhandle vote is unreal. Huh.
You got people saying that they think that Tulsi Gabbard runs with Trump, and I'm like, you guys are crazy.
No way.
That's wish casting. They want that to happen so bad. And
she's out there. She was campaigning with Herschel yesterday.
Yeah.
She's trying to understand.
Yeah, everybody.
Because she's
JD Vance too.
She's still a Bernie grabbing, you know, type. But how's she out here? She's out there campaigning with Herschel Walker. She was up in I don't think she campaigned with Oz, but I think she campaigned with JD Vance.
She's a Treadstone
with Kerry.
I think she did something for Kerry. Yep.
Yeah. She's been all over.
Yeah, she riding that wave right now. I think
she getting her grift on.
She's giving the Democrats that middle finger right now. That's what she's doing.
Anna Paulina flipped her seat in the 13th district too. That's the first Republican flip of the night. Wow.
Nice.
You're welcome, everyone.
Wait, hold on. It's not the first one. The first one is in Guam. And so Hank Johnson was right.
Excellent.
Is that
Take that back?
If it was too many people, it would flip the island. Is that where you talking about?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
They flipped their token representative from Guam for the first time since 1933, or something like that, or whatever. However long Guam's been around.
Jeff, I'm reading your tweets. You're so funny.
Funny note about Florida governor's race: Charlie Crist is the first person to lose a statewide election as a Republican, independent, and a Democrat.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
He gets one
with the trifecta.
I mean, that man was actually going around over the summer saying he believes in mask mandates. And I'm like, where are you? Like, you have no idea what planet you're on right now. Like, I can't even believe that he would even say that. Like, you have no chance.
What was that nonsense that Stacey Abrams said out her mouth? She was like, black men don't know the misinformation about why they want what they want, but why they want what they deserve. What was that? Like,
we don't know why we want what we think we deserve. That was that was amazing. That was like weapons grade level stupidity. Like, what the hell were you thinking?
She was really thinking on the fly with that one and fell flat on her face.
She sure didn't even try to clean it up either.
HJ tried to clean it up on his show yesterday. He's like, wait a minute, we gonna need this. Oh man. But I was like, wait, what? And I tried to make sense of it. I couldn't make sense of it for a while. I was just like, okay. I guess
Keisha Lance Bottom said the same shit too.
Because she was trying to save face for Stacey. She probably looked at it. What the fuck she say? She probably tried to run some interference, but at the same time, it's like, you're trying to say we dumb and we can't see it. We can't see a sham coming.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, they try to call us dumb.
Exactly what they try to do.
They don't know why they want what they want. That's what they said.
Yep.
I was like, what? I didn't get it.
That's
But people
exactly
was
what
trying
she
to
said.
say is they trying to gaslight us and say we're supposed to want what we want because racism. That's how the chat explained it to me yesterday.
Hmm.
And I'm
I was
sure
like,
some
oh, that
people
makes
that
sense.
watching it like, yeah. You know what I mean?
I'm excited. I have to say, I don't know. I feel excited. There's just something.
That's good news then.
I do. I feel good. Like I was excited for this all day. I'm so glad you did this. I'm also probably going to turn on because I don't have cable, but I'll put my YouTube on because Megyn Kelly's having her podcast at 9, and she's having on a whole bunch of people that I really like and want to hear from. So I'm going to tune into that too.
Thank you for promoting another show during our show and saying our show is not important as Megyn Kelly. We appreciate that. We appreciate that plug. Thank you there, Trish.
I guess white women got to stick together too, right?
Right.
I'm laughing here because they're pulling up Fulton County and they're trying to do whatever they can. So Abrams Kemp is 51-48. Yeah, okay, that's still the same as it was earlier. But they pulled up Fulton County and they're showing like that it's like 75-26 or something like that. And last time it was 72-28 or something. They're like, look at this. But it's like 63% of the vote reporting. So you don't even really know like what percentage came from where, and it's still close enough that could easily go like 67-33, and they're just making it. They're grasping. I'm watching ABC, and they're just grasping at like things to have hope about, I guess.
Yep.
It's just really funny to watch, and also they're doing a little bit of that. I don't want to call it gaslighting, but it's like they're sort of
it's wish casting.
They're laying the groundwork for you to be upset when it doesn't go the way that you thought it was going to go based on what they lied to you and told you.
Yeah, they're already having people on MSNBC talking about, they're already denying election results on MSNBC. It's funny how that happens.
Right. Wow. Like 2016, Russia collusion. 2020, fairest election ever. No election can possibly be rigged. 2022, boom, we back to rigged elections.
Right.
And they tried to get ahead of that this whole week. They're like, oh, there's going to be a problem with these voting machines. There's going to be a problem with that. And it's like,
we can't tally them the same night. We have to wait a week. Rand Paul won, but I guess we're not surprised about that.
AP just called Connecticut Senate race for Blumenthal.
Of course.
Yeah, that's not a surprise.
Did it say how close it was by any chance?
Let me see.
Oh, God, he's the worst. God, what is wrong with those people?
Hey, that man's a veteran.
Bro. Like, dude, I'll tell you what, he's a veteran like demon or something. Like,
he's just repulsive.
Veteran cryptic.
I'm not seeing any numbers yet, but it was
okay.
Just,
I'd love to see that. Call. They had running against a woman. So yay, women! We need women to break the glass ceiling. We need more women in the Senate, but not those women,
not
right?
Those women, Trisha.
Yeah, it's disgusting. They make me sick.
See, our polls just closed. I'm supposed to be watching what's going on with the Latinas running in South Texas, because if they win, especially if all three of them win, yeah, Democrats are in trouble.
Let me finish up some super chats here. Red Tsunami starts New York. Shout out to DMW 24/7 TV.
Man.
Inside of the Ages, he said, I'm here for it. Stoked for the malarkey rollback. Emmanuel Presley, the conservatives should electric slide in Miami. Inside of the Ages, headlines tomorrow report that there was no way the Red could win this hard. They must be cheating. That's the play. We are all deniers. Oh, man. P-Dog, I was denied my right to vote in Ramsey County. I emailed you, too. That's what Kay said, P-Dog.
Yeah, no, I got her email here. She said, hold up. Okay, hang on. she's part of the Save at Home program, and they sent absentee voting information late. So she went to the polls today to vote, and the election judges had to call and try to add her to vote, and they wouldn't give the election judges the password they needed. Apparently, Save at Home members can only vote absentee or not at all. The election judges I spoke to were very upset with that and said they would bring this to ears that needed to know this denial. She was trying to vote for Dr. Scott Jensen, which is the Republican running for governor, or she tried to call Scott Jensen's office to let him know about it. And so basically they took away her right to vote. They must have but you must have wearing too much red, Kay. I don't know. But yeah, no, I don't, and I'm not familiar with that program. It's a program for people who want to keep their address confidential. Which I had never heard of, but we'll see. Yeah, they still, I don't know how they're required to vote absentee. I've never even heard of that. I'll look into that. Thank you for sending that to me, Kay, by the way.
Steph Colonel, the Democratic pandering was on Mach 10 today. Oh my God. Did y'all see Roland Martin attack me?
No, I didn't see
no.
Yes.
No, I want to hear about this. I saw something about you and him having a debate.
Yeah, he,
I wanted to just screenshot where it says Roland Martin and then underneath it says a certifiable idiot, because that's a factual statement.
What happened was, last week I had a tweet go semi-viral where I said the face you make when you find out black men are the reason why Stacey Abrams is losing her race. So that had got resurfaced today, I guess because today is elections, right? And then he saw somebody tagged him in my Gutfeld clip. So then he saw my Gutfeld clip and he responded to that clip and he called me an idiot, I believe his terms were. Is that what he said?
Certifiable. Yeah, he said a certifiable.
That's what he calls everybody. He doesn't have much variety. It's always idiot.
That's about his nomenclature.
Yeah, he said a certifiable idiot, to which I responded, may God bless you with love in your life. Hopefully one day we can have a conversation to discuss our differences. Red wave incoming, though.
It was a beautiful response. I have to give you credit.
I mean, I feel bad for him. I feel bad. I feel bad for anybody who sits on the internet and like attacks people. I don't feel that attached to the internet that I have to go, hey, let me send this disparaging message to this person. I don't feel compelled to do that. I don't care that much. Like, I feel like the shit happens in my household is more important to me. My family is more important to me. Let me place my energy there. And if I use my energy online, let me spread my message. Let me speak to my people. I'm not worried about what the left is doing. You won't see me attacking blue checks. You won't see me attacking anybody online. I just have time for it. So when I think about that, to myself, I think this must be a lonely man. Mm-hmm. If this is how you operate on the internet, you might not get no pussy.
I mean, look at him.
Oh my God.
So when I assessed that, I said, oh, this man doesn't have any love in his life. So that's when I wrote the message. I say, may God bless you with love in your life. Because I believe if he truly had love in his life, he wouldn't act like that.
No, you're right. You're right. Because like when I first started really getting into Twitter, I mean, stuff like that used to bother me. But then at a certain point, I realized these are miserable people. Right. Like, I'm not talking about people who like get a little spicy when they're talking about politics or whatever, but the people who just come at you with hate, like they're calling you names. They're like saying all this horrible stuff about you personally. I'm like, this person can't be happy. They can't be. Because happy people who are content or happy, it doesn't even occur to them to do that stuff. Like maybe every now and then, but in general, like the way he does is just that venom and that toxicity. I'm like, dude, you need to take some time off and get your shit together because you are a miserable person.
Yeah.
You know how sometimes you look at like a couple and they start to look like each other and they kind of favor each other a little bit. And you wonder like, wait a second, are they like brother and sister or something? Or are they just like, anyway, like I'm just thinking like Roland Martin, Lori Lightfoot, it might be a match made in heaven.
Who?
I was wondering where that was going, Chad.
Me too.
Roland Martin and Lori Lightfoot.
Oh shit.
Oh, you're.
See, that was pretty hateful right there.
That's like.
I just
out of that.
I thought they might like each other. Like their politics are very similar. You know, they might get along. By the way, just updated. Stacey Abrams is now only up 50.5 to 48.9, with 38% reporting. So that gap with Kemp continues to narrow. So it's just a waiting game while we watch to see that number flip the other way. I want to say this though. Shout out to Shane Hazel. He's polling at 0.5%. Like really good libertarian candidate over there in Georgia,
like that dude
who's running as well. And I, you know, as the resident anarchist here, I will say I did like the I wouldn't call it DeSantis slander that Trisha was giving out, but like the measured I don't know,
critique,
even understanding and critique of his of some of his more authoritarian policies, because I think one of the things that like when there's an election like this, this tends to be the cycle of American politics and politics everywhere, that the pendulum swings back and forth.
Of course.
But it always, instead of a pendulum, I like to think of it more like tetherball, where the ball just continues to get further and further wrapped around like a boa constrictor around the throats of the rest of us, that whoever wins these elections, it's just a different flavor of authoritarianism that will come if we're not careful and we don't actually watch our own people and police them and try to like make sure that this shit doesn't flip and become like tyrannical on our heads and on the heads of the people who we may not like some of the stuff that they said about us the last 2, 3, 4 years, but that doesn't mean that I want them like, you know, smashed underfoot. So just keep that in mind.
That's a good message there, Chad.
Yeah.
It is a good message. And I think what's unfortunate, especially in politics in 2022, like we've got this mentality, this tribal mentality that we don't like it when the other side does it, but it's okay when somebody on our side does it. So like Ron DeSantis could do something more statist and we're okay with it because we're not going to criticize people on our side. I mean, it's kind of scary.
Yeah. No, I see people caping for it. And they were doing it for Trump. Like, it was like, oh yeah, but you don't know, like it was, you don't know what all he was doing, like all the QAnon shit and everything, where it's like, no, you just got to trust, like later on, it's going to be something that, you know, if you just wait, like, all right, well, I'm still waiting for I had one friend that kept texting me all this stuff. Like, I'm still waiting for the election to be overturned and for the, you know, something, you know, still waiting.
I'm so glad I never even knew what that was. I loved being ignorant of that whole stupid thing.
They still refreshing the message boards on 4chan. Shit to change.
By the way, it's 50 even to 49.4 now, with 39% reporting in the governor.
Georgia.
Governor race in Georgia. Abrams, it's narrowed to 0.6 of a point.
Okay.
They got Beto O'Rourke ahead of Abbott here, but that's only like
that's like 3% or something reported.
Yeah, it's like nothing.
Yeah, and then
Warnock he
Walker
wins.
is tightened up too.
Tighten up a little bit, yeah. Well, they had.
What was that, Jay?
I said, "There's no way Beto wins."
No,
and no, he's not going to win.
Well, they have Fetterman over Oz 81 to 16, but that's just Pittsburgh basically. They got that's all Pittsburgh.
I feel bad for that man. Like, I know people's like, you shouldn't feel bad. I'm like, but like I just feel like they propped him up like Weekend at Bernie's. He had stroke. He can't even talk in a straight sentence.
He's the perfect Joe Biden. It's the perfect Joe Biden clone. Like it's like, yeah, let's run this script again.
But even Joe Biden probably looking at him like, damn. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, he's worse than Biden.
Right.
They didn't hide him.
And then he had that vote. He had that that crazy ass Mean Joe Green skit that he did with the little boy. Looked all weird, but it's just like your team don't love you enough to tell you to hang it up. Right? They just got him out there. Like
they'll just put anybody out there. Like, we need a warm body.
He had a stroke and then he won his primary. It's not like he already secured the nomination and then had the stroke. Like, he had the stroke before winning the primary. Had the stroke and the voters were like, okay, no big deal.
Yeah. Needed a closed captioning system, and he's still fucked up. Right? Like I feel bad for him simply because nobody's there to say, you know what, let's just hang this up. Right? Just letting him go. Letting him go. He looked like a fool out there. You know what I mean?
Well,
I thought Herschel Walker couldn't talk. This nigga can't talk.
Listen, man, it's not surprising at all. These people treat human beings like animals, like they're just like tools to be used and beaten until they're like not useful anymore. And so as long as he was useful and had a chance to, through name recognition and whatever else, to beat Oz, they were going to run him out there, because to drop that and try to replace him with someone else that late in the game was going to be death to that race. And it was more important for them to secure that seat with a cardboard cutout than it was to try to actually, do right by the man.
I mean, it's crazy. He looked like the guy from the Goonies. Like, he got a lot of shit that's going bad for him.
Hey, you guys.
Was that John Matusak? Was Sloth, I think. Is that right?
Oh no, he looked like Sloth. I think somebody had photoshopped Sloth's face on him. That shit was hilarious.
I feel like people didn't talk about the fact that he pulled a shotgun on a young black kid enough. Like he mentioned it one time. He didn't even apologize for it, and the media was just like, "Okay, cool, no further questions."
He straight up doubled down on pulling a shotgun on an unarmed black man.
Right.
They let him totally get away with it. Right?
In 2022, come on.
He said, "Look, the black people in my neighborhood, they know.
The community,
they were cool with it.
They understood."
Which is crazy because they probably did know.
Yeah. And
was that
it was okay? He said to get a shotgun.
Was that commercial real? I saw him with some little kid, and the kid said, "Please don't shoot me." Was that real?
Green skit? Yeah, that was him.
So he was even like mocking his own.
About that one? No, I don't know about that one. It was one where he was in like a hallway and he was walking.
Yeah,
it was
in a hallway with the kid.
And the kid was like, "What's wrong with you?" And he said something. He was trying to do that Mean Joe Green bullshit.
Yeah, it was the old Coke commercial, Mean Joe Green Coke commercial, where he gives him his jersey and he gives him a Coke. But I think what you're talking about may have been somebody might have memed it and turned it into something else.
They might have taken that
and they probably dubbed over it. Okay,
right. That's what I'm saying. That's really brilliant if they did, though.
Yeah,
like the one where they took Biden and had him chasing the ice cream truck when he walked off stage and they just had the ice cream music playing in the background.
Tay Deos said, "Why would anyone vote for the Green Party currently?" Wow. What do you guys feel about the Libertarian Party and their existence?
Wow.
They better start.
Full disclosure, I actually voted for Libertarians on a few different races here.
Okay, let's talk about
instead of the Republican.
Because
I can't remember what they were, but
shout out to Tyree though. Tyree from my fam.
Yeah. Okay. Shout out. We got P Dog Night fam in the house.
Nice.
So I mean, here's why I'll say why I brought this up. I spoke to somebody in the past, chief strategist for some people, and actually Jordan is his name. And he told me, voting third party is basically, absolutely ridiculous because they don't have a chance in hell of winning, and they very rarely win. Is it true that if you vote, third party, you're helping one party over the other, or it's just a throwaway vote?
That's how I see. That's how I voted today. I wanted to vote just to vote. Like I even wrote my own fucking name in one of them, right? Just because I just was like, forget it. But at the same time, like in the races that matter, I think voting like Libertarian, especially if they ain't got no name recognition, you just throwing that vote away. Especially like here in Maryland, where like everything goes blue for the most part all the time. It's like if you really want to try to, I guess, affect some kind of change, you got to vote for one of the two main candidates. You know what I mean? Now, like if like the Libertarian, like we had a working class party. I looked at they had somebody that made a working class party, but this shit literally said, and I'm like, damn, that's dope, but I don't know who the fuck that is. But if, people like the working class party or the Green Party, if they had the bag like the Democrats and Republicans did, and they could really get out there and put that out there, I think you could vote a third party, but the system is so, good old boy that I don't think that'll ever happen.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
I'll probably get in trouble.
Sonnie Johnson is in the house.
What's up?
What's up, Sonnie?
Hotep and Bill.
What up, Sonnie?
Hotep and Bill. What up, chat? What up,
Hey,
chat? We got
Sonnie.
Sonnie in the house. Jeff, what was you saying? My bad.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get in trouble for this. But for governor, Abbott, I've got my issues with him. And, overall, I think he's okay. But it was just too hard for me to pull that lever for him. Sure still didn't vote for Beto, so I voted for the Libertarian. I will say this. If I thought the race was going to be close between Abbott and Beto, I would have gone for Abbott. But I'm pretty confident he's going to win even without me voting for him. It's just I'm so fed up and disenchanted with the GOP. Obviously, I'm never going to vote Democrat, but I mean, the Republicans in general, they complain so much about democratic solutions, but they're very ineffectual when it comes to coming up with their own solution.
Their own. Mm-hmm.
And one thing I like about DeSantis is that he was willing to take a stand against a lot of this crap that's going on in schools, a lot of these issues like with the trans stuff, the alphabet stuff. And Abbott's kind of done some things, but in Texas, it's all over the place. Like next week, I'm going to be going to South Texas to go to a school board meeting to cover people protesting a lot of this stuff that's being taught. And the Republicans here just don't seem to really be doing much about it. So it's kind of hard for me to want to put my name on that right now. It's just, I don't know.
Sonny, we're talking about third parties and their significance or insignificance.
Now, in other races, I voted Republican, but in that one, I didn't.
I think right now, both parties are extremely weak, extremely fractured. And if you can't take over an already built, weak, and extremely fractured party, starting a party from scratch is probably going to be a little bit big of an endeavor for us to actually get across. And we've seen it happen with movements like the most recent one I can remember was with Ross Perot and the push that he made, and that kind of line of people that came behind him, ending up with Rand Paul now, who eventually learned his lesson to work within the Republican Party. But like I said, the good part about that is the Republican Party is weak right now. And as we learn more and more about how they work in the background, which is what I've been spending my time kind of learning about lately, and just understanding how they get certain people into leadership positions, understanding the importance of fundraising in their ranking. So when you look at them and you're like, how in the hell is McCarthy going to be Speaker of the House? Well, because McCarthy is their highest fundraiser. It's not because he's qualified or can argue or has some special thing that makes him. They use ranking as far as who can fundraise the most. And this is something else I learned today that really pissed me off, because you can know stuff, but not understand the impact that those things have on why politics are played the way that they are played, right? So both Democrats and Republicans are into gerrymandering, right? And what they basically do is they set the lines so that they can have safe districts. Mm-hmm. So when you think about why Republicans won't come into Black communities, it's literally because they have gerrymandered our communities into safe blue districts. So when they're like, well, it's no use for us going in, they're saying there's no use for them going in because they set it up that way. They put it that way on purpose. It was done with intention and malicious intention, in my opinion, but I digress.
Wait. I'm retarded, so you're going to have to break that one down for me. They doing what?
Okay, so every time you had a census, they redo the districts according to population. So some states may lose seats, and then some states may gain seats. So if you have a state and your state gained a seat, now they have to redistrict the state. So if you listen, this is one of the things they're talking about as far as looking at the races in Virginia, because a lot of our districts were redistricted. So looking at elections, past elections, it's on a different scale because the districts have changed. What they do is sometimes it's more hostile, sometimes it's more agreeable. Democrats and Republicans get together and they kind of set up like, okay, we can have this district, you can have this district. These will be safe districts. We're going to know that like everybody in this district votes for Democrats and everybody in this district votes for Republicans. And that's important to know. I'm going to tell you why that's important to know in a second. But they specifically put districts into place to make them safe districts. And that's why they know we're not going to run in this district. They purposely set it up to be like, that is going to be a blue district. So if you look at a lot of these
sound like some gangster shit right here.
Yeah,
it is.
If you look at some of these civil rights icons, the reason they're able to maintain their seats with the longevity that they've been able to is because they have a gerrymandered district to keep them there. And they basically just throw all the Black people into that district, even if the lines don't make any sense. Mm-hmm. Even if the lines are ridiculous and it looks like, you know, something a 2-year-old drew with a crayon in the dark. Like, even if that's the case, they still do it. It is throw Black people in a district together. And then when it comes down to them allocating funds and resources, you know which districts ain't getting shit. But let me tell you why this is important. The reason that they need those safe districts is because the politicians who hold the seats in those state districts, they don't have to fundraise to win an election. They don't have to fundraise. They're in a safe district that they know which way the district is going to vote. So they themselves don't have to fundraise. What they do is they go out and raise money for leadership positions. Because in order to get into like the Ways and Means Committee in the House, you know, these really important foreign policy committee, I'm trying to think, I'm all over the place right this second, but in order to get into these committees, you have to be a fundraiser. That has to get you into that spot. So one of the people you can watch right now is Byron Daniels down in Florida. And he is questioning the way that the Republican leadership is set up and how it's structured to leave certain people out of the fight. So you have to think about it like this. These people who are in the safe districts, they have the freedom to raise money for leadership positions. Those candidates that are in districts where they actually have to fight, where it's actually a campaign, where it's actually competitive, their fundraising goes to their campaign. It goes to them running their operation. It goes to them being able to wage a fight. So they will never be in a position to be able to get into a spot of leadership because they can't pay the committee tax. And that's the goal that you have to be able to reach in fundraising to be able to be eligible for a lot of these committees, these spots, or Speaker of the House. So this is one of the reasons why Nancy Pelosi was able to keep her speakership in the Democratic Party so long. She was one of their best fundraisers. So it's not about them adhering to some conservative principle or them being America first or caring about patriotism or any of that shit that they pull out that make you think we are simpatico. Like, it's none of that. It's them and which one of them can fundraise the most and which one of them can whip the votes. If you have those two things, those are the people that are in political power within Congress. And that goes for both parties, but specifically talking about the Republican Party, because everybody's so happy if the red wave happens and the Republicans take over. It's the same bullshit leadership. It's the same exact people. It's the same exact agenda. It's working in the same exact business model. Nothing about the apparatus has changed or is receptive to change. And it is going to take a massive push from these people that are giving Republicans these massive wins in this election, if that's the way it plays out, because it might be a little premature. I'm not watching any of the news sources right now, but giving them these seats and giving them this power only to have them doing the bidding of people like Liz Cheney and the old guard that are still remnants throughout the fundraising community, the policy community, and the committee communities. So those people at the grassroots, you need to start getting into fundraising. You need to start understanding the committees and how they work, understanding them at your local level, and then understanding them at your state level should be mandatory, because once you start to understand how your structure is set up, then you'll be able to understand how your state fits into the overall Republican
I got a question.
apparatus.
I got a question.
I got politics on the brain, so you got to excuse me.
No, I got a question. I got a question for you. In regards to politics, right? So people been telling me that Brian Kemp is stopping black people from voting in Georgia. I don't know what the truth is, because like I said, I'm just a dumb nigga from New Jersey. Can you tell me if there's any truth? Because I know what they say, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire. Are black people's ability to vote in Georgia being hindered?
It is not voter suppression, it's voter depression. Black people are fucking tired of nothing changing. You have a huge portion of the black community that doesn't vote at all. They don't participate in the process, right? Because they don't think anything is going to change. And if a competing ideology doesn't come into their community, if the Republican Party doesn't show up in the local community and fight locally, then nothing is going to change. It doesn't matter. Like, you might get the gas prices down, but they're going to still be killing 6 niggas every weekend on your block. Like, those things that occur at the local level and are guided by the hand of the local government, those things are not going to change without competition. And that's why understanding how these things are set up, how they are funded, how they are purposely manipulated, and understanding why that malicious intent is being specifically targeted towards the black community and just writing them off into blue districts. Like, there needs to be some questions for the Republican Party as to why that's the way that they've been choosing to operate.
I got another question. They said that it's black men's fault that Stacey Abrams might not win this election, and it's because of misinformation. This is Keisha Lance Bottom says it's misinformation, and the misinformation is what did they say? The why or something like that? What the reason why we want what we want or some shit like that? Is that
as again voter depression? They put out no buck, no vote, or no vote, no buck, or whatever the hell
no
that
voting,
was.
no bucking.
No voting, no bucking.
All of their commercials was like half naked women dancing around, and that was supposed to win black people. Stacey went on with Lotto and all of them with pussy all over the stage, and that was supposed to put them over the. And black men are tired. All right, but let me use this and being in the presence of the men of order to address something with you, Hotep.
All right, shout out to Men of Order, menoforder.com for all things men and masculinity. Make sure you get tuned in. What's that, Sonnie?
All right, so when you started saying like I'm going to write off the black community,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying, like fuck them niggas,
yeah,
right? I understood where you were coming from. Mm-hmm. Right? So I never said nothing about it. But I always thought that was premature.
Okay.
Because what was bubbling under the bottom had yet to produce itself yet. So a lot of the black men we were interacting with in the Twitter sphere were everything you thought they were.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they, you know what I'm saying? Black progressives exist, Black communists exist, Black Marxists exist, you know, Black leftists that just love white people exist. You know, like the whole range of them motherfuckers exist. And we were interacting and maneuvering with them, so you get a certain perception.
Yeah.
But now you're starting to see the Black men standing up and being like, yo, fuck you and your oppression and all. I got to pay my rent. Like, I got to take my daughter to ballet. My son got football. Like, this shit you doing, you fucking with my ability to be a Superman in my shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But these are the Black men that don't vote. These are the Black men that are not on social media. Like, these are the Black men that get 6 hours of sleep every night. So they're not spending an hour of their day on the internet, on social media, on playing around.
Right.
Like, if they got an extra hour somewhere in their fucking day, they're taking a nap. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to sneak time in with their wife. You know what I'm saying? They're not spending that time on social media. Those people are reachable. Those people are the people that need to hear from men of order. Those people are the ones that need to understand that they are understood. And even if they don't have the ability to go full-blown political, because life doesn't afford them that, they can be brought into the information sphere.
So here's my theory.
You know what I'm saying?
Here's my theory, right? Once upon a time, I was a gentleman who all I talked about was Black folks and Black power and Black this, Black that, right? And that's cool, fine and dandy, and I think there's a place for that stuff, right? My theory is that being a Black man is enough. Being a Black man and wielding my voice on this platform is enough. And I've seen that. I've seen it because when I go into the streets, brothers stop me and they say, "You Hotep Jesus? Yeah, keep doing what you're doing." You know, various places.
There are a lot of them, but there are a lot of them too that haven't seen you yet. So my point in saying that was to just be like, maybe change the way it's projected. Because, you know, you speak what you speak your own reality. Maybe it's just changing the way it's projected.
Like how?
That you ain't reached them yet. And I think
like
that's
how?
Like from the they're not going to get it to I haven't reached them yet.
I never said that.
I've
always said that the streets was Hotep.
Like the people that will voluntarily associate with you would always be welcome with you.
No, what I've always said was the streets is Hotep and they don't need convincing. They already using the same rhetoric I'm using.
And so now you just haven't reached them yet with the intellectual part of the equation.
I'm talking about,
that's just the extra, because a lot of them don't want that. A lot of them take a lot of pride in the fact that they made this decision themselves.
Yes.
And they should be able to own that pride. But they're going to be reached by somebody, like somebody in our sphere, somebody in our orbit, somebody that we fucks with. They're going to reach them. And we all have to have an understanding that we just haven't reached them yet. I think we're on the brink. I think we're on the brink of a generational change, right?
Yeah.
Because we don't need 100%, but we can get 50, 60% of level-minded Black people that care about having productive fucking lives.
Yeah.
They've just never been approached in a way that we have the ability, even in our diversity of what we have in this sphere here. This is a diversity of thought kind of thing.
Right.
They've never been reached by this.
Right.
They've never been touched by this. They've never been engaged by this. And we just haven't got it to them yet.
Yeah.
And I think that if all of us had that mindset, that hungry to get them mindset,
yeah,
and we feed that to each other and to them, to be like, okay, you made this decision. You chose not to vote for the Democrat. You chose to tell them no tangible, no vote. You chose to choose Kemp because Kemp opened the state and the Democrats, would have shut it down.
Yeah.
Like, you chose that. Like, you made the first decision. You made the first step.
But my thing is, my thing is,
when we want to teach and tell and advise, and we just haven't reached you yet.
Real quick, Olivia Rondeau has entered the chat.
That's what I wanted to say. Let's say hello to Olivia.
What up, Liv?
Good to see you. Wait a minute, I got a question though.
Hey, Liv.
Olivia, you didn't pop in here on your own, place. You seem to be in someone else's place right now.
That's technically Jordan Dixon right now.
Is there something you know, Olivia? Are y'all living in sin?
I did not come on here.
Why you gotta put on the spot like that? That's cold.
Oh, leave my baby alone.
We are all sinners, Marty.
I want to know.
I mean, he who was without sin throw the first stone.
I have
I've
no.
been married almost 30 years. I don't need to worry about sin no more. I'm sorry, Olivia. I'm just playing with you.
I have no comment.
Yeah, your wife might beg to differ, sir.
I was gonna say there's many manifestations of sin.
Okay.
Anyway.
Oh shit! I forgot to send Mo Fax the damn link. Oh shit! Hold up, Mo. I'm about to send it to you right now. My bad. Damn, I forgot. But Sonny, when I talk about when I was on my shit, I was trying to change minds. It's different when there's minds in the middle and minds on your side. I have given up on changing minds. Like them niggas that's vote blue no matter who. Nah, I'm writing them niggas off.
Yeah, but this is my thing. I've been in that sphere for a couple of months now. And a lot of those ones who you fought with, say 2 years ago, that was vote blue no matter who, they are not saying that anymore. Those people are changing. Because of what they are seeing and because of the disgusting treatment that they have seen from Democrats. So it's not, the ones that are going to be steadfast are going to be steadfast. But a large group of them are willing to extend and have different conversations. So I know I'm going to be going on and doing a platform with Tesla on Thursday night.
Okay.
For Black Effect podcast. And it's a diverse group of us that are going to be chatting. And this is what I've learned, going into this sphere with Tesla, is that it's a space where if you're about the work, you don't have that, you know what I'm saying? And these groups are Black people.
Yeah.
So they're not necessarily every single one full-blown Black commies, you know what I'm saying? And for a minute, they might have been listening to the blue this, blue that. But in the last couple of months, having it play out in real time, of seeing these ads come out, of seeing Stacey Abrams say no to reparations, then say yes to reparations, and then say, well, kind of the rest, you know what I'm saying? And going through that flip-flop, having her put out a plan that was specifically, that she said was specifically designed for men, but it was basically a generalized plan that covered all groups. And she was like, well, yeah, it covers all groups, but it helps Black men too. And Black men was like, that's not what we asked you for. We asked you for some really, really simple shit. And you can't even. And instead of that, they get all the videos, they get the half-naked women, and they're like, okay, you're supposed to be distracted by that.
Mm-hmm.
So it has been, and I'm like, it's nothing that Republicans have done. It's nothing that conservatives have done. It's like a hard knock reality of realism for some of these people to have seen what has transpired in the last election cycle. So, you know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. So a lot of people before that I know who were staunch. So like, you're not going to change the Roland Martins that get paid off the system as it is, right? So I'm not talking about like the Roland Martins, you know, but there are a lot of Black voices in that sphere that are like, y'all didn't listen to Black men. Y'all have no appreciation for Black men. And Black men see y'all clearly. And this is why you're getting what you're getting in this election as far as Black men not showing up. So if you think about that in terms of the Black men who are fleeing now, and you add to that the Black people that don't actually vote or participate in the process, think about the size of the voting block you have in just that arena alone. In that arena alone, you could crush Democrats' ability to maintain complete solid control over a lot of these communities where things are going haywire and going, you know what I'm saying? With that amount alone. So
anybody want to add to that?
That is the voting block that I'm going to talk about and focus on.
You know, it's funny. Yeah, it's funny that you bring this up, Sonnie, because I was literally just talking to my younger cousin about this last night. I mean, and he's not very political, but he'll follow some of the stuff I say on Twitter. He's one of the lurkers. He doesn't say anything, but he likes to watch people tweet. And he's more centrist. Like on social stuff, he tends to be a little bit more left, but on fiscal stuff, he's a little bit more right. But, you know, we were talking about Black conservatism, and I was kind of telling him about what I do and, you know, how I feel like I fit into this whole thing. And I basically said the same thing to him. Like, I don't feel like I want to reach the people like the Roland Martins or people who are in that camp, because they've decided to be there. I mean, that's where they want to be. They're not going to do anything. They're more about empowering the Democratic Party. But for more regular type of Black people, those are the people that I want to rock with. Those are the people that I want to actually talk to. I mean, even when I go on Black media, most of them are more Black progressive left, not a whole lot of Black Democrats who are more towards the middle. Some every now and then, depending on who Tammy has on, but in general, that's what I'm dealing with. So, I mean, for me, I'd rather talk to people who are more like Teslin. I was on with her earlier today, actually. It was a lot of fun because I didn't feel like I needed to take like the right-wing position. Like sometimes when I do these appearances, it's something on the left, so it's more of a debate. But I knew with Teslin, regardless of which way she leans, that the subject was actually what was brought up before, what Stacey Abrams said about Black men. And you know that Teslin had fire for that, right? So we were able to kind of agree. And I even kind of criticize how Republicans talk about Black people. But like, I prefer to deal with people who are a little bit more sensible, people who aren't so wedded to their party. And to me, I agree with you. I think that's where the focus should be.
Liv, what you feel about what Stacey Abrams said about Black men? She said we've been targeted by misinformation. And we don't.
Real quick, I got to hop on Red State's thing, so I'm going to do that, and then I'll see if I can come back on.
All right, we'll be here. Come back, man.
All right.
And look at your DM too on this topic, Hotep.
Okay.
Just because it's not just Black men. Just read what Jen Psaki just tweeted.
Jen Psaki. Oh, Lord have mercy. Jen Psaki said the Latino vote is not the same everywhere. There are huge generational differences, and in Florida, population of older voters more likely Republicans, much larger than younger. Socialism does not play there. Correct. The motherfuckers are straight from Cuba. They know what communism looks like. And there is a massive disinformation problem in Spanish language media. Whoa.
Let me translate for Jen Psaki right now. Democrats are socialists because she said socialism don't play there.
Right.
And she said Latinos are easily misled.
Because of a language barrier.
No. She said on Spanish language media.
Yeah.
On Spanish language media.
Yes.
Oh,
they're easily misled. That's so now she's got Black men, they got suburban white women, and they got Latinos who are easily misled. They're making lots of excuses.
This sounds like racism to me.
Hey.
Liv, what do you make of all of this?
So what did Stacey exactly say about Black men?
Lance Bottoms and Stacey Abrams said Black men have been targeted with misinformation. They don't know why they want what they want. And the reason why they want what they want is
y'all
wrong.
stupid?
Yeah.
So she basically just called y'all stupid?
Yeah.
Basically.
Well, she's stupid. And she's an election denier. And I don't know why she acts like she never said that she actually went to Brian Kemp. Like, she said that multiple times, then she backtracked, and now she's saying that people who deny elections are like the new insurrectionists, I guess. And can I just say that the left used to be like the don't trust the media, don't trust the government. They used to be like okay with saying, oh, that election was false. Like, that's what a true leftist or a true progressive is not trusting the government, not trusting what they say about elections. So this whole, she's just a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. I hate her.
The Georgia governor's race is an election denier versus someone who fought to keep the results pure in Georgia. Now, which is which?
Sonnie, if you had to pick somebody in the Georgia race between Kemp and Abrams, who would you pick and why?
I would definitely choose Kemp, and it's all economics, but not just economics because, you know me, I love the cultural side of it. A lot like, again, focusing on Black men and what Black men are doing. So Kemp reached out and actually went and showed up and made appearances at some Black events, one especially with Killer Mike. And then he did a photo op where he actually stopped at Killer Mike's barbershop and paid to get a haircut, right? So, of course, that's just aesthetic shit. But if they are smart and they start understanding the power of relationships, then Kemp will not only win, but he will be able to leave the infrastructure for the next incoming Republican to be able to capitalize off of those relationships. That's what politics is. It's the continuous flow of relationships. So if you have one person coming into a position or going out of a position, the next person coming in, let me connect you with this person that'll help you with this and this person with this so that the flow becomes continuous. And that's where the parties have strength in being able to take their candidates and get their candidates right beside the people that are incumbents and leaving or decided not to run again or whatever the circumstances or situation is. It gives them a certain level of experience and expertise when they are going into those spots. And if you build those relationships and you have those coalitions in place, then you don't have to rebuild them every fucking election cycle. Like if you put them in and you actually maintain them throughout your presidency, which you should be doing, or your governorship, which you should be doing by meeting their needs, hearing their concerns, being able to solve some of their problems and issues. If you're maintaining those relationships, guess what? It's going to be easier for you to run for re-election. It's going to be easier for the guy that comes after you to be able to come and take advantage of those relationships, grow those relationships, increase the numbers of your growth within those communities. This is how politics is played.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with their platforms? Are you familiar with Kemp's platform and Stacey Abrams' platform? Because right now, Stacey Abrams' platform to me just looks like wow.
It's abortion. It's all the traditional civil rights kind of era acts, right?
Okay.
So that's kind of where they stay. And it, put it like this, both parties do it. They choose like 3 things that Black people are allowed to talk about, and then Black people have to stay within those 3 fucking things, right? So with Stacey Abrams and them, they had voter suppression, they had abortion, and
police,
and the LGBT things is one of the things. And
the LGBT was part of it.
No, I'm saying these are the things that they're allowed to talk about for them to be acceptable candidates, right?
Right.
So they'll give you 3, and you have to focus on these 3. So like with the Black Republicans right now, they're going to be focusing on protecting white people from anti-white racism. I promise you, that's going to be the next group of Black faces you see representing the Republican Party are going to be Black faces that are like, it's okay to be white and there's real racism against white people. Those are the people that are going to be elevated. in the next round.
Write this down so I know what to do.
Yeah, that's what's coming. And you can even see, did you see the ad that they put in Georgia?
No.
In Georgia. They put out a entire ad about how white people are under attack and how they wouldn't let them get medicine, and they was giving it to black people first, and white people was being discriminated over.
Antibodies and all of that, yeah.
And they needed, and this white bigotry needs to stop. This is from like one of those America First packs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is from the big America First, America, them. They're putting this shit out. And these are also the people that are talking about Christian nationalism or conservative nationalism. And they're flirting with this idea of like basing it on what? Being anti-white racist. Why would you play this ad in Georgia 1 week before the election? When black people are fleeing the Democratic Party and supporting Kemp? Why would you put this ad out in Georgia 1 week before the election?
P-Dog, what was you about to say?
But Sonnie, who put that ad out? I'm just curious.
America First Lawyers Association or Attorneys Association or something.
Where are they from? Who are they?
It's a part of the America First PACs.
Is that like what's that ding dong's name? Not that stupid kid.
Yep.
Yeah. Nick Fuentes, is that him?
No.
The America First PAC. Oh, that's
yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know why they put that out. I got to tell you.
That's a lot of them that's attached to that. And I'm not even saying that they knew that the ad was going to come out. But the point is, you're attached to this group, and this is the ads that they're putting out. Again, in Georgia, 1 week before the election, when Black people are fleeing the Democratic Party and are openly saying they're going to support Kemp. Why would you put that? Why would you put this ad out in that situation, in that circumstance?
That sounds like
what sense would that make?
Sabotage to me.
Sounds like an op to me. almost because you sabotage yourself.
But that's going to be the point, and so that's going to be the next wave of Black faces on the Republican side of the aisle, and then of course they'll pick their other two categories that they say Black people are allowed to talk about. And then if you don't stick within those categories, then you're going to be kicked out. So right now, you don't even know what those categories are yet, because like you would think it would be like border security. You don't even know where Republicans stand on border security. They say to you with lip service, we're going to get a control of the border. But they had the House, they had the Senate, and the presidency. They had the opportunity to lock down the border, and they didn't do it. Are they talking about right now what they're going to do with the illegal immigrants that are here? How many Republicans are talking about like mass deportations? Like none of them. So what are you going to do with the people that are here? So eventually you're going to have amnesty pushed coming from Republicans, and Democrats are going to get everything they want, because the American people are not going to be able to stand seeing people forcibly removed without being like, no, this is not who we are. We can't stop this. And that's an American people having a loving heart kind of thing that we're going to have to realize and deal with. But what do you know that the Republican Party is going to do? Like, what have they told you they're going to do as far as healthcare is concerned? So, like, the only area where we might have some understanding truly of what they might do is in energy and how they'll push to actually get those regulations removed and get people comfortable with investing in fossil fuels again, and making sure we have the supplies that we need and we're able to generate for our country. But outside of that, what has Republicans told you they're going to do? Because I remember them saying they were fiscally conservative. I never saw them try to stop spending money. Like, I remember them saying, like, that they were liberty first. Any of them try to take the FISA court down or take any of these apparatuses? How many of them are saying they're not going to reform the FBI? They're going to completely and totally dismantle it after seeing their abhorrent behavior against American citizens. Like, none of them are saying that. So what is it exactly that you're going to get from the Republican Party? And I think if you really, really look at that and think about it, it's kind of sobering, even if you do get a red wave.
Right now, the answer is investigations, right?
Yeah, and they're gonna. But I hope it's more investigations about the border than Hunter. And I can understand why you want Hunter. I get it. Go after him if you find the actual corruption that can be proven, not just committee meetings that are set up to try to drag this out and make it a spectacle. But I think the most important committee meetings that need to take place are about what is happening on the border, what is happening with American monetary policy, and what is happening with our flirtation with globalism when you have majority of the globe not participating in that system. You know, shout out to Hotep for that line of thought. But is it globalism if only 50% are fucking with it and playing by the rules and actually navigating the way it's supposed to be? Is it actually globalism and understanding our flirtation with that concept and how it's got us where we are with China, with Russia, how we're looking now at Taiwan? Will it be just like we're looking at Ukraine? Like, I hope it's more of those substantive investigations than it is just how bad can we hurt the Democrats or how many scalps can we take. Like, those investigations can go on without the open committees. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Use the open committees to actually drain the damn swamp. You want to keep saying that shit, like, this is your time to use your committee power to drain the swamp. And let the Hunter committee, let the investigation keep going. Do what you got to do to make sure the information gets to where it needs to be, so charges are actually filed if you can get them filed. But I think these things that are the undercurrents for what we are seeing damaging American institutions the most right now, those are the things that need to be driven to the forefront. And we have no promise from Republicans that that's going to be the case.
Shout out to Mo Fax has just joined the chat.
Peace, Hotep.
What up? What do you make of the Georgia race, man? Stacey Abrams and Kemp, they said that black men are victims of misinformation, misguided. We some dumb niggas. What do you make of that?
All right, so what I make of it is, and first I gotta let people know I'm quote unquote part of that black male population that they speak of.
Are you sure about that?
I'm very sure about that.
Okay.
Last time I checked in the mirror, but and I'm also a political atheist. Because I don't believe in none of this, and I'm a one-issue voter. You know what I'm saying? You know where I come from.
What's your one issue? Reparations?
Pro reparations and slash tangibles. Because as I think Sonnie was saying, neither party has really offered us anything. But what we've realized is, and this is something I heard the Democrats bring up, is the Maslow hierarchy of needs. The Democrats is the one that brought this up about black men. And if you don't know what that is, that's like the motivational, it's a
food, water, air, shelter.
Right. So that's where black men have started at the physiological needs. That's air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, reproduction. Right. You see what I'm saying? And that's why she said, oh, black men know what they want, but they don't know why they want it. Right. You know what I'm saying? They know they want air, they know they want food, they know they want shelter, but they don't know, they've been misinformed of why they want it. And what she's secretly saying, and what I took from her implications, is that black men want this because they want to be like white men. That's what she's saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, a black man, they want air and food and water and shelter. And then if you move up there, there's safety needs, personal security. Oh, that's two-way right there. Black men want guns because they want to be like white men. You see what I'm saying? Not that we have our own brain to think for ourselves and say, you know what? We want to be able to protect ourselves. You said that we're the most vulnerable and most victimized group in America, so we should have the right to have 2A, right? You know what I'm saying? So they go security, employment, resources, health, property. Hey, I don't want your, you know what I'm saying, Vaseline. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's part of health. So black men are so dumb, they don't realize that they don't need the they need the Vaseline. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? That's what she's saying, that we're so dumb. We know what we want, but we don't know why we want it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to be like MAGA white men. So what the Democrats have done is worked their way down, top down from Maslow. The top down is self-actualization. This is the problem they had with Kevin Samuels. And you heard Tiffany Cross mention him by name, Kevin Samuels following, you know what I'm saying, black men. She said that herself because Kevin Samuels was about us controlling our own image. The Republicans don't control our image. The Democrats don't control our image. Black women don't control our image. We control our image. And that's what you're seeing with the whole Kanye and the Kyrie, all this stuff rolls into it. But they're working themselves way down. From the top down, the next level down, you have esteem, respect, self-esteem, status, recognition, strength, and freedom. So they're saying, oh, you're a coon. We don't have any respect for you if you're going to go think like a white man. This is what the Democratic, as I call it, the black coven, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. The black witch coven of the Democrats are working their way down. The next level down is love and belonging, friendship, intimacy, family, sense of connection. What they say, no fucking, no vote. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to cap us on this Maslow of saying, we know you need clothes, we know you need air, we know you need personal security, but don't want it because you want to be like white men. That's what she's saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you this is what I hear. Because Hotep, you know how I get down, you know what I'm saying? I get in the weeds. Yeah. And one thing I want to let people know is just because black men are not in the streets rallying, that's not what we do. I think Sonnie pointed out the point that we get 6 hours of sleep. You know, we go to work. By the time you come home, you play some Switch with the kids, eat dinner. You don't have that much time left. But guess what? We have these two things called black thumbs. And we get on social media and we let it be known, firing off memes, firing off, you know what I'm saying, going to the comments of YouTube and Twitter. Now that Twitter's been opened back up, you know, and they realize that. That's why they try to coin these groups called like ADOS and FBI or whatever as Russian bots. They started this early on in 2016. They're Russian bots. They're Russian bots. No, we're not Russian bots. We ruined your whole presidential candidate, Kamala Harris, campaign before it got off the ground with these black thumbs we have. You see what I'm saying? We were the one that pointed out her criminal justice record, her hypocrisy on weed. I'm talking about as soon as she dropped right at Howard, when I say we, and this is not something it's kind of like MAGA. It's not, how do you explain MAGA? MAGA has a spectrum, you know what I'm saying? You have like super hardcore Trump MAGA, and then you have the MAGA that said, hey, we ain't with the shot. You see what I'm saying? It's a spectrum the same way what I quote is called the black thumbs. We get online, we fire off these memes, we quote, you know what I'm saying? We watch what we want to watch. You know, we support who we want to support with what thumbs up, likes, follows. That's a problem for them. They've never seen black men take their identity into their own hands and say, this is who we are.
So because, you know, I responded to the sentiment, right? The sentiment was, is black men's fault that Stacey Abrams didn't win, right? And I responded with an image of myself smiling, and I said, you know, the face you make when you're the reason why Stacey Abrams won't win the race. And then I was hit with the whole, you want to be a white man. How did we get to that point that black men want to be white men? Because I'm getting this a lot. I'm getting, you know, what's the other one? I'm a black face of white supremacy. Yep. I'm a black white supremacist. Right? Take this one. Watch this one out. You know, how did this come about that now black men are white men?
Well, it comes about when black men want to buy into the quote unquote patriarchy. When we want to be the fathers in our homes, the head of our homes, oh, that's white man thinking, because what white supremacy has done is flipped the racial, I mean, the sexual and gender roles in the Black household. The Black woman was allowed to go to college. You know what I'm saying? This goes back with affirmative action. If you want a double minority, you hire a Black woman. This is nothing against our sisters. It's just business math. They say, okay, we need a double minority. Let's get a Black woman. And this is kind of the deal Black women made with white feminists back in the 1960s and 70s. And what that did was totally flip our gender roles in the household. And they're saying, if you want to flip that back, you're trying to buy into patriarchy, which is a white man's idea, and this is what makes you a white thinking man. So that's what this is.
So they're stripping our manhood too.
They've been had it.
It's the easiest way for them to get out of a fight, right? What they have learned is if they can make it about race and like, you got to think about it honestly. So when they're saying it thinking that they're coming up against one of them other Black Republicans or one of them other Black faces who never say anything negative about Republicans, who never check them, who never hold them accountable, and will start knee padding for them the moment they come. They're used to being able to spew that at them, and they will argue with them, because then the Black Republican can say, look how much I don't get any hate from Republicans, but look at that, they can use it as an example. So they're so used to being able to get away with it with those, the acceptable Blacks, right? They're able to get away with it with them. And they think that it will work on people like us. And we just have to understand it literally means they have no other argument, right? It's nothing else that they can say to you. It's not a step they can go further than what they just offered you. What they gave you is the creme de la creme of the crop of what they have at their disposal. And that should make all of us laugh, because we could understand that this is our competition. Again, when we go to reach the men that are actually working, the men that are actually putting gas in their tank and going to the grocery store, which one of us do you think they're going to listen to? The one that's talking about you taking on all that responsibility makes you misogynistic and empowers the patriarchy? Or are they going to look at us and are like, go Black man, go. How can we get you into another stream of revenue so you're not working as much and you're able to have more time with your kids? You know what I'm saying? Which one of us are they going to listen to? So to me, it's just funny to let them speak and be like, okay, that's your message. I know what you're scared of. Let me tell you what I'm not scared of. Let me tell you how I plan to move. Let me tell you how we do this on our side of the aisle. Again, understanding they've never gotten that response. That's not what they're used to. They're used to fighting with the acceptable Black faces.
Is what they're trying to do working, Mo and
it's
Sonnie
not working anymore. It's not working anymore.
When you say they, I want to be clear. When you say they, are you saying
I don't know, whoever,
the Democrats?
Whoever the hell told Keisha Lance Bottoms to say Black men don't know why they want what they want?
The real white supremacists?
Right.
Good answer. I'm like Family Feud. Good answer. Good answer. They have, okay, let me say, when I say they,
right? Like,
both, well, here's the problem. And I'm just going to be honest, you know what I'm saying, because both sides have their flaws. Republicans have no problem with you making it up to the fourth level of having esteem, respect, self-esteem, status, recognition, strength, freedom.
Okay.
But they have the problem with the fifth level. That's self-actualization. That's me defining who I am. Not that you put this red cape on me or this red hat on me and say, this is who you're going to be. We'll let you have all the money and everything else, but you have to stay inside these party lines. And I'm just going to be honest, we're seeing this play out with Candace Owens. and Daily Wire.
Yeah.
Candace, you have to stay in this box.
Hold on. I want you to stay right there. We're going to come right back to that point. I'm going to zip through some super chats. I want you to expound on that in just a second. Hold on, because that's about to be a whole nother conversation. Oh, boy. We're at Steph Colonel. He said the Democrat pandering was on Mach 10 today. I think I read that one. Steph Colonel said we would have won if it wasn't for those goddamn Hoteps and that Jeff guy. Ty Bukar said, Hotep Nation, best election coverage tonight. Appreciate you, homie. Steph Colonel said, Roland Martin hasn't seen Pudenda in 40 years. Yeah, I would believe that. Art Dog said, Hotep Nation election coverage beats CNN, MSNBC, and Fox hands down. I never liked groups until I found the Hoteps. I feel I'm a part of something now. Hotep and Bill. Hotep and Bill. See, that's a black man right there. Ask that black man how he found us. Ricky
What was
B.
that guy making fun of Roland Martin's gut, man? He might have still seen it. Never mind. I'm just
Shots fired. Ricky B. Overthrow. Jim Jones and them. Brian redacted. They using Fetterman's stroke to get pity votes. If he wins, he'll resign and they'll appoint his replacement. All right, I'm gonna get back to Zachary and the rest of these in just a moment. Mo Facts. What is that analogy you just made to what's happening between Big Boss Ben and Candy?
Well, they felt like they had a expected response for her.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. That's the problem when black men start peeking into the Republican side. You know, they're okay. Oh yeah, you're a hard worker. You know, that kind of thing. But it's like, hold on, I support this, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, oh, well, that's us. And that goes for. It's not only black men experience this, because you see it with, if you're not pro-Ukraine, the Republicans really don't have any, you know what I'm saying, space for you to be over there. You know what I'm saying? You're the odd man out if you support that. So, like I said, the Republicans are okay with you meeting the 4 levels: the esteem, the love, the belonging, the safety, the needs, the physiological needs. But it's like self-actualization, me defining myself. Oh, no. We can't have that. You have to bang this. You have to bang red no matter what. And it's like, whoa.
Hold that thought.
How is that different from the how is that different from the other party?
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. I got a call to action for the chat in regards to this exact topic. We're live on Rumble right now. Shout out to my Rumble people. But we ain't getting no homepage love. I'm seeing streams up here getting some homepage love. I don't know, maybe because we created the account today. I see one account up here with 10 people watching, another one here with 46 people watching. We got 165 people in the Rumble chat. Shout out to my Rumble chatters. But we not on the homepage. We're not getting no homepage love. I need y'all to tag Rumble on every single social media channel and ask them why the Hoteps ain't getting no. We not in the live category. They not showing us in the live category. We not on the homepage. I don't know if they got an algorithm over there, but it sounds like they're not allowing some self-actualization. Continue with that thought, P-Dog. What'd you say? I
forgot.
I remember what you asked.
It's not different, but that's
yeah. So yeah, I don't think that's different with either party though. If you stray from the line, and this applies to everybody, not just black men, but if you stray from their line, then you had a problem. And they don't want that. They don't want anyone, you know, if you in the Democrat Party, if you talk about something other than abortion, you know, the 3 topics that they're talking about, they don't want you talking about that because they got a narrative they want you to do. Now I get, and I understand. And so I think that applies. It applies equally. I know what you're saying about, I completely understand what you're saying when the Republicans do that too. So,
well, and you're right, but the thing is, not for me, but the Republicans are going to try to persuade leave the Democratic plantation, leave the Democratic plantation, only to find myself on another plantation of mental slavery. It's like, whoa, like, I might as well stay a runaway slave. You know what I'm saying? And stay out here, you know what I'm saying, in the wilderness At least I have my autonomy. So I'm giving you how Black men that want their autonomy, which is a big thing, and we want to define our image. You gotta have, notice, Democrats do give their people this. You have blue dog Democrats all the way over to the farthest left San Francisco Democrats. You see what I'm saying? Republicans, and I understand it's the way the party is created, they're based off of morals and principles. So that's the difference. The Democrats is like this hodgepodge of different groups that we can push together, you know what I'm saying, and push your agenda. Republicans are based off of a set ideals, and which Black men appreciate, because we're some of the most conservative people there are. When you sit down and talk to us, but it's that point when you say, hey, well, what about reparation? That's a non-starter. You will not have anybody that's supported by big red money that can say anything about reparations. Nothing. So it's like, well, okay. And that, I'm just telling you. But the thing is,
you got cut out your internet cut out for like half of 2 seconds.
Okay, sorry about that. But see, don't be confused that we're confused when I say we. Black men understand us not voting is action. Inaction is action, because us not voting, we understand that they need Black turnout men and women. So it does two things. One, it renders the Black female vote ineffective because they can't corral us and get cousin Pookie, you know what I'm saying, to the polls. So it's like, nah, we ain't going. So that's, we understand, but it's like, if you want that double vote, one, not voting for the blue, but then also adding one to your column, these are our list of demands. And like I said, it has to be things that are tangible. Trump got this. That's why he had the platinum plan. He understood this. It's like, we need to do something specific for Black people. Now, only thing I say to Trump is his number was wrong. You know what I'm saying? If he would have put a T on it, $1 trillion, then that would have opened people's eyes. But he understood that I can't be perceived as giving Black people too much. So I got to go with this 500 billion and not this trillion, which when you're printing money, what's the difference at this point?
Right. Can I ask you a question about what you said, though, about the Republicans having the party being founded on like these morals and values, and the Democrats are kind of a hodgepodge of different ideologies and really like interest groups and like identity groups or whatever you want to call it. Why is it that hodgepodge is driving the cultural train down whatever tracks they're driving it down, and the Republican strategy seems to be simply to oppose that and have no tangible actual strategy that promotes the morals and values? It's just like, oh my God, look at them, look how bad they are. And they spend most of their time being oppositional instead of just saying like, you know what, fuck them, we don't care what they're doing, we're going to do our thing, and this is where we're going, jump on the train, we're going this way.
Well, the Republicans are playing the safe game, which I don't blame them. Politically, it's smart. It's because it's like, as long as Black men are not voting or Black people are not voting blue, it's a win for us. And that's why you need Obama-level turnout to win for Democrats. And when we start looking, well, I ain't gonna go there, but when we start looking at these numbers, and these numbers are gonna be quite funny, you know what I'm saying? Whose vote is being manipulated? And I would think, because there's no enthusiasm to vote blue amongst Black men, because it's like the things you're pushing, like transgender bathrooms, that was a big thing, a big smack in the face for Black people getting Obama to quote unquote turn up after 2012. That was the secret thing. Like, okay, wait till he gets reelected, wait till the second term, and he gonna, you know what I'm saying, he gonna do something. We know he can't do nothing in 2008. Let's get him to the second term. And then he pivoted to transgender bathrooms and all these other things. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of the thing what tarnished him. And that's why he can't even draw but like what, half a stadium, a third of a stadium. Mm-hmm. There's no enthusiasm there anymore. So like I said, we understand what we want. We understand that not voting.
The transgender bathrooms was under Obama?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that was like the North Carolina, and there was a few other different where they were like talking about not having
Obama
tournament games.
Trans gentlemen on us.
Yes, they moved the NBA NBA All-Star Weekend.
All-Star Weekend. That's right. That's what it was.
Charlotte because of that.
In Charlotte.
Yeah. I knew there was something basketball with North Carolina. I couldn't remember exactly what it was, but yeah. And look, Brian, that the Obama White House lit the White House rainbow colors.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was
Obama.
Yes.
It's not my black president.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
So that's what ruined it for them, and that's what has the ears perked up when you send a Kamala out here. It's just Obama 2.0. She can't move the needle. Nobody can move the needle. Stacey Abrams can't move the needle, because at the end of the day, you got to understand, these black women like Stacey Abrams and Keisha Lance Bottom and Tiffany Cross and Joanne Reed, their power structure is built into feminism. At the end of the day, they have to stay feminist first. You know what I'm saying? Like you say, America first, they're feminist first. And their feminist handlers tell them, remember, that black man got his vote. He didn't mind you getting yours. We the one got it for you. You know, that's what the women's suffrage thing was all about. Was, hey, we're the one that got your black man. He just wanted to be like the white man, which takes us back to what Stacey Abrams said. Black men know what they want, but they don't know why they want it. Or they're misinformed why they want it.
Hey, y'all, I forgot to send Uncle Hotep the invite to the Zoom.
No, you did not.
I'm sitting up here wondering why this nigga ain't come. I'm like, yo, where this nigga at? I'm cussing him out in my head.
Where he was.
Like, why this nigga ain't showing up? So I went to go back in the Zoom to send this nigga a cuss out, realized I forgot to send this nigga the link.
Is he waiting out there?
Oh, man.
He's in the chat. He's in the chat.
Friends like you, man. I swear.
Oh.
Hey, we're live on Rumble. We're on the Hotep's Been Told You channel on Rumble. Hotep's Been Told You chat. I need you to tag Rumble on Instagram. I need you to tag Rumble on Twitter. Take a screenshot. Let them know you're watching the stream and tell them, put us on the homepage. Put us in the live feed. Wake up their social media manager, their web development manager, whoever's working the website. Wake that nigga up. Tell them put us on the goddamn homepage. People need to see this shit. Where's your black representation on Rumble? I need some self-actualization going on.
Isn't Bongino on there?
Unc been in the chat for like the last hour and a half.
Has he?
Yeah, I've been seeing him. I thought he was just doing whatever he had to do and listening at the same time. I didn't know. Oh my god.
Wait, Unc is in the.
He's been in the chat for a minute.
Oh my god.
I'm sitting here wondering, where's this nigga at?
He's been here on the chat all the whole time I've been here. I just thought maybe he wasn't doing this today.
I'm sitting up here cussing him out.
Oh man.
Wondering where he at.
Didn't you put in the chat earlier, Unc is coming?
Damn,
Yes.
they called the race in Georgia?
You didn't see that?
They didn't call it. Did they call it? The governor?
I said
one?
Unc is coming.
I'm following Election Wizard, so
Yeah.
Okay.
I need some
Kemp is up
updates.
by-
What's going on?
Yeah, Kemp is up by 4 points with 70% in.
Six?
52-6 to 46-7. I'm sorry, 6 points.
Six
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, 6 points. My
Three-
bad.
Almost 200,000 votes.
And Warnock's lead has so this was what was crazy. I sent in the chat. I sent Walker had overtaken Warnock at 8:03. Well, 9:03. 8:03 Eastern time. Anyway, is that right? No, maybe it was 9:03. Shit, whatever time it was. Anyway, and like 3 minutes later, it flipped like 3% or 5 percentage points. So it's back. It's tightened up again. Warnock is up 50 to 48.1. It's still really, really early in Pennsylvania. Fetterman's up 55 to 42, but that's with only 24. That's 24% reporting. So
Okay.
it's not.
So they just
It's way early.
Warnock again, and so now that race, neither of them have 50% right now. And if neither,
Oh yeah, 49-8, 48-3.
they have a runoff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
Kemp's 52.8 to 46.5 over Abrams.
Uncle Hotep has made it to the chat. Hey.
Well, Abbott won. That's good.
Yeah.
Got a gold bonnet on? What's that?
I was about to say, what's going on? This nigga look like a burnt piece of popcorn.
Uncle, like you sell oils at the flea market.
Oh, what's good? Can you hear us?
Oh, 46.5.
Huh?
Yeah.
Just made it to the chat. Hey.
This is my daughter's bonnet, man. Why are you making fun of my daughter's bonnet for?
I'm making fun of you wearing your daughter's bonnet.
I was gonna say, why are you wearing?
Nigga look like a burnt piece of pop.
Because she took it off this morning, left it on my desk. So I decided to put it on.
Turn the YouTube volume off.
Yeah.
Y'all can't hear me?
Yeah, we can, but
you got the
echo.
YouTube volume on.
Oh, my bad. Jesus, Lord have mercy.
He got the new silk.
Why you ain't tell me I ain't send you the Zoom link?
I was like, fuck it, he's trying to do his thing. I don't know, man.
You was trying not to work tonight.
Oh my God.
See? He was trying to sit out tonight. He's trying to take the day off. Nah, nigga, you gotta work, nigga. You got 6 side quests to do. And working tonight is one of them.
Unc heard talking earlier about only sleeping 6 hours a night. He's like, shit, I might get 3 tonight.
Nigga, Hotep Nation, you on the clock, nigga.
Oh my God.
What you got to say? Matter of fact, you on stage now. What you got to say? We talking about black men. Stacey Abrams said you niggas is dumb. You don't know what to think. You got misinformation running through your brain.
Look, I seen you talking to Black Boule Twitter today. You and Roland Martin and that other lady, and you try to grift at the same time. You try to slick a side grift in there. When we talk about Roland, when we talk about, I'm like, this guy, here he goes, man.
Look, listen.
Instead of cussing him to fool the hell out, going full Tariq Nasheed, he tried to play slick. I'm gonna try to grift. Let me try to get him on my platform and shit. I was like, here, this guy, man, with this full shit, man.
No, that was the other lady. That was Yvette.
You did,
no, I did Roland Martin too.
Man.
No, I did Roland Martin too. You're right.
See how your handlers right below me in the Zoom is your handlers.
Okay.
Trisha and Chad.
Yeah. They're to my left and
let
right.
me do my job real quick. Hotep Jesus, stand up and show this man the hoodie that you bought from him.
I bought from him. Hand over fist.
What season is it?
Grifting season.
That's right.
From the Uncle Hotep store. From the Uncle Hotep store.
Collection.
I learned from the best.
Grifting season.
Huh?
Is it new from the Hotep collection? Grifting season.
Man, if you didn't cuss Roland Martin out for the community, man, I was like, what the fuck?
That's not my personality.
You try to play all proper and shit. Like,
that's not my personality. That's not my brand. We don't.
Oh my God.
We don't do.
I told that tap dancing Negro, like, yo, tap dancing. Oh, you got nerve to talk?
Teach me how to wobble.
Out here, you start stepping and fetching, shucking and jiving.
Teach me how to wobble.
You wanted me to play that? You want me to play that video of him dancing with Hillary Clinton?
That's what I would have did. I was searching for the gift myself. I was like, I was about to put a quote tweet. I was like, nah, let me
There's
show.
a mask on.
No, that's not. I don't believe in operating like that. We have enough divide in this country, and the left. That's what they want to do. They want to sling shit over the fence at us. I just dodged the shit. I ain't picking it up and throwing it back, because when you pick it up and throw it back, you get shit on your hands. I don't want shit on me. You got to remember, the kids is watching. So how we act is how the kids is going to emulate. And they're going to think this is how we play. That's not how Hoteps play. They already have this terrible image of Hoteps. If I am the most visible Hotep out there, as they like to pretend is the truth.
I think it is the truth.
I thought young Pharaoh was more visible to me, but since they like to say I'm the most visible one out there, I have to set the standard.
I agree. I don't argue with his ass either. He came after me trying to start a fight. I was like, I support you, bro. Keep talking.
Yeah.
Like I want you to talk, because the more you talk, the more black men run away from you. So I'm not I'm not trying to stop you from talking. I'm like, I fully support your message. You got my support 100%. Keep going, Roland. Good job. And you see, they did the compilation of him doing all this shucking and jiving and dancing and shit. And I'm sitting there like, why would I argue with that?
Right.
Like, why would I argue with that? Like, it don't even make sense Like, why would I argue with that? Like, nah, dude, you lost your ability there.
Yeah.
You lost any rank you might have had.
Roland Martin, I think he the cool uncle at the cookout. Everybody behind his back.
I wish all these niggas the best. They need it. They need it. Cause 10 years from now, they're gonna be working for Hotep Nation. Roland Martin.
2 days from now, they're not gonna be working. Let's just keep it. I mean, that's what that was about. I mean, with the Tiffany Cross thing was that they're gonna start thinning out, and you're gonna start seeing more black male.
Tell them about Tiffany Cross. Tell them, for the people that aren't familiar, what happened with Tiffany Cross.
Well, for one, they try to use it as saying her going back and forth with other anchors is the reason why they let her go, or that kind of thing. But she was rendered ineffective. And when you're ineffective at corralling the black vote, they get rid of you the same way they did Melissa Harris Perry. The same Joy Reid understands, like, she looking over both shoulders. You know what I'm saying? She's nervous when she swipes her bags in the morning.
And she,
you know what I'm saying?
But Joy Ann Reid also lost the show.
Exactly.
Yeah. And they moved her to like Saturday or something like that.
Right. So I'm just telling you that the Democrats put all their eggs in the basket of that black women, and this is not about all black women. I got to say that because they painted us as some kind of misogynoir haters, and that's not the case.
Yeah.
What we're saying is the black women the blue black women, what I call them, the Democratic black women,
blue blacks, yep.
Blue blacks. They put all their eggs in their basket, saying you got to corral these men no matter what. If it boils down to not having sex with them, going on a sex strike, that's what you have to do, and it didn't work. And that's why Hotep, I applaud you for not going back and forth, because that's part of our image. They think we're supposed to snap every time, like, or go crazy. No, when you have the power, you don't have to take action. You just stand back, fold your arms, and watch the ship sink. And once they get in that hole, it's like, now you ready to ask for my help to get out? Now you ready to ask for my help to get out?
And they want to be the ones that you need, right?
Yeah.
So they feel like you should feel like you have to come through them in order to be like in this space.
Yeah.
So like, this is my space, and you can't just come into my space without, checking in with me first. And we're like, yeah, nigga, please.
Yeah, they want to be the gatekeepers. But remember how I ended my tweet. This is my tweet to Roland Martin. He responded to my clip on Gutfeld, where I said climate change is racist. A cloud called me nigga. And he called me a certifiable idiot. And to that, I responded. I say, may God bless you with love in your life. Hopefully, one day we can have a conversation to discuss our differences. But look at my last line. Red wave incoming, though. So no matter what he's saying, how he feel about me, his job on the line.
You try to Tabitha Brown that man.
Huh?
You try to hit that man with the Tabitha Brown. Bless your heart. bless your little heart. I hope you find love. I'm sorry that you never had someone that loved you in a way. You Tabitha Brown that man. I know what you did.
Come on, y'all. Roland Brown has a girlfriend. She just lives in Canada.
That translation was brilliant, Sonnie. That was a perfect translation of what he really did, because he tried to make it all sound reasonable and shit. Nah. Oh, bless your heart.
He doesn't have love in his life.
Red wave incoming. You just had to beat it with a fish at the end of it.
I'm just saying, like, you're not going to, no matter what he say, you're not going to stop the election results. Like, your tweeting is not going to change anything. You haven't changed anything. That's why it's a red wave. Zachary Strong said, what did you say, Sonnie?
No, on top of that, you got to think about the fact that the whole way he operates is conservative. He went to ownership. When his progressive overlords kicked this black ass out, where did he go? He's like, okay, I'm going to own my own shit. I'm going to operate. So again, the methodology that you are now using to claim some metric of success is in fact the same exact ideology you don't want black men to follow. And that's the absolute hypocrisy of it all.
ABC right now has a thing that says GOP candidates who questioned the 2020 election, and they have a scoreboard. They have a scoreboard for how many of them have won. Like how it's like 46 in the House have won, 1 in the Senate, and it's just like going through. They have a scoreboard with the graphic titled "GOP candidates who questioned the 2020 election."
It's right here. They came out today. And they pulled up an article from September 6th and tweeted it out this morning. Why election experts worry for American democracy and what they can say be done. Survey suggests Trump's questioning election integrity is having an impact. This article from the 6th of September. So they tried, and then they put out their Democracy in Peril miniseries. It's like
they got a jump start on it.
They trying,
but you better screenshot that. You better screenshot that because you know it's gonna happen, right?
It's gonna get changed up or deleted.
They not those seats are the ones. Them seats ain't gonna try and certify.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get to the super chats real fast. Zachary Strong, I'm a Fetterman appreciator. He's a fighter, even though he probably shouldn't be in the game right now. Great dedication. Papa Hotep said actor Sean Penn gave Zelensky his Oscar. This is God tier sloppy top, no hands. Oh my God. Brian Redacted said, if a third party gets more votes than the margin of difference between the D's and the R's, then the third party has a lot of leverage. 5% can be real powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Is that real? And Sonnie was talking about earlier, about taking over parties. Sonnie, you familiar with the Mises Caucus taking over the Libertarian Party?
I'm following Maj and some of it, and how they're moving, but I can't say I'm learning a lot about the Republican infrastructure and how their leadership works. And you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to see what's the best way to infiltrate silently and get people in certain positions.
Well, Chad is our libertarian mole. Chad, why don't you tell us exactly how they took over, Mises took over the Libertarian Party and what happened with that situation?
Well, at the risk of Unc getting upset because I might go off on a tangent here, let me shout out to the Patreon channel and the Patreon show Best of the Internet last night, where I was slandered relentlessly by these two gentlemen who host this show and this channel. But no, so if I may, I actually want to. I think I can give a little bit of perspective to both what Sonnie was talking about, but also to your question about the libertarian thing. I was a delegate. Or not a delegate. I was I caucused for Ron Paul in 2012 here in Louisiana. And I can tell you that, like, first of all, they try to make it to where you don't even know where and when these caucus are.
These what?
The caucuses. It was just
is that how you say it?
No, it's a joke. It's an old Rush Limbaugh thing. He used to call it the Hawkeye caucus, the Iowa caucuses. Anyway, okay. So it's so what they do is they have the beauty pageant, the stand in line and vote primary in Louisiana, and in some states, I think like in Missouri, their little poll that where you go and vote, it's like a general election sort of primary. You go and vote in that. It has no delegates awarded. All of the delegates are awarded at the Missouri caucus, and they don't tell you this stuff. And the caucus is just this thing that like nobody knows when it is unless they don't publicize it. You have to be in with the people, with that party and with their structure, like Sonnie was talking about, to know when that stuff is even going to happen. So when I showed up to caucus for Ron Paul, we had people on like 7 different delegate slates, and they didn't even know. Like they had Republicans asking us, like Rick Santorum's people were asking Ron Paul delegates to be on their slate and shit like that. So we were going to take the whole thing over. We showed up to vote at the caucus, and these people were standing outside. They're like, who are these people and where did they come from? Because they didn't recognize that like we weren't in like the in group. So we ended up sending 74% of the delegates to the Louisiana State Convention in 2012 for the Republican Party as Ron Paul delegates. And do you know who was the nominee from the caucus in Shreveport? It was Mitt Romney.
because they basically what they couldn't do by like overturning the rules and changing all the rules at the convention, they actually like physically assaulted and removed people from the premises who wouldn't go along with what they were doing. So like some of that stuff from a structure standpoint is a lot harder to take over than you might think. With the Libertarian Party, it's a lot weaker. It doesn't have the same money behind it that the Republican Party has. So the Mises Caucus, what they did was you had a bunch of folks, shout out to Michael Heiss, like he and his group did like yeoman's work starting back in 2018. They started this process, and I've been following it and participating, to the extent that I can for that whole period. And they just like got at the local parish executive committee levels. And that's one of the things that I've noticed too. Like that happens at the Republican Party too, where you can have, I thought she was talking to me. The Republican Party has that too. You have your little county executive committees, parish executive committees, state central committees. Those are the things, those are the places where the elbows rub and you start to find out who to talk to and who to meet with to sort of discover some of what Sonnie's talking about when it comes to the fundraising and where the heavy weight is being thrown. Because that's where a lot of the real elbow grease gets applied. So what I saw was that happening in the Libertarian Party at the local county level, the city level, and then at the individual states. And they just went state by state and started to build up a coalition of power. But what they were very careful about was they didn't want to become the monster that they were fighting against, which was a bunch of people who wanted to exclude anybody who didn't go with the woke agenda that a lot of the Libertarian Party was prior to their takeover. And so they still have a lot of people in there who are like, who are being allowed to still have a voice and be part of it because they recognize it needs to be a bigger tent and that they can't just have only their people and nobody else have their voice.
So who's running the show over there now at the Libertarian Party? Adam Smith? Dave Smith?
No, I mean he's one of the guys they're talking about as a potential presidential candidate, but no, Angela McArdle is the LP chair now.
Oh yeah, that's right, my girl Angela. So she running the show.
Well, I mean, so that's the thing. It's like it is, yes. I mean, she is the chairman of the party, but what she does, and I saw her put something out, the last couple of days where she's like, look, any of you candidates or anything else, if y'all need anything last minute, let me know. Any like last minute favors that you need. She's trying to help from the bottom up, help all the candidates and all the different people at the grassroots level do what they need to do. And that's one of the things that you see. I've heard Sonnie talk about this a lot, was like the Republican Party, that a lot of times they fight an endless battle, sometimes against the money that is funding directly in opposition to some of these people who are working their asses off to actually advance conservative principles. And you have people at the top of the GOP actually assaulting that with funding in the opposite direction or removing funding. And what Angela is doing is trying to help support as many candidates as possible. And you're seeing one of them, Shane Hazel, is actually, he's not going to get to 5%, but he's pulling, I think, probably some of what could have been Stacey Abrams stuff, because I think generally speaking, the Libertarian is going to pull more from the Democrat in a race like that, because it is going to be more about like, drug reform and police reform and things like that, which is going to resonate more with people who would be Abrams voters, I think.
I just want to make it apparent that Uncle Hotep, you do realize that Sonnie Johnson and Mo Fax agreed with the way I handled the Roland Martin situation and not the nigga shit you wanted me to pull. I just
that's true, because I mean that's you. I mean, it works different strokes for different folks. I just watched the video before I got on here. I watched the video. But what's my man down in Georgia? Roland had him on.
Oh, you talking about
King Randall?
King Randall.
King Randall.
Roland had King Randall on. Instead of giving him his flowers, he fucking gave him the fifth and started questioning all and running it down. You know what I mean? I'm just me. I'm just a black man for Xfinity. I'm cussing Roland Martin the fuck out. I'm just a country boy. I'm not like you city slickers. You know what I mean? This is how us country Negroes get down. That's how for that. Because come on, man, like this guy, Randall's doing everything we want black men to do, young black men to do. And Roland brings him on instead of like, hey man, how can we help? How can we do this for you? He's badgering them about voting.
Mm-hmm. And that's all they got.
Like, man, voting, it can't be everything. We got to do stuff ourselves.
That's the only purpose for Roland Martin is to get black people into the ballot box. I mean, into the voting booth and vote blue no matter who. That's their whole purpose, and that's why I said a lot of them right now are sipping wine and dusting off their resumes. But because by the end of this week, you're gonna have more and more people. Oh, this one's out, that one's out, because they haven't been able to move the needle. And what works for Hotep might not work for Unc. You see what I'm saying? We need a spectrum. You know what I'm saying? For what you have as, the quartering, you need a salty cracker. You know what I'm saying? We need the spectrum of independent media. You had to go ahead.
No, about to say, so basically, you can smack the shit out of him, and A-Shit can give him the ice.
Hey, Roland, you're gonna need this ice, man. Look like your face swollen up.
Metaphorically, because we gotta say that, because they've been in that clip there and said, oh, they're inciting, put us in that violent bag they like to put us in.
Yeah.
See,
metaphorically speaking,
metaphorically speaking.
Let's go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip here. Roland Martin and that Uncle Hotep brought up. Let's go ahead and put this on the screen.
Man.
You guys might not be able to hear it, my panel. I'll let you know when it's done playing.
That's the Hillary Clinton clip.
No, this is the Roland Martin and King Randall.
Voting is not my issue to fight. I believe. So what's your issue to fight? My issue, I fight for young black men before they die. And that's what I do in my organization. I do teach them to vote, but I don't tell them that voting is going to be the be all end all.
No one says the be all the end all, but it's a part of it.
But you guys promote voting like it's just going to change like the systemic outlook of the black community. That's not where it's at. We have to get out and go do for self in our own communities.
There it is.
Again.
There's the clip. There's the clip, y'all. When I saw that, I'm like, damn, Roland, like the brothers out here actually doing something and you ain't throw him no bell. I think he could have used that moment to highlight his work.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Look how he treated Umar Johnson when he was on there. He had a whole panel jumper.
Right.
King Randall is actually helping to make it to where there's some young men like worthy of being voted for. and he's trying to shit on it, say like, no, you need to vote for Raphael Warnock instead. Like, come on.
or just some kids who could open up a shop and work on cars or something, anything. He's doing the right thing. Teach people how to do shit.
Yeah.
That's not what they want. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised. Yeah, they want drones. Yeah, they want people to show up every 4 years, every 2 years to go pull that lever and then shut up, and then if we need some muscle, like I remember that, what was that, Missouri? Remember the Missouri University of Missouri, like the whole Black Lives Matter thing they had out there maybe 3-4 years ago, and the white liberal lady was like, I need some muscle over here. Right. I need some muscle.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they want from black men. Yeah, I need to shut up and just be muscle when we need you to be muscle. We go out here and say all these things, work on an agenda that is productive to you. But when we need muscle, they call for muscle. And that's the whole purpose of us is to vote, the buck, you know what I'm saying, and to be muscle. That's that's all they need from us.
So what you're saying is they want door knockers, not home builders.
Door kickers.
Trish, I heard you make a sigh, a noise a few moments ago. What happened?
It just New York reelected Nadler, Schumer, AOC.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter. I mean,
I was gonna say that's like saying the sun came up.
No,
AOC
I'm sorry.
won?
I mean, yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, Jesus.
My boo is back. Hey.
There was a guy in
What's that,
Connecticut.
6 more years?
There's a guy in Connecticut that was running against Johanna Hayes in some district up there, and he was really close. And it looks like she's getting ready for her victory party. They're so stupid up there.
Each houses every
They get
2
what they
years.
deserve.
Oh, house every two?
Yeah.
Oh,
Senate's
right.
Senate's every 6.
That's right.
And
She's a house.
It's
yes.
a third. Senate's a third every 6 years, and then and the House is every 2 years.
We got
So
2 more years.
They called Kemp, right?
Yeah, that's called.
Yeah.
Texas is called. Florida's called. Looks like JD Vance is pulling ahead in that Senate race. That's good.
Yeah, he's way
out
ahead.
there.
And Warnock and Walker are basically neck and neck right now.
They're both at 49.
Yeah, NBC News saying it's still too close to call in Georgia at 77%. Like, come on.
Well, yeah, they're both at 49. The Kemp's way out ahead though.
He's whooping her ass. But like you were saying, with King Randall, I mean, like I said before, like I've heard Dan Bongino even say, like, you can't be the party of the poor if it ain't no poors.
That was Sonnie Johnson line.
That's my line.
That's Sonnie Johnson line.
Because everybody's taking Sonnie line, but yeah,
that's what they do. They take our shit, run with it. Don't give us no credit. Don't give us no platform. Did they put us on the feed yet on Rumble? Let me go look. We need to be on the homepage on Rumble in the live feed or something.
It was showing up on my homepage, but I'm following the channel, so it's like it prioritizes the stuff that you follow on there.
I'm following the channel. It ain't showing me nothing.
No?
Nah. Like, they got Crowder at the top.
I see Crowder.
That's fucking ridiculous. That audience.
No, I mean, Crowder's got a name,
Yeah, no, I'm just saying shit. But yeah, I don't see, no.
We're not even in the live feed.
Well, he got 324,000 people watching. So
right. That's what I'm saying. You got to respect that. Then
they got War Room that's Bannon. They got Viva Fry, Ricada, and Charlie Kirk, all up in the
Oh, on that stream, yeah.
All their partners.
Picks.
Oh, you know what it is on mobile. When I go to the homepage, it's all just the stuff that I follow. So it's even got like your stuff from earlier today, Cannon. So like don't listen to me.
Well, that's just your feed. Yeah. Hey y'all, I got to get going. I got an early morning. So
you on the clock, man. You got about 2 more hours left in your paycheck. Yo, P Dog, we appreciate you for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. This is P Dog night, man.
Follow me on Rumble. I need a few more people on Rumble. So follow me on Rumble. Follow me on YouTube, and my link tree is in both of those in there somewhere. So if you find it in the description. So
what's the name of your podcast?
The Morning Night Live, Monday through Friday, 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central on YouTube and Rumble.
There you go. Make sure y'all subscribe, man. Very knowledgeable individual. He showed up at Hotep Con, showed a lot of love. He's fam right there. Appreciate you, man.
All right, man.
I'm gonna dip out too, but before I go, I want to leave you with something because it's the fun part of it.
You got another hour left too, Sonny, on your paycheck too.
I'll wait for this one line to be here a while.
Yeah, I'm about to serve that last hour in a domestic capacity because that works. That works for the females on this side, right? We can take domestic capacity time.
Absolutely.
For my last hour, but where how we were talking about what Stacey Abrams said about Black men. Another one of the most insulting things that was said by Joy Reid, where she said that basically Republicans are teaching people words, right? Especially Black men, right?
That was hilarious.
Inflation and shit like that.
Inflation. They don't know what inflation is. You just have Republicans going out there and teaching them words. And I'm like, that's exactly what y'all are doing. That's exactly what y'all are doing with this whole thing about democracy. And you're trying to teach people a word about that is not reflective of the system in which we operate in. So again, you point out what the others are doing by teaching people inflation. No, y'all are teaching an entire generation inflation by having them experience your economy. You're teaching them inflation by action, not by words. But You're also trying to push a false definition of democracy and then trying to reinvent why that democracy is under threat. So there's a whole lot of bullshit teaching going on right now, but I see a lot of it coming from the Democratic Party. And I seriously hope that the numbers show out a reckoning that goes into 2024, because the election for 2024 starts now, right now. Everything happening right now and moving forward is for 2024. So get active, make sure you got some part to play, some role, and let's get ready for 2024.
I got one more question in regards to that. I should feel offended, right? That they think niggas is dumb, that we needed a Republican to teach us the word inflation, and we didn't know this word.
No, because poor people know that the price go up, but you don't know why the price goes up. So what they do is insert themselves to say, we've been able to define for generations why the price went up. You know what I'm saying? We control the inflation talk. We control the monetary policy talk. Like, we control that. But with the internet, you've given a lot of people access to information. So it's not simply just a matter of them learning what inflation is. A lot of them are now learning what the World Economic Forum is doing. They're learning about the Great Reset. They're learning about, like, because the knowledge is so readily available at people's fingertips, they don't have the control that they once had to be able to shape narratives and define words. And they're grasping on with their little bit of dear life that they have left, trying to keep a little bit of that power. And I think that's why Joe Biden went all in with the democracy shit. It was like one last attempt to see if it would work, if it could work, if it, possibly would. And I think that's a very, very distinctive no. They don't have that kind of control over messaging anymore. And now they have to compete with people that will poke holes in their theories and don't buy their scams. And again, you can see this with Nancy Pelosi. Now talk about, yeah, I'm going to retire. Yeah, I bet your ass is going to retire, because you don't want anybody looking around into what's actually happened now that they've had some kind of moniker of silence put on it, right? You don't want people digging around. Just like you ain't want people digging around when your husband got caught with a DUI. You don't want them digging around on this one either. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, your best bet is going to be to retire. And you're going to see a restructuring within the Democratic Party. And I think the Republican Party has at least one more term before they hit their reckoning, because they got their leadership kind of firmly in position right now. But Democrats are about to experience it this cycle coming up. And I think after this cycle, Republicans will have another cycle before they're going to hit their reckoning as well. Because there's only so many times you can lie to people and a population before they stop believing you. And then only so many times you can try to do it after they stop believing you, where they don't come for your head. And I think you're seeing all around the world, they're coming for their government's heads. And if these parties and this political apparatus in this country doesn't change some way that it's operating, it's going to be no different here in America. We can say we're the greatest country on the face of the earth, and I believe that we are. But all of that shit breaks down when there is no trust, when there is no rule of law, when there is no order, and everybody is out to be for themselves and for their family in a real dog-eat-dog way. Like, that civility we looking at now, where it's like we can say words are violence, we're going to wish it was this calm. So I hope we just get to a place where we can cut that off before we get there. But like I said, that starts tonight, and it's going to see what we're able to manifest by 2024.
Thank you for the education tonight, Sonnie.
Always. No, I love hanging with the Hoteps.
Tell the people where they can find you, do your promo thing.
You can find me, of course, every single Saturday on SiriusXM Patriot for Sonnie's Corner. I wanted to do more media stuff, but I'm learning so much behind the scenes and like maneuvering so much. I don't know if that's the path I'm going to take going forward, or I'm going to be more more vocal out in media. But I'm going to have to pick which lane I want to be in really, really soon. So we'll see where I end up.
Hey, wherever you go, you got our support.
All right, thank you, and hope y'all have a good night. And good God, I hope we get a red wave.
God bless. Red wave incoming.
All right, good night, y'all.
Cheers.
Thanks, Sonnie.
Yeah, I think some of like the races in Virginia are looking to be flipped. I think there's.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now.
Yeah, there's a Republican in Rhode Island that might be flipping a seat in the House, and that hasn't been one since 1988. Florida's already flipped like 5 seats, so you're welcome.
Thank you, Florida.
It's ridiculous.
Appreciate you.
Maryland went blue again, so that's no surprise.
Yeah.
What's New Jersey doing?
Didn't Maryland get recreational marijuana or something? That's what.
Yeah, it was
I
like
think
number 4 on the ballot or something.
don't you? I think you guys have a Republican in Congress. I think he got reelected. HJ.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I saw that. I'm trying to pass through this and just see, but looks like Vance is going to take it. That's great.
Looks like 1 seat is needed to win the Senate. 1 more seat and the Republicans win the Senate.
They're saying right now it's 41-41, so I think it's still early.
Yeah.
For that.
Oh my God, Rex Chapman on Twitter. Oh boy, he's not having a good night.
Why? He's seeing that red?
He's getting wrecked. Wrecked Chapman is his name now.
It's just, that's good. It's just so ridiculous. Like, I'm like, who? I just always say that when I see guys on social media, like tweeting or saying stuff like that. I'm always like, oh my gosh, whose man is that? Could you imagine? I couldn't be mine.
Well, that and his stupid outfits that he wears in the NCAA stuff that when they had him on.
Remember they had him on
March and April. It was terrible.
That one time, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, he's the worst. Please get him off." And then they never had him on again.
Never had him on again. Yeah. I want to say this about the inflation thing. Y'all remember, like, that the Democrats tried to teach us all that this was Putin's price hike.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They tried to teach us it was like 8 different things,
right?
Because we are all calling it inflation from like the very beginning. They're like, no. This is like, bitch, the price was already up 8% before the Ukraine shit popped off.
Yeah,
how the hell you blame it on him? It knew the prices knew that Putin was going to invade. What the fuck?
And don't forget, Nickel Slicking on both knees trying to persuade Saudi Arabia.
Oh, Saudi Arabia, that was hilarious. And they said no.
And what about them changing the definition of a recession?
Oh yeah, that too. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And that's the thing. Like I was going to bring up was that with Joyanne Reed, she's going to say that they taught us black men inflation. Well, the left has tried to teach us what natural immunity is, what women are. Like you could just go down the list or what a black person is. You ain't black if you don't vote for Joe Biden. So I mean, like if you want to talk about
who can get pregnant,
right? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, when we talk about who's trying to re-educate us or educate us, that's the lack of self-awareness that the Democrats have, but they don't understand. They've never been in this position before because they always could leverage people in our community, the boule, against us to say, oh, you're canceled. And that used to mean something because to be in black media or black targeted media, let me be sure it's not black owned, it's black targeted media.
Right.
You had gatekeepers.
Right.
You know, you had the Roland Martin and what's the gray hair lady name that gave the questions to Hillary Clinton?
Donna Brazile.
Donna Brazile's of the world, all those people, you had to make it through those doors. But now we can get on social media, YouTube, Twitter, Rumble, whatever, and have a voice. That's a problem for them, and that they don't know how to handle that. And the other thing that happened is, and this is a byproduct of the whole, CV-19 thing. when we ran out of stuff to watch on Netflix, we started looking at more important stuff. You lock us in the house, you give us our smartphones, and it's like, well, I watch everything on Netflix. I watch everything on Hulu. Let me see what's going on YouTube over here on this live. Let me see what this person is talking about, that person. And they can't get that genie back in the bottle right now. It's a real struggle to, get rid of quote unquote black YouTube, which you know what I'm saying, Hotep, we both, I don't know if you consider yourself part of black YouTube, but we have our own thing over here. You know what I'm saying? We have our own, it's unbeknownst to the world, but I don't watch national media. Right. I get my news from TD Hip Hop Media and a host of other people. I get my, I follow you on Twitter to get my news. So we have this insulated thing that we haven't had since BET, when BET was actually, black owned. We have our own thing now, and they can't tap into that. And when you send a Roland Martin in, he a glowy. You know what I'm saying? You can see him. It's like, bro, you glowing. You know what I'm saying? We can see who you coming here for. Or when they try to bring, what's the lady with the fade? What's her name? The big Simone Sanders. They'll bring, you know what I'm saying? They'll get their black voices. Oh, let's send Simone. She has that, you know what I'm saying? She has that street, hood flair to her. She can go speak to the Negroes. And it's like, we see you coming a mile away. And Killer Mike has to choose right now because he still has his street credibility.
Yeah.
But it's like, and that's where he's looking at. He's a very smart man. And he's looking and saying, this blue thing is I'm running out of road over here. And he stuck his toe in the water before when he met with Kemp maybe 2 years ago about the human trafficking thing. And they tore him up.
Yeah.
But it didn't kill him.
Right.
So he's like, okay, that didn't kill me. Well, don't kill you, only make you stronger.
Right.
So that's why he was bold. I mean, for him to do that right near the end of right towards the election date, and they didn't kill you, it's like, oh, y'all cancel Cannon don't work. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, it don't have any potency anymore. Like the word COON. You know what I'm saying? They don't have no potency anymore. Y'all wore these things out. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's mind control tools. And they don't work anymore.
But what's up with the whole Killer Mike situation? Like, I think many of it was burner accounts. One person that works for the Dems sitting behind a computer controlling 100 accounts attacking Killer Mike. But there was a certain percentage of people that was attacking Killer Mike. What's up with that? How could they attack Killer Mike, somebody with so much street cred?
Because he crossed the red blue color line. I mean, when you cross that line, that's the gun line. You know what I'm saying? Like it's you know what I'm saying? Like on life, when you cross that line, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna get that work. But it's when you survive it, that makes the next one say, you know what? Like that's what the president with Kanye. Like Kanye crossed the gun line, y'all ain't knock him off. Now Kyrie stick his head up. And like, well, you didn't get rid of Kyrie. And now Candace is looking like, hold on. You know what I'm saying? Y'all didn't cancel them too. And then you got a whole bunch of people like, hold on, what's going on? You're seeing the landscape shift, and they never seen Black people have autonomy before. And this is what social media has given us.
Let's talk about Candace. Candy.
Speaking of her, she's sitting over there on the Daily Wire, right?
Daily Wire, yeah.
She's sitting right next to Big Boss Ben.
She sitting next to Big Boss Ben right now?
She's sitting right next to him right now.
What do you think?
Supposedly put out a statement on her show, and said about, was talking about I don't subscribe to it, so I have no idea, but she said something tonight, I think, about the whole Kyrie thing.
She apologized.
Yeah, she spoke on Kyrie yesterday, and she spoke on Kanye today.
Oh, Kanye today, yes.
Yeah, she spoke on them both.
You're absolutely right.
What'd she say?
First, yesterday, she was riding with Kyrie, and she said, as a Black person, she said this. She identified herself as, which she rarely does, to say, as a Black person, y'all got to understand when this mass canceling comes, it brings up certain emotions. And then she was talking about how she stood up for Kanye, and that's her friend, quote unquote friend. You know what I'm saying? We talked about this last night.
That was on the Patreon show. Hotep's Been Told You. Patreon.com/Hotep's Been Told You. That's exclusive for our subscribers. Go ahead.
But she had to kind of, I don't say walk it back, but she had to look at like with Dennis Prager and these kind of people. But let's be very clear. Candace Owens is the bigger person between her and Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm the captain now. Now that's what that flex was. Is I'm the captain now, Ben. And people might laugh and say you crazy. No, because she represents a whole demographic, a whole black woman demographic. I call her the conservative Oprah. You know what I'm saying? She has that appeal about her that she can step outside of politics. She can talk about culture. And I'm no Candace Owens fan. I just respect people that, you know what I'm saying, with power and influence. And definitely, if you read her comments under it, it's like, we rocking with you, Candace. We rocking with you, rocking with you. So Daily Wire looking at like, there's 10 Bens out here, but there's only one Candace. You know what I'm saying? Like, who do you keep on the team? You know what I'm saying?
Choose your fighter.
Yeah, do you trade Harden away and keep KD? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why they're looking at it now. Like, we got a big three here, but you know, who can we really live without?
Shapiro's lucky if he's Ben Simmons in that scenario.
Damn.
Candace is a problem, but you know how we talked about yesterday. I think she done chose up. She was saying she rocking with Ye because Ye opens that culture door for her wide open to get bigger than politics, which I think that's where we're at now. It's bigger than politics. It's about culture, and culture shapes politics. It's not the politics shape culture.
Right.
Can I ask him a question real quick on this?
No, nigga. You're white. This is a black run show. You stay in your place. It's like, nah, go ahead. Yo.
So I want to bridge like that that conversation about Candace and Kanye and Kyrie and look at the Killer Mike situation like you talked about. Like, okay, so like I crossed that line and I survived. Like if you see this what's happened in the last couple of weeks, and then Ye survives and Kyrie survives and Candace survives, and then there's a power coalition that, and I'm not saying like necessarily Killer Mike would join that or anything like that, but like that starts to show people, I don't know, I guess I get kind of concerned. Like, do you get any sort of concern for how far does it have to go before you can say like, all right, they survived it, or is there still some traps that are set out there that you have to be careful for?
Well, the thing is, them surviving it is that they didn't lose their support. That's the survive. It's not about that they didn't take a financial hit or whatever that. It's that once again the Black Thumbs is still rocking with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you go on YouTube and read the comments, which I prefer to read YouTube comments because it's not tied to your identity. You know what I'm saying? So you get a more honest answer on YouTube than you do on like a Twitter or a Facebook or Instagram, because that's tied to your identity. Like when you go on the YouTube comments, you get a more honest opinion. And when you see a video posted and it's 9-to-1 ratio of people supporting you, that's not being canceled. Whereas, like you see with Charles Barkley and Shaq. I mean, Shaq is a childhood hero, but he was way out of pocket. You know what I'm saying? The way he talked about Kyrie. And like I said, this ain't about the topic. This is about surviving what's being seen as you can't say that. And now we see the Boule come out and attack him. And I want to say this, just to give this is my perception. The word thug is a dog whistle for the N-word on the right. When you hear him say thug,
absolutely.
When I hear that, I recoil and say, oh, you wanted to say the N-word, but you didn't. On the left, idiot.
Give me an example of when they use that word like that.
Okay, the Baltimore riots. I'm going to give you an example. You know what I'm saying? The thug, you know what I'm saying? Obama said it.
Yep.
These thugs.
Okay, yeah, I remember when Obama said it, yeah.
But you hear a lot of people say, these thugs. You know what I'm saying? And it's only used. Like I said, we all know if somebody's a thug or not, but it's the context it's used in. And the point I was making I didn't want to stop at thug, but I'm hearing from the left now, idiot is being used the same way. You know what I'm saying? You heard Shaq
Oh,
say Kyrie's an idiot.
You see what I'm saying?
I'm telling you,
that's my ears perked up now.
Yeah, when they say idiot or dumb or whatever else, that's another way of calling you the N-word.
That's
same
the
way
new
of
dog whistle.
Yeah.
Like if you insult my intelligence, that's the new N-word.
What did Stacey Abrams and Keisha Lance Bottoms say? You don't know why when you want you don't know why you want to eat.
Because I've been
you want to eat, but you don't know why you want to eat.
It's like an animal instinct or something.
Yeah, I forgot who it was when the Freddie Gray thing happened. I think I was watching CNN at the time, and CNN had used the word thug, and the person that they were interviewing, I think he was conservative. He got pissed. He was like, "You might as well just call him a nigga." What y'all want to say? Like he went off. Like they had to cut that shit short. He was pissed.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like when you hear that word, that's definitely a dog whistle.
I've been a victim of white liberals recently, as we've been in election season, insulting my intelligence, telling me I can't think for myself, and white folks think for me. So they're calling me the N-word.
Yes.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think that thing that was it Sonnie or was it Mo that was saying that when they said that. And I think it was you, Mo, that saying that the reason why on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, why you want these things is because you want to be like white men. It's like if that ain't white supremacist, I don't know what is. Because like the fact that the only reason you would want something is because you're trying to be like the white man that they're telling you is better than you.
Yeah,
you know, like it's this really like subtle twist of a way of getting at like.
But they haven't even been subtle about it. They've literally come in my mentions and said, "Yo, you remember the article? Black men are the white people of black people." Like
written by it's written by the two men, but it was amplified by your girl over that was on ESPN. I'm careful with names tonight. Jamel Hill. And no, every time Jamel Hill gets a chance, she takes a swipe at black men. This is their role, because when you don't vote blue, you ruin their whole power structure. The deal that's being cut is black women of the PhD, what Kevin Samuels would call the PhDs. You know what I'm saying? It was, okay, you wrangle them in, you get them to go vote. Obama saying, get your cousin Pookie. He don't know no better. You know what I'm saying? Go get your cousin Pookie and drag him to the polls. It's this thing that we're idiots just fumbling and bumbling through life. And it kind of feeds into that whole white supremacy thing that we don't have fully developed brains. You know what I'm saying? We were like one step lower on the evolution scale. That's where they're coming from.
So answer me this. Is it either, it's two things that I'm thinking in my head. Either one, they're pulled into the room and say, look, you niggas is Negro wranglers, make sure these motherfuckers is voting blue. Or is it they just kind of know they got to toe the line and as such they do?
Both.
They
it's the fact that you have they hire people that have the tendency, but then they got to give them a little act right. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, you know what I'm saying? You like your spot, don't you? You like your, just like with Kamala Harris. Joe Biden's a racist. But then when it was time to be his running mate,
it was a debate.
Joe, that's a debate. Oh, you know, I just said that. They had to give her that act right. You see what I'm saying? And that's the way it goes. So, I mean, I see through the bull crap, and we passed the manipulation point. You're not going to manipulate us anymore. You know, you're not going to try to play these games and cut us off and silence us because we got thumbs. And the thumbs is loud. You saw what 4 black thumbs done did the last couple of weeks to the mass media. You know what I'm saying? It's done turned the whole world upside down just by Kyrie and Kanye. And like I said, this is not an endorsement of what they said or however they felt. I'm just telling you the impact. And when black men step up and say, this is how we feel, that's a problem because nobody's ever heard that before, because they really let our women do the talking for us. Look at Barack Obama. And I'm gonna land my plane on this, but look, did you see any black male presence around Barack Obama at any inaugurations?
Shit.
Did he have any sons, male nephews, cousins, anybody? Did you see any black male presence in that White House for 8 years?
Oh, shit.
Damn.
They had Jeezy up there.
Exactly, rappers. That's what they want us at. Rappers, athletes, the low, and now this ain't knock on rappers or anything else, but
not even like Rob
acceptable-
Smith or something, you know?
Right. The acceptable ones, you know, and they might give you a John Legend, but John Legend is very effeminate. So it's like you either got to be effeminate, you can't stand on what you stand on. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be an acceptable form of blackness to be blue black.
Damn, Barack Obama ain't got no nephews.
Shit,
Ain't got no black.
Might be Syria or Kenya.
Shit, man, listen, we could get banned for like 8 different topics. I was thinking too that like you're talking about the PhD stuff and like you know, yeah, there's probably some of that act right that comes. I think it comes for everybody. They just have everybody has different switches that they have to you know, different levers that they pull for different people with their different political or other worldview and affiliations and their structure and everything. But like, isn't some of that, you know, I went to college and I was in like some of these like organizations on campus and stuff, and you hear that stuff like it starts when you're a freshman and it goes all the way through, where they are like laying it on thick that all this stuff is about this same type of ideology that pervades all of this stuff, that just kind of gets ingrained into you, that this is how the world works and this is how we're going to fix it. And so if you go through 12 years of education of that shit, it's kind of hard for you not to come out parroting all those takes that you've heard from all those academics, professors, and all those thought, you know, directors basically at the university.
And that's the thing. A lot of black men haven't went through that conditioning.
There you go.
You said that's where the free minded it come. We didn't go. I went to college. I'm a college graduate, you know, but I actually went to HBCU, you know, that still had a certain black male presence. I mean, I had a lot of black male professors, but if I went to a liberal arts school, predominantly, you know, saying what they call it, PWIs, predominantly white institutions, I would have probably got that conditioning, you know, and it's like Pavlovian response. If you say something they like, it's like, good boy. You know what I'm saying? Good boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I stand for feminism. Good boy, good boy. You know what I'm saying? I stand for pro-choice. Good boy. You know, but once you say whatever,
you say
something they don't
say
like,
something like, I don't know if that's, you know, don't you think that's a shame that they killed their baby? And it's like, whoa, what did you just say? You know, it's like you get whacked on the knuckles if you don't say the right thing.
Well, go back to Killer Mike for 1 second. Killer Mike had to apologize for saying he supported 2A. Killer Mike has been there, you know, punching bag for a long time, because I think Joyanne Reed made him come on her show and apologize for being in 2A. It's like, hold on, I'm the most victimized, vulnerable person in this country, and I shouldn't have an arm to protect myself? Are you crazy?
So let me
you know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Let me ask you this. Why is it that Killer Mike is sticking his toe in the water to check the temperature, but we haven't seen the rest of these entertainers? Even with Kyrie, nobody really stepped up to say, hey, you know, cut him some slack. No rappers, nobody really challenging even the political, you know, scene when it comes to, you know, leaving the Democrats alone. And why is it just Killer Mike?
Most of these niggas are stupid. Why you ask these questions, man? You know, damn.
Well, he's not beholden to anyone either, right?
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, his dog in the race was Bernie Sanders. So when Bernie Sanders kind of flamed out.
Hold up. What'd you say, Let this nigga talk. What'd you say?
Most of these niggas are stupid, man. Come on. You always play tiptoe around and tulips and like that. Most of these rappers are dumbasses. You know what I mean?
Hold on, but you just did what we say they doing though. You just doing the same thing we said about Carl.
Just keeping it real.
Wait, hold on, Mo. Let him finish.
And keep quiet. Some of them are smart and like, hey man, I'm gonna say something, and they're brave. I mean, it's all about character. You mean you tell me that these niggas out here rapping out sell the white man cocaine got some character to step up and speak on something real? Come on now, to be for real. It's like 1 in a million. You know what I mean?
Hold on. I'm going to say this because I don't want to denigrate a whole group of people. You got to understand they're built into a power structure Bruh, Leo Corn will flip your switch off on YouTube if you say the wrong thing. Don't get crazy. I'm not saying that's not dumb. That's a survival technique. It's like, I don't want to rock the boat. You know what I'm saying? So it's not. I'm just saying.
What's your response, Uncle Hotep?
They're selecting, and the man's smart. He'll see somebody like, he can rap good, but man, I know he gonna be a problem. You know what I mean? I don't want none of that. I don't like, nah, man. Give me them dumb niggas that just gonna talk bullshit all the time.
Takashi or something.
You know what I mean? You heard Lior. He got mouths to feed. You heard what he said.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
But he selects people with addicts. He selects people with habits that make them easily controllable. You know what I'm saying? Right. They thought they had it with Kanye because they thought he had a mental illness. And it's like, you know what? We can flip the mental illness switch and, hey, Kanye, we gonna, you know what I'm saying, give you a handful of pills to take to keep you back, make you back docile. You know what I'm saying? There's a very interesting picture when Kanye first came out with the red hat on. Leo Corn has his arm around him, and I tweeted this on my Twitter. He has his arm around him, and he's standing throwing the white power sign, or the quote unquote white power sign, while Ye got the red hat on, and he's with what's the other guy's name? I think he's the head of Capitol Records or whatever. But I'm just saying, they understand. The artists understand, the athletes understand. Look at their agents. Look at their, look at the owner of the record labels. They understand if they come out and say something, you can get canceled. I mean, look at Little Baby. I mean, not Little, but the Baby. When he came out and said that thing about AIDS or whatever else, they hit the switch on him. Look at Tory Lanez. You know what I'm saying? Everybody see what happened there, but you know what I'm saying? They had big plans for Meg Thee Stallion. They, you know what I'm saying? They had her as the ratchet smart, the smart ratchet.
So what you're saying is you can't turn off Killer Mike's switch.
No, because he tapped in. I mean, like, you look at him, he has a barbershop, you know what I'm saying? He got love in Atlanta. He not a T.I. T.I. know if he get to talking crazy, some charges might resurface. You know what I'm saying? Like, we found another gun with some silencers on it, T.I. And he like, them bullets ain't mine. Them bullets, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you,
he's not a hove. That's what you meant to say. He's not a hove.
What you mean?
Lupe went out there, talked about Obama. You seen him lately?
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. So it's survival. It's self-preservation. I think a lot of people don't say things. Which, I mean, at the end of the day, if you got mouths to feed,
so why Hove ain't speaking up?
I can't knock you.
Why Hove ain't speaking up?
He want the NFL team.
Yeah, he's got big. He want to be billionaire Hove, trillionaire Hove. I mean,
yeah, he just tells us to vote or die.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Percent of like the Nets or something.
Yeah, remember the revolt? I think it was revolt. I could be wrong. That Candace did with T.I. and Killer Mike was there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that was P. Diddy's thing.
Yeah. And I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing, but there was parts of it. And Killer Mike was actually showing Candace grace. Like, he was like, yeah, you're making some good points. You know what I mean? Like, he's open to listening to people, and he wasn't going to like throw her under the bus just to get people to cheer for him.
Yeah, he shut T.I. down a couple times. Yeah.
Because he gets it. I mean, at the end of the day, if you think with common sense 100%. And logic, if you think with logic, it's gonna know, you're gonna lean the same way. But the way white supremacy work is, they build in a kill switch in their tools. They know how. Just like Joanne Reed, she don't want them old internet posts to pop back up. Because they can get rid of her real quick. I mean, just like with Obama, they had you saying, hey, you want what? The old boy that was allegedly smoking with you in the back seat of the car to pop up. Notice, they know when they select people, they have the built-in kill switch to discredit them already built in.
Shout out.
And that, go ahead.
Shout out to Herschel Walker. He's 83% of the votes are estimated according to CNN Politics. He's at 49.6% winning right now. Fetterman with 62% is up 50%. How do you vote for Fetterman? The fuck? Kemp, I believe they called that. CNN hasn't called it yet.
And the Georgia Senate race will go to a runoff if it's within a certain percentage. So if Walker's ahead, I don't know what the percentage is.
It's just 50. It's just if he gets 50 plus one plus, if he gets over 50%, it's over.
It's a.
Or actually, I think it's if he gets 50 point whatever, infinitesimal, but
then it's over.
50, it's over. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, Louisiana has a lot of races like that too, where they have we have a general
so
and then it goes to a runoff if nobody gets 50.
So Mo.
Yes, sir.
I like the Jay-Z format. This the format I'm following. Fuck all this bullshit. Let's get to the guala. Am I wrong for that?
Yes.
Yes, I'm glad somebody else said it, man.
Yes.
I'm glad somebody else said it. I've had to call this guy out for years.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this: it's not right for me, and this is what we got to stop doing. There's no one right way.
Okay.
If you getting the money,
yeah,
how you spending your money. Now you see. Now I'm holding you responsible.
Okay.
You can't talk one way and spend another.
Yeah.
It's like your spending got to match your talking.
Okay.
Now if you just in it for the money and like I'm in it for me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a problem with Jay-Z if he took that route, but he didn't want to put the Colin Kaepernick jersey on and took the knee in his video and saying, and then cut a backdoor deal with the NFL. You know what I'm saying? That just to be a event planner. That's all he was a high profile event planner to bring up ratchetness on and negativity on the world stage at the Super Bowl halftime. And the thing was, he couldn't even put black people first. He had to go with J-Lo and Shakira the first time around. He's like, whoa. Like NFL, like we can't look too black now. You know what I'm saying? You got to bring up some Latinx people. You know what I'm saying? And then we'll let you have the gangster. And look what it got him. Now
and they had Eminem in that one too, though.
Right. And who got to take the knee? Eminem.
Right.
see the virtue signaling in here? Like we can't have no black people taking the knee, even though we protested against against the protest, which that's a whole nother story for another day. But like I said, I don't have an issue.
So why am I wrong? In your eyes, in the way you operate, I guess. Why is that wrong?
What I'm saying is if you're gonna operate green, then talk green. You know what I'm saying? Don't come over and try to talk black and you operating green. You know what I'm saying? Like,
then I'm good. Because I ain't fucking with y'all niggas.
Hey, if you keep it like that, if you keep that same energy, I have no problem with you.
Yeah,
you know like with Byron Allen. You know what I'm saying? Byron Allen got his billions, and then all of a sudden he need black people, you know what I'm saying, for his court case, and now he come to the grassroots. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they doing me wrong. It's like, Byron, we ain't seen you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No.
Now you want to show up and need our help.
No. I'm here for Hoteps. If it ain't Hotep, I ain't fucking with you. I'm not playing skin color games. I ain't playing politics games. It's Hotep or die. So when I spend my coin,
and I have no problem with that.
It's gonna be Hotep coin.
I have no problem with that.
You're gonna see y'all ain't gonna say nothing to Uncle Hotep pull up in a Lambo.
Oh,
it's and the license plate gonna say GRFT on the back of that motherfucker. GRFTNG, Grifton, and I'm gonna buy it for his ass with the license plate on the back. All the Hotep's gonna be taken care of. All the Hotep community gonna be taken care of. We're gonna start Hotepistan. We're gonna start programs and community building and technology. This is what I'm doing with my money. But it's Hotep. It's not. This ain't no black shit though. I
hear you though. I hear you though. But you have a line where they won't let you, where you won't cross for money. Cause it's like, hey, go push this medicine. You know what I'm saying?
I can't.
You see what I'm saying? That they gonna find where your line is, and that's how the system works. It's like when they get you to that line, like, okay, now Hotep, now go tell your people.
Well, Fox know what my line is. Fox know what we have an agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Fox knows what my line is. They see the content. They know what my line is, and I'm compromising. You know what I mean? You know, it's Viva Zelensky. Cool. I'm cool with that. I'm gonna fuck about them motherfuckers over there any goddamn. Ain't none of them niggas ever loved a nigga. You know what I'm saying?
So that's all I'm saying is, and me personally, I know what my line is. And when they came with me with the Vaseline, I was like, take your job and shove it, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
15, 20-year career, you know what I'm saying? 20 years in the industry, 15 with the company. But it's like, you coming with me with that, You must not know. And I'm not taking your provisions. Oh, you can come to work and get tested every day. Nah, I'm good.
Well, how about this? Well, how about this, right? I was talking to one of the homies the other night, and we was basically saying, you know, as far as the Kyrie situation, as far as Ye's situation is going, me and him was basically saying, like, everybody needed to shut the fuck up. Niggas is doing too much talking. I'm tired of niggas, you know, trying to talk their way into a revolution instead of just making it happen, right? Like, I feel like, okay, I don't feel like Ye should get the backlash he had, but the nigga was worth $11 billion. He could have parlayed that into something really tangible, really fast, and now his plans have been just pushed back at least a decade. I just feel like niggas need to shut the fuck up.
I'd rather be a $500 million free man than $11 billion slave. They weren't gonna let him have that $11 billion and not be on the plantation. That's how it works.
How?
What do you mean how?
What do you mean how? How?
He would still be under Adidas. He would still be under Gap.
So?
He would still be under all the people that dropped him. He would still be contractually tied to.
So
what? It's like what do you mean, so what?
If I go into business with entity A and I sign a contract, I gotta live out that contract. That's the whole point of signing the contract.
And
but
then when they say you can't have, but then when they say you can't have on the show no more.
But they never said that. But they never said that to Ye. You can't show me nowhere where they told Ye he can't operate in a certain manner.
Of course they did.
How?
When he first put the red hat on, they threw that man in an insane asylum. What do you mean?
No. That was his handlers. I'm talking about his business. His business deals never fell off. They ain't cancel that nigga until he talked about them peoples.
They did cancel him with the red hat. That was the first canceling, and he bounced back.
He didn't lose no deals during the stop it. He didn't lose no deals.
Not deals,
I'm talking
but
money.
He lost his freedom.
We talking money.
But you're not thinking what Ye is thinking. Ye thinks he wants to be Balenciaga. He wants to be Adidas. They will never let him get that high. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? They would have kept him in contracts, or they would have sabotaged him. I mean, you seen the contract he had to sign? Ye felt he was their equals. They felt, you just working. Well, he put the spark in them. You seen what he did to Adidas? You know what I'm saying?
What I'm saying,
it's not just that though. The shit that they did with that was like they damn near killed him.
What you mean?
That shit when he went to the hospital and everything.
That's the handler.
That was some
Prince
MJ shit.
Yeah, that
I know,
was.
But it's the same.
That was the nigga that was connected to who the white boy that died? Mac Miller and Aaron Carter and all these people. Too. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking straight money. We talking Jay-Z money talk, right? You got the Jay-Z path and you got the Ye path. I'm a fan
They're
of
the same path.
That's not the same path.
We just heard.
They ain't the same path.
Hired Jay-Z to be event planner.
They not the
now,
same
if he signed
path
with
though.
Bezos, he's just going to be another minority owner. He's not going to be really the owner of the Commanders if he gets on like that. You know what I mean? He's still a worker. Hove is still a worker.
If Fox News be like, yo, Hotep, we gonna give you 1% of Fox News, one of them will be like, oh wow, I need more than that. No, nigga, I'm taking a percentage of
what if you want to be Fox News?
But
if I want to be Fox News,
yeah.
All right, peep game. I might spill too much beans right now, but fuck it. For the sake of the stream, for the sake of the grift, let's keep it a buck, right? Let's say I sign a deal with the Blaze.
Yeah.
Let's say I sign a deal with Daily Wire. And I get screwed in the deal. But being on Daily Wire increases my profile. Being on the Blaze increases my profile. Now I got more shekels and my profile higher. So when my deal ends, I could parlay that into my own network. This is how I'm looking at Ye with his 11 billion. Yeah, you might be getting screwed now. But if you wait a little while, you could cash that 11 billion out. Now you got it liquid and they can't take it from you. Now you could go build your own fucking infrastructure. He can't build no factories off the little bit of money he got now. He's still going. If Ye would have chilled and cashed out the deal at the end, all liquid, 11 billion, all liquid, and I'm not including taxes. If he would have cashed that out, the nigga could have built a Ye factory here in America.
You think they would let him do that?
Let me give you an example.
People end up dead, man.
Let me give you an example.
Okay, but that's a separate conversation. That's a separate conversation. What'll happen if that happens, right? Yes.
You seen Kobe win the fucking helicopter and you see what happened they did to Kobe. This guy,
you see what I'm saying? Y'all just contradicting yourself, though. You scared of the white man. You scared of the white man. See, you just I caught you. I caught you. See, I caught you. On one hand, it's saying, yo, build your own. And on the other hand is, if you build your own, the white man gonna Kobe you. See, I caught you, niggas.
I'm just saying what fucking...
No,
nigga. What happened with Kanye.
Me and Unc ain't saying the same thing.
I know
what
I'm
saying
talking about this nigga. That's why he laughing. He know I caught him. He know I caught him. See? You niggas are scared of the man. You scared.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing about it, though, is this right here. You said that, okay, if somebody signed you, and I don't want to make it about you. When you sign, there's somebody that can call your phone and ring back in. Hotep, I watched the show today. You remember when you said so-and-so, so-and-so? We're gonna send you over a tweet that you need to type into your Twitter and post to clean that up. Do you really want to live like that?
Yes.
Like what? Really?
Yes.
ASAP. You talk that? You talk that?
No, I'm Jay-Z, nigga. I'm Jay-Z, nigga. You want me to put out a fucking tweet? I'm gonna fuck about no fucking tweet. I'm playing the long game. This what's wrong with you niggas. You niggas is playing the short game. You worried about a motherfucking tweet.
There's no long game with white supremacy. They've been running for 2,000 years, bro. Ain't no long game with white supremacy,
niggas,
bro.
See, on one hand, y'all talk power. On the other hand, y'all talking victim.
It's not victim.
It's either power or victim.
I respect my end. I said like this. Look at North Korea and them, how they deal with the United States.
Is you white pill or is you black pill, Mo? Is you white pill or is you black? Because on one hand, you saying niggas got to build their own. And on the other hand, you saying white supremacy got their foot up my neck and I can't get it off. Which one is it?
Why can't it be both? Why can't it be both?
It can't be.
Why can't it be both?
It can't be.
What you mean it can't be both?
It's either one. Just
because you got your knee on my neck don't mean I ain't trying to get you off of me. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy talk.
For example, right? Let's say I go on Fox News, right? Let's say I go on Fox News, right? And I say some shit that my employer says, oh, no, that's not cool. We need y'all to clean that up. I'm going to email him back. How you need me to clean it up, massa?
Oh, my God.
And guess what that's going to do? Guess what that's going to do, Hotep? I know you trolling. Hold on, I know Hotep trolling right now, but guess what it's going to do? That's going to render you ineffective to your target audience that they hired you for in the first place.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes,
no, it's not.
That's what they done. Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you how.
That's what we see.
I'm going to show you how.
Everybody.
I'm going to show you how right now. You ready?
Everybody that they came against Kyrie and Kanye, they have been rendered ineffective. There's nothing Shaq can say anymore. His credibility is shot. Charles Barkley credibility been shot. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that comes out against whatever is expected of you. Go ahead.
Is they pocket shot?
What's money?
I'm just asking you a question.
$1 million, $5 million, $10 million.
Is they pocket shot?
I'm gonna say it like this, and I don't know if we can say this word on here or not. I ain't down for being no $1 million coon. I'd rather be $1,000 black man than $1 million coon.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, right? Like
that's exactly what you said. You said they pocket
That's exactly
shot.
what you said. They're gonna make you do it. They're gonna make you do it.
There's a line. There's a line that everybody has. We talked about it earlier, right? They said, "Yo, Hotep,
and you go across the coon line."
All right, let me show you.
I'm gonna cross it. They're gonna make you cross. They're gonna say, well, they sit back and say, what wouldn't Hotep do? And they're gonna say, we're gonna make him do that. That's what the dress is all about. And we're gonna put Shaq in the dress.
This is how I know y'all don't know how this shit operate. This is why y'all niggas don't be on Fox News, because y'all know how to play the game. This is the problem. Y'all niggas don't. When they get the nigga and they put him in the spot, the last thing they want to do is render you impotent to your target audience, because that fucks they money up. I'm gonna show you, for example, who's the black dude that played for Duke that got that show? That's on that show.
Jason Williams.
Jason Williams. Jay Will. What Jay Will saying in regards to Kyrie?
I know he posted something. Ant just posted
What
it
did he
in
say
the
on the
Minute
show?
chat. I didn't see it.
You see what I'm saying?
He had the politically safe opposition. to Shaq and Charlie.
So he did not throw Kyrie under the bus. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, which means you can still operate within your bounds of morality. I don't gotta go full Shaq. I don't gotta go full Barkley. I could be Jay Will on Fox.
I can't discuss it. I can beat you.
Bruh, you know, Hotep trolling, and I know he trolling because soon he come with that piece of paper like, Hotep, we want you to say this to clean this up. You know what I'm saying? You gonna do the Kanye. You know what I'm saying? I've listened to you longer. Not end of depends. Because they know what line. See, you don't understand white supremacy, and I know I'm using this word a lot, but they know what your line.
I'll say
and they
this.
like that. They habitual line steppers. They know.
I'll stop trolling and I'll say this. There is a possibility that while I'm at Fox, Daily Wire, whatever it is, and they come to me with that tweet, there is a very strong possibility I'm gonna be like, nah, y'all can kiss my black ass.
Exactly. And they gonna come.
However, hold on, let me finish. However, I will never be in that position.
Because they know the white supremacists know. Like, that's what buck breaking was all about. They would let you run around the plantation. They see who the problem is. You know what I'm saying? From the first, they're like, oh, yeah, him. He's a problem. He's a problem.
They would know better. They would know better than to even put me on a panel. They gonna go get some other coon to go do that job. They wouldn't call me for that. So I would never be put in that position.
That's what these initiations is about to these high level, you know what I'm saying, secret society groups.
Goddamn initiation now. Hold on.
And I ain't talking about black. I'm talking. Let's go to white. I'm saying secret society for a minute. Skull and Bone. What they do? They make you land that castle and tell all your freaky secrets. So they know. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, he's into that. He's into that. Oh, you did, huh? And they know where your line is. I told you they they got the kill switch built inside of you. Just like Trump, they know what his kill switch is. Trump know, Trump know.
You read this,
you know what I'm saying? He know what line he can step and can't step on.
Somebody in the chat said HJ about to sell us a new vaccine that's coming winter.
Oh, look, I live in Louisiana. We got these little, you ever seen a crawfish trap before?
Yeah.
It's like a big
crab
cage.
Track, right?
It's yes, it's just like a crab trap. So it's got a cage and it's got this little funnel. So the crab or the crawfish can get in. They can't get out. They can't get out.
Right.
That's how this shit is set up. And I think that's what, if not to speak for you, Mo, but that's what it sounds like you're trying to get at, is that, like, it's not about whether or not these things are like guaranteed or anything like that. It's when you walk into that trap, you got to know what you're walking into and that you're not getting out.
Blood in, blood
That's
out.
the thing.
Right. And I'm going to give you an example of somebody to play the game correctly in my eyes. David Chappelle. He walked away from the money because he said, I'm betting on my talent. And how he deals with Netflix is he comes with a product to sell them. This is the product. This is my price. They do a transaction. That's why he can't be canceled, because like they already done bought it from me. You know what I'm saying? Now, if they want to can it, it's on them, but that don't affect my check. But as long as they got you tapped into a stream of income, and they can turn that faucet off, and then they say, "Oh, you gotta."
They can cut my check. I didn't already save my money. You know what I mean? I'm not one of these niggas. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be going above my means. I'm gonna live way below my means because I know at any moment Fox gonna cut me off.
That's part of it, though. You're saying, and you have to live above your means. That's why they give you the house in Brentwood and the 5 Lambos, because it comes with the image.
I think here's the problem. Here's the problem, Mo. I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. Niggas is used to being salary niggas. I've never been a salary nigga. I've always been a nigga out the zoo cage. And I'm going to tell you why. Not by choice. I've never been able to hold a job. You can ask my mama, you can ask my daddy. I've never been able to hold a job. I've been out of that
That's that dude at Burger King?
Yes.
She threw a shirt at
90 days, I'm out the door into a new job. 90 days. I've never been a nigga to hold a job. Therefore, I know. Why? There's various reasons. Do you really want me to answer that now?
It's a simple answer, but go ahead.
What's the simple answer?
because you have a line. It's like once you cross that line, you can take this, you know what I'm saying, this grilled burger smelling uniform and kiss my A. And they understand, and that's on both sides of the spectrum.
Okay.
That's on both sides of the political spectrum. When you're a self-respecting man, can't no other man call my phone and tell me you got to clean that up. I don't have a boule phone. That's why I can talk like this. There's nobody can call my phone except my mama and my daddy to say you out of pocket, but they already know how I am.
But here's the
so
thing.
They ain't gonna call me.
Here's the thing, Mo. Here's the thing. A lot of these cats is salary employees, and they don't know how to take that money and move it into a business and start up different revenue streams. I teach that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not one of these niggas that's, if I get the, Fox deal, well, I'll be wholly dependent upon Fox. So they'll never really be able to control me with a paycheck. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not a part of that. I'm not one of these dumb niggas.
But then they get something else on you. Like Don Lemon. Don Lemon got that case hanging over his head. Charlamagne the God got that case hanging over their head. Like I said, everybody
that's when you pick up and move to Indonesia and do yoga with Russell Simmons.
Right. If you see what Russell did, but even Russell got that phone call like, Russell, you need to speak on Kanye now. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're going to give you you see what? That's the whole thing. We need to stop having a and I talk about on my show all the time. We got to start having that boule phone that somebody can call you and get you back in pocket. If you have that, then you're a slave.
But is this system that evil? I feel like, we could do business out here, man. I feel like there's some compromise and you don't got to be full coon. Like, I'm going to go back to the Kanye thing because that's where this started, right? Or the Ye thing. I'm sorry, Kanye. I'm sorry, Ye.
Yeah,
Ye,
thank you.
I feel like he was fine until he talked about them peoples.
No, he wasn't. They threw this man in the insane asylum for wearing a red hat. I mean, bro, they took his mental.
I'm talking about money.
They tried to make that man crazy.
I'm talking about money. Because he got rid of that dude.
Is your brain more valuable than your bank? Which one's more important?
But he got rid of that dude. That dude is well distanced away from him. Like, those things are, controllable to say, who's going to be near me and who's not. At some point in Kanye's career, he had this trainer dude next to him, and there was some amount of trust, right? I'm not trusting nobody like that. What I'm talking about as far as the money is concerned, his money connected to Gap, his money connected to Adidas, his workings with Balenciaga. Balenciaga didn't cut him off when he was doing the MAGA hat. They didn't cut him off when he said slavery was a choice. Nobody did. Adidas knew about this past, and they still did the Adidas deal. The misstep was talking about them peoples. Now I gotta ask you this. Is he supposed to forfeit all of that to talk about them peoples? And by talking about them peoples, what comes of that?
If they took it away from him in a day, it wasn't his. I'm gonna say that again. If they took the $2 billion away from him in a day, he never had it.
But you ain't answer my question though.
Okay, I'm gonna start there. I'm just gonna say, so we can't even talk about the money because it wasn't even money he had. The only money he had is what they couldn't. Is what I'm saying is the 400 million, 500 million they say he still got. That's the only money he really has. But you got to answer my question.
Now, did he need to talk about his people, to them peoples, and what came of it for him doing that?
Yes, he needed to talk about them.
Okay, why?
Because that's what he felt like. You're saying that was his. Just like I know, rappers try forever to get out their deals. The Locks, 6-7 years to get out their deal with Puffy. He green-lighted him being dropped. He knew what the line was, and he said, I'm going to make them drop me. I'm going to get out of all my deals in a day. Now, it's going to cost me $2 billion. Now we know how much a nigga costs. Excuse me. A nigga costs $2 billion.
I thought
that's how much your freedom... No, I'm saying that's how much your freedom costs in America now.
Okay.
It's $2 billion. You know what I'm saying? He said, okay, my freedom costs $2 billion.
Yeah.
Now I could be a $11 billion slave.
Uh-huh.
Or a $500 million free man.
Uh-huh.
If the way he did it, I would have played it the same way. Because guess what? He's free now.
I get that.
Nobody can call his phone now. And look, his lifestyle hasn't changed. You know what I'm saying? He ain't eating cans of beans. You know what I'm saying? Like, people act like Kanye broke or something. But he not eating cold beans, you know what I'm saying, with a plastic spoon. He's still, you know what I'm saying, got the hottest chicks in the game. He still got the house.
All right, so let's go to the next question. What comes of it?
What you mean, what comes of it? Kyrie comes of it.
And Kyrie got to do 6 side quests to get his job back.
Right, but then who's after them?
And he still apologized. And he still rolled back his comments and apologized.
But it's not, bro, the bell can't be unrung. That's the problem.
What do you mean the bell can't be? But what comes of it?
He sounded the horn. He was the martyr.
So what happens? What's the sequence of events?
Another revolutionary voice comes forward.
Okay, what happens? Maybe
he can withstand that fire a little longer than they could.
And see, this is what I be talking about, where I be like, fuck that talking shit. Niggas talk too fucking much. Because niggas think talk gonna change the world. Talk don't change shit.
What do they do at the UN? Hold on, what do they do at the UN? All day. What they do in Congress all day?
Go ahead, Unc.
Umar just said the other day, the pen is mightier than the sword, but the tongue is mightier than both.
He said Garvey said that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And what's mightier than all of that?
Yeah.
What's mightier than all of that?
To get somebody motivated to go fight, don't you?
And
you got to give motivational speeches to people to get them ready to war, don't you?
And what's mightier than all of that?
Don't discount the talking. Don't discount the voice.
I'm absolutely going to discount it.
It's just as important as everything else.
I'm absolutely going to discount it.
All right.
Oh no! Oh no!
I'm going to show you why.
Patriot Report.
Exactly. And I'm not even gonna go there, Chad. We're not even gonna get that.
I'm trying to promote your book for you.
I appreciate you.
But that's what it is. It's the money behind the talk.
It is, exactly. It's a lot of money behind that talk. But here's my thing.
Okay.
What's talk with no action? It's just talk.
Like, okay. No, like Kanye said, and this is not a Kanye, you know what I'm saying, or fan quest. This is a fan fest, excuse me. Like Kanye said, you got talk is the left foot, action is the right foot. Now I'm with you. If it's nothing but talk, it's pointless.
And what are you talking about? And what do you mean? What are you talking about?
First of all,
here's my problem with rhetoric.
First of all, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, first of all, we got to figure out who we are. That's where we at square one right now, like selecting the character we're gonna be before we even get in the game. So we talking about who are we? You identify yourself as Hotep. You know what I'm saying? And that's your ideology. We have a lot of people that went, okay, if I'm not a blue-black Democrat, democratically approved black, then who am I? You know what I'm saying? And then you got to find your position. You know what I'm saying? In life, okay, this is where I'm at. This is my ideology. This is, you know what I'm saying? It might be Christian. It might be Muslim. It might be Hotep. You know what I'm saying? It might be whatever. But we're shaping and selecting our own identity, which we never had this before because we've been taught since we've been able to read, this is your lot in life. Shut up, be quiet. So just like you were saying with black men.
Here's my thing. I wrote a book. It's called Dominate Twitter, since we plug in my books. Dominate Twitter. And Dominate Twitter exposes the plot that all these people are trying to pull, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm privy to the talk. The talk is identify the enemy, rally the troops around attacking said enemy, and therefore you can reach your goals as an individual, group, or whatever. What I am saying is, what are you talking about? Everybody want to talk about the enemy. I'm sick of that shit. Let's talk about the actions we need to take. What are the actions the black community needs to take? It sure as hell ain't talking about them peoples.
To be honest, you want to start there. First of all, you got to know who you are as a person. Then you got to go out and you got to start. I always tell people, start with yourself. I ain't one of these people that let's go out and rally. Let's not go out and try to change the world. Change yourself. Make yourself effective. If people that listen to me, I push the 7 habits of highly effective people. You have to make yourself effective first. Then when you take that influence and effectiveness, you run it down to your family.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Then once with your immediate family, your sons, your daughters, your wife, then you start with your cousins and your nephews.
Yeah.
That's how we become effective. But what I'm saying is that the importance, we can't poo-poo the importance of talking. Because if that was the case, then they wouldn't have shut down social media if talking wasn't important.
So going along the line of what you're saying, I think it makes sense. You're making very good sense. I don't agree with it. I don't think it starts with, who you are. I don't believe in that at all. But let's say that's true. What I'm saying is, why is not that the rhetoric? Instead of talking about white supremacy or them peoples. Everybody always talking about another people. Why don't you talk about yourself?
You're a chess player. Oh, hold on. You're a chess player, right?
Wait, hold on. What'd you say,
If black people talk about themselves, they get called a coon. We all seen that. Come on, man.
No, I'm not saying denigrate.
Sometimes you have to do that. Like, come on, man. Like, it's not all peaches and cream, right?
Right.
So you got to take the good with the bad.
Right.
Like, I know there's going to be good and there's going to be bad.
Right.
But when the bad comes up, it's all coon this, coon that, like this. Like, hey, fix up our neighborhoods. Oh, stop being a coon. Hey, stop the drug dealing in the gangs. Stop being a coon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're right. We got to talk about ourselves. Right? I'd rather do that.
Right.
You're right. You're exactly right about that. I'd rather talk about ourselves first than talk about anybody else.
Right.
Like, we get to them, or you might not even get to them. You don't hear it. Like, the Indians come over, they don't talk about nobody else. They've been worried about their own self.
Exactly.
Okay, but
that's
let me
my
say
point.
This.
Niggas get this big ass platform. They want to talk about everybody else, but they motherfucking self.
We're talking about politics right now, right? Hold on, we're talking about politics. This is what this whole thing is about tonight. Does a candidate run more attack ads or think about what they're going to do?
I just talked
about which one is more effective?
I just talked about that in my book, Dominate Twitter.
Okay.
Attacking your enemy is going to be the thing that is effective.
That's what we're doing.
This guy got a plug for every scenario, man.
I covered this shit. I studied this shit. I wrote the book on this.
That's what I'm saying. But so if you say that, then you're saying, why do you talk about, we have to identify, first of all, who doesn't mean us well. That's the first thing we got to do.
No. What I'm saying is, the analogy you created, it's cool, but that's for being a politician. That's not for nation building. That's what gets you elected to go be a grifter in government. When we're talking about nation building, we're talking about restoring the pride of people who have been colonized mentally and physically and financially. There's a different path for that. It's not about attacking your enemy. It's about galvanizing the 5% or the talented 10th if you want to follow W.E.B. Du Bois' ideology. It's about galvanizing the best of yourself.
I'm more with
80-20 rule. It doesn't matter who you with. It's the same concept. You got to roll with the strong of you.
But we just seen with MAGA. And that's why I'm saying black people can learn so much from MAGA. They didn't really tell you what he was going to do for you. He just said what he was not going to let other people do to you. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna let the kids be
no, that's not true. That man said his main slogans was "Make America Great Again" and "Build the Wall." What are you talking about?
Stopping the defensive actions. Defensive actions. Build a wall. That's defense. That's not offensive. He didn't. You know what I'm saying? That was not offensive. We're gonna protect your rights. That's defensive. That's not offensive. We're gonna give you your guns back. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna keep your kids from being put on hormone blockers. This is all common sense stuff.
Make America Great Again is defensive?
Right. By going backwards, regressing back to where America was, again means that we were here before. We got to go backwards to where we were at.
That's defensive?
All defensive, yes. Everything the right is about now is defensive.
I agree with that.
We're going to stop the new world order. That's what I'm saying. That's what black people can learn from MAGA is that, bro, you don't have to just stop. Like I said, not voting is a powerful action for black people. Just not voting. Not that you went and voted for somebody, just not voting, because they're gonna say, dang, that's a big chunky block of votes right there. What can we throw at them? You know what I'm saying? And all we gotta do is, hey.
Is it though?
What?
Not voting?
Yes. The Republicans know what's up. They know a thing about negative votes. They get it. You know what I'm saying? That's why they gerrymandering, you know what I'm saying, and do voter suppression. They know what time it is. Keep the black people out the voting booth, you know what I'm saying? We win. They
Sonnie
get it. And they're like,
Sonnie said it's voter depression because niggas won't vote. She was talking about niggas like you.
But you, hold on, but see, that's the lower expectation thinking to say he's voting because he's ignorant. You know what I'm saying? He's just lazy. He don't want to go vote. No, I understand how very much.
That's not the point. It's just voter depression because you feel like.
Why?
Why do you feel like? Okay, let's answer that. Why do you feel like you shouldn't vote?
One, because I know without my vote, the Democrats don't win. And there's nothing, like I said, they have nothing for me.
So basically, you're saying without voting is a vote for Republicans?
It's a half a vote.
Half a vote.
Because if you say 90%, 95% of the black vote votes democratically, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the math they like to throw at us.
Yeah.
So if I'm vote, the likelihood of me voting blue is very high. So Republicans say, well, if they don't vote, if we can convince them that the Democrats don't offer them anything, that's a half a vote for us. Or at least, I mean, if you want to look at it, it's a vote for us.
But what if you go and vote red?
That's 2 votes for them. One that you didn't give to the blue, and one that you gave to us, or a full vote.
So wouldn't that be effective? Wouldn't that be more effective than not voting at all?
But that would be misleading because the Republicans thought they earned our vote and they didn't. But it's like, I'm gonna cut you some slack by not voting against you. But you know what I'm saying? But you ain't really did nothing for me to come over, you know what I'm saying, and give you my vote.
It sounds,
and that's what we got to stop doing.
But that sounds like a emotional thing versus a reality thing. Like there's a reality.
How?
There's a reality that a Republican person could be sitting in Senate, as opposed to he's sitting. Like it sounded like the same argument they made about misinformation. You know, you don't know what you want because you don't know why you want it, right? That's kind of like the same argument you just purported. Like, I didn't vote for Republican.
I just told you why I didn't vote. I explained to you specifically.
You said, repeat what you just said.
Right. I understand me not voting is a half a vote for Republicans.
And if you vote for them, they'll think that, what'd you say?
They'll think that they've done something to earn my vote, which they really haven't.
That's the same argument as them saying.
No, it's not. That's just like, okay. That's just like,
who cares? Who cares what they think? Either we got a red Senate or they don't.
No, because it's about taking our vote collectively. And this is what Malcolm X was talking about on Ballot of the Bullet. America's pretty much split down the middle, 50-50. If we could somehow collectively block our vote up and tell them we can put whoever you want to put in office, and also we can destroy your candidates. Just like this thing, if all the black people clicked up down in Florida and said, you know what, y'all love DeSantis, don't you? Yeah, y'all really love DeSantis, don't you? Let's get some tangibles or we'll destroy DeSantis on Tuesday. That's power.
Yeah, I can't.
That's what power is about, huh?
I can't disagree with that.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not. That's why I want to be very clear. It's not out of lack of understanding and being ignorant or lazy. It's the point of I understand what a black bloc vote is, and that's what they keep saying. Black people are not a monolith. Black people are not a monolith because they don't want black people to get on code and start asking for the same thing. Because then we can put who we want into office, or we can destroy candidates. And that's how we need to be. Like, okay, on Tuesday, everybody in Florida is black.
Yeah, but why isn't that happening?
Why is it not?
Yeah, how could you make that happen?
First of all, you got to make people realize that they're not getting anything for either party. That's the first thing you got to. That's why I said we got to withhold our vote.
I think people know that. That's why they're not showing up at the polls.
Right. But you can't say they're doing that because they're lazy or ignorant.
I never said that.
No, I'm not you. I'm just saying. But that's no. I'm not saying you. When I'm talking about the proverbial you, that's what Stacey Abrams and the Bottoms were saying. They're not voting because they don't know why. You know what I'm saying? It's like
they said we were victims of misinformation, And we don't know why we want what we want.
And I'm telling you exactly why I'm not voting, and I know the intent. I know what's going to be the cause and effect of it. I'm very informed on what my vote is, how powerful it is. The black vote is the most powerful vote in America because we're the only one that votes on the block because they seen it with the Hispanics. They thought they were going to be able to block the Hispanics up and like, 80, 90%. Now the Hispanics got here and were like, whoa, my taxes is going up. Or whoa, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all bringing all these illegals into my neighborhood. Nah, And they started going back more 50-50, 60-40, 30-70, however you want to slice it.
Yeah.
The black vote has always been 90-10. So if you can swing that vote the other way, that's very powerful.
Jeff Charles,
that's why they know
what do you think about that strategy of niggas not voting? Just don't vote is like, what'd you say? It's a half a vote, and then if you do vote, it's 2 votes for Republicans?
And the Republicans understand they understand the negative vote. I mean, you know who really understands it? Your boy, that was Trump's right-hand man. They just got Bannon understands it. That's why he went to that, he was saying the inclusive nationalism. See, that's what he understands. If I can get black men, a good percentage, to come and vote for us, we'll never lose again. And I'm saying to Bannon, I know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not ignorant, Bannon. I know the power of my vote and my people's vote. So what do you have for me?
What do you think about that, Jeff?
Yeah, are you talking about like not voting at all?
Yeah.
I mean, it may send a message. I don't know how much of a message it would send. I mean, it would definitely help Republicans because it's better than having that vote go towards Democrats. I still think that the most powerful we will be is when it's as close to 50-50 as we can get it, because then both parties would actually start fighting over the vote. But if we just stop voting, the Republicans are just going to keep doing what they're doing. You just make it easier for them. They're not going to try to fight for your vote. There's not going to be any leverage there. But if it's closer to 50-50 and Republicans and Democrats have to actually fight over you and compete, then you have more leverage to use to say, okay, what are you bringing to the table?
I respectfully disagree because when you go 50-50, it renders our vote inert. You know what I'm saying? We're just the same as the 50-50 split that the Democrats and Republicans already have. What I'm saying is this. We have to, one, realize the power of our block and go into these rooms and tell politicians, like I said, just put me in a room to DeSantis. This is y'all guy. This is y'all favorite. We'll ruin him. We will ruin him. We'll have every black person come out and vote against him if you ain't got no tangible for us. That's how politics works. And we can say, okay, or you want him to win, we can guarantee you a victory. Just think if every black person in Florida went out and voted for DeSantis tonight, the Republicans wouldn't have to worry about nothing. They could really look away, you know what I'm saying, from other interest groups they have and say, you know what? This is a nice little chunk of votes that we got here. Because one, like he said, respectfully, you said it was going to take it off the board for the blue, and then you're going to put it on the board for the red. That's an automatic win. Let's talk business. You know what I'm saying? At the end, like the hotel, you understand.
Okay, that sounds a little bit different from what I understood it. Like if you're talking like going to both parties and saying, if you have the best deal, we'll get 90% to vote for you. Right. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Can I like make a third leg general pushback on this whole, because like Mo, you said it's 50-50 or roughly 50-50 the country is. And so the pushback I would have is we had one of the highest voter turnouts in history in 2020. Do you know how many people are like eligible to vote in the United States in 2020? It's 240 million. You know how many people voted? 158 million.
Right.
So 66%. So my argument is we're a 34 country, and the 34 is the people who don't vote. And the 34, if there were a way to mobilize that 34% of people to just say, you know what, we're bringing this whole shit down. Like we're taking this thing over. That's why Ross Perot was so scary. That's why he had that little meeting and he dropped out of the race in 1992, was because they were afraid that his ass was going to take the whole shit down. and let people see you don't have to go through those two things. And that's what Trump was a threat to too, because he flipped the table on the Republican Party, and he undid what Hillary thought was a coronation. So I see where you're saying. I guess what I'm coming at is from like the third leg of that stool of like, no, there's this untapped resource of all these people who they're not stupid and they're not lazy.
Right.
They just don't see the fucking point.
Right.
Yeah, they don't have faith in the system.
Right. But what I'm speaking is to the voting population.
Wait. Your audio, is this audio or is that me?
No,
no, I'm hearing it too.
It's a little staticky.
It's still staticky now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It wasn't all night until just now.
Yeah.
They're trying to shut me down.
Restart and come back. I'll let you back.
Be right back. All right.
Yeah.
But no, that's one of the things that, like, from, as a libertarian, that's one of the things that we've been trying to get, and it's so frustrating. It's been so frustrating because the LP has been on this like woke leftist sort of like trying to appeal to the Democrats and trying to be the Democrats, or trying to bring in these old establishment hacks like Bob Barr and what was the guy, Lincoln Chafee and Bill Weld and Gary Johnson, who's like a half-assed libertarian but who wanted to like make weed legal and then have it regulated and taxed. And I'm like, what's
Aleppo?
Yeah, and that too. Well, that's I mean, there are much worse sins than something like that. I actually prefer if my presidential candidate doesn't know about some shit in Syria or whatever. Like, what does that matter to like what we got going on over here? Like, back to that point of like, why are we talking about this? We got to focus on ourselves. Like, we got other shit to take care of right now.
Yeah.
So I think tapping into that and finding that voice, that movement that is not just in opposition to the Democrats or in opposition to the Republicans, or has to try to play by their rules, but actually finds a way to be itself, independent of that shit, is way more dangerous. And that's why I think all the stuff that you see that happens, shit gets wrangled and brought back into line real quick when people aren't going down their they're on their tracks that they're supposed to be on.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because it was like, I was trying to ask them, well, what can we, or what can people do about it? Because it's as soon as any group of people decides, you know what, I'm not going along with this, the machine will come after you. So it's like, just like Stacey Abrams, Keisha Lance Bottoms, like they realize they're losing touch with people, and they have such a mind control over that they just go after everybody. So people are like, well, screw it, I might as well just not vote, or I guess I'll just vote for them. There's people that literally are disgusted with their party, whatever party, but they still will not go into a voting booth and just vote for somebody else. They won't do it. They're so beholden to whatever side that they'll never make a change. So it's frightening. And that's where I feel like I vote, and I definitely have voted in all my local elections here. I don't know if I'm going to vote for the president next time. I don't know, because I think it's ridiculous, but I know it matters in flipping county seats and, different tax levying boards and stuff like that. But other than that, it's like, there's no message, for anybody that even, tries to come. And again, if somebody who is political tries to come out and say, you know what, I don't really like this, and is trying to take pieces from both sides or whatever, then it's like, oh, they're a neocon. Oh, they're this. Oh, and it's just like, okay, then, we're never going to give anybody a chance to have any other kind of message, because then it's like, oh, you're woke. Oh, you're really a leftist. Oh, you like open borders. And it's like, I don't know. So I understand what he's saying, but how does he get that group to go along with him and make them say, go to DeSantis and say, we want this, or we're going to get everybody in Florida to vote against you? Like, how do you get that?
Well, it's already in place, and let me know if my audio is good or not.
You good now?
It's better.
The reason why I say it's already in place is because if you notice how Stacey Abrams is operating, it's an already foregone conclusion and expectation that Black people vote a certain way. So the block is there. What I'm trying to do is mobilize the block to be open and be agile enough to say, we're going to vote this person down. So we should take one example. Let's just take, who's the biggest person? Maybe a Clyburn or a, what's the other, Maxine Waters, and say, you know what? We're going to make an example out of them. We're going to show you what this block can do. You think you're in this safe district? We're going to show you what we can do to a political candidate. See, because we've already done it. That's what happened to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is supposed to be the president right now. Joe Biden was plan B, but when she came out and her first announcement at Howard University, Black people on social media pushed back so hard on her and exposed her so bad that it rendered her invalid. So they had to go to plan B. So I have case studies of this working. The problem is nobody's really articulating how you build this block in an effective manner.
Here's my issue with the non-vote. I agree with everything you said. Everything you said is things I've said before. My issue with the non-vote is, if we look at what happened with the pandemic, and we look at the way that the Supreme Court voted, if we didn't have a Republican Supreme Court, do you know what our rights would look like right now? When it came
I still got fired. So what did it do for me? I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. What did it really do for me?
You off topic though. You off topic. Because you're dealing with the individual, we're not dealing with what's constitutional and what's not. The fact that you got fired and you didn't take it before the Supreme Court is on you as an individual.
Right.
Okay. So that's a you issue. We're talking about the us issues. When it comes to the us issues, if we didn't have a Republican Supreme Court, do you know what our rights would look like now as far as birth is concerned? Not only would the government have a right to say that you can abort your baby, that precedent that would have been set, that they would have said, you know what, now you need a license to have a baby.
Yeah.
This is the precedent that would have been set.
I understand that.
When it comes to the
guns too.
Same with guns. Correct. Same thing when it comes to the pandemic. So you can say, hey, I want the Republicans to respect me. And I get that. I'm totally on board with that. However, it's crunch time. And we need to make sure that Supreme Court stays red and there's some real conservatives in there, because somebody's got to uphold the Constitution.
Well, my pushback to that, and it's not to you, but it's to the Republicans. How much is your rights mean to you? And that their actions let me know how important it is to them. Because I can be motivated, I could be persuaded to vote. I'm not saying I won't vote for you. What I'm saying is, like everybody else lobbies and say, what do you have for me? Nobody says anything to the Cubans in Florida when they ask for, what do you have for me? Nobody says anything to any other group that says, what do you have for me? These lobbyists go, you know what I'm saying, behind closed doors, but we don't have a lobbyist.
That's what it sounds like you want to do. You want to become a lobbyist.
Right, but our lobbyist is on social media, out up front. That's where our lobby is. What do you have for me? What do you have for me tangibly?
Right.
So if you lost, it's your fault. It ain't my fault. Don't blame me for our rights being eroded. Just cause
I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you.
When I say you, let me be clear. When I say you, I'm not talking about you.
You talking about the Dems?
I'm talking to the Republicans.
The Republicans?
Whoever wants our vote.
Okay.
So if it's the Democrats and they say, you cost us Roe versus Wade. No, you cost yourself Roe versus Wade because you didn't offer me anything tangible to vote for your side.
Right.
And if the Republicans lose two-way, don't look at, everybody want to blame Black people. No, you didn't offer me anything to motivate me to go vote. You failed. I didn't fail. You failed.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because like
when we first started this whole conversation about like voting for a third party or whether it was a wasted vote or anything like that, because that's the stuff that I always get thrown at me if I'm not willing to vote, you know, hard red or hard blue or anything. And when I caucused for Ron Paul, it was the same thing. It was like, no, you don't understand. Like, you got to vote Romney because that's the only way we can beat Obama. And I was like, okay. So I broke it down like this. Like the Powerball is what, like 3 billion now or something like that? Or
no, some commie in California won it. Sorry.
Somebody won it. Okay. Well, anyway, when it was like 2 billion or whatever the hell it was, you know, there's all these people that they put their money in, you know, at the office, and you get like $500 or $1,000 or whatever, right? So there will be people who will be like, "Hey, are you going to come in? Are you going to put $10 in?" And I'll be like, "No, I'm gonna. If I'm gonna put $10 in, I'm gonna put it in, and I'm gonna be the one who wins this shit, me by myself, because like the change in odds, it's infinitesimal." If you put 500 or 1,000 tickets versus if you put one or 10 or whatever, you know, so they would be like, yeah, but what if you cost us the whole thing? Like, okay, well, why don't you put an extra $10 in then, if it's going to make your odds that much better?
Right.
You know, why don't you do that shit? That ain't on me.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I don't see like a legally binding contract that the person who's holding that ticket isn't just going to take our fucking $2 billion themselves. You know, like where's the contract that says that if I put my $10 in, I get my percentage cut of this money if we win the whole thing, right? Mm-hmm. So I kind of think it's the same argument in a lot of ways, because that's kind of the way that we're hemmed into this thing, is like, you have to do this for me. And if you don't do, it's your fault. If like I voted for Kanye in 2020, it's like, is it my fault that Biden won? I doubt it. I live in Louisiana. Trump won Louisiana by a fucking landslide. Yeah. And I wish more people would look at races like that, where like it's an obvious landslide. It is almost your duty to vote for a third party, to show the people that you don't fuck with this, and that those candidates. Like the LP, like I have a friend here in Louisiana, Rufus Craig. He's running for Congress. He's not going to win. He wasn't going to win. I voted for him today. He got 12%. 12% for a libertarian U.S. congressional candidate.
That's good.
Okay, like that. Well, I mean, that's where he is right now. It's like 70 some odd % reporting, but that's important. The guy he was running up against, or the people he was running up against, and it ended up being Garrett Graves, who's been there for a minute, who's gonna win. But the thing is, it was important to, in the face of that, because I think he won by, let me see, what did it say? It was like plus 66, plus 68. He's 68% ahead of the next closest person. The next closest person is Rufus Craig. So like he finished second in the Louisiana congressional race. Okay. It's important to do that, because now that lets people see like, oh, there's other options out there. If I don't fuck with either of these two, there's other options. I can go with someone else. And when you don't do that, and you let people gaslight you into thinking like it's your fault if their candidate doesn't win, how come it's not their fault that my candidate didn't win? Right. Like, what the fuck? Right. You voted, it's your fault that you voted for Trump. Otherwise we could have had Kanye, motherfucker. Mm-hmm. Like, how come it's not your fault that Kanye didn't win?
Yeah.
And if you didn't vote for Kanye, you were a racist. So there's that.
Oh. I voted for the birthday party. Thank you very much.
That's right.
Such a conundrum.
The internet is going wild right now over the whole Kemp Stacey Abrams race.
Yeah, well, that one's over, but Warnock Walker is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a runoff, I think.
Yeah.
And
what does that
Walker's
mean?
That means Warnock's probably going to win, because Chase Oliver is a libertarian. So this is one of those ones where those people might be right, I guess. But if here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Listen. Again, I will double down on it's not his fault. It's your fault. Chase Oliver is like a leftist libertarian. Okay, there are left libertarians, there are right libertarians, there are right down the middle, hardcore, to the bone libertarians. Mm-hmm.
Oliver's probably one of the more leftist ones, more kind of into like the tea stuff, being a little more okay than I would be okay with. But anyway, the problem isn't him. The problem is Walker sucks as a candidate.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah. It was the worst person to put up.
Yeah.
So don't fucking blame the Libertarian Party for stealing this from Walker.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they put up somebody who was more generic, more not milquetoast, but say more generic, this wouldn't even be a contest. We wouldn't even be talking about it.
Really?
Or just like a real person, like who's like. I mean, I love Herschel Walker. He was I'm sure he's a decent dude. I know he's got all the shit, all the baggage, but I think he's
but
like,
who doesn't?
Well, that's why he's a shitty candidate.
But it's not just that. Like, he's also a shitty candidate because, like, let's be real. Like, the dude has no business being in the Senate. Like, really? Like, this?
I'm gonna say it for you, Chad. Who's holding Herschel Walker's MK keys?
Yeah, look, man.
We ain't gonna act like he ain't got DID. No disrespect to people that suffer from mental, incapacities, whatever else. But I don't want my candidate to be, compromised in that position. And who holds his keys?
Right.
Who's in Herschel Walker's ear? You see what I'm saying? And that's very disrespectful from the red side to say this is the best black candidate you can find.
Well, just like honestly, putting up Fetterman on the other side, it's exactly the same scenario.
Exactly, and it's the cognitive dissonance that that say, look at Fetterman, but it's like look at Herschel Walker. I mean, like honestly, so
when I did
about Atlanta, Georgia, you couldn't find any other black man in Atlanta, Georgia.
Could have got 2 Chainz.
They could have got Killer Mike.
They could have got Killer Mike.
They really could have gotten Killer Mike.
When you talking about kill your masters, they ain't gonna put Killer Mike up. Kill your masters.
That's true.
I mean,
do you want to win? Do you want to win, or do you want to go home?
I mean, when I did my interview, my video on Herschel Walker, basically what I said was I knew I wasn't voting for Herschel Walker. If I was voting, I knew I wasn't voting for Herschel Walker. What I was voting for was a red seat. And I knew that there was a group of people behind Herschel Walker. And I was putting my trust behind this unknown group of people behind Walker just so I can get a red seat. And it's just because the blue seat is just so wretched, right? I think the educated people know that. But you're right. He wasn't the best candidate to be picked. However, I think I trust his handlers more than I trust Warnock's handlers.
I respect that. Because you can say the same thing for Dr. Oz. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you want Dr. Oz or do you want... And when you boil it down, it's like, give me Oz. You know what I'm saying?
So can we, Mo, can we agree that we want more red seats in Senate?
Well, yeah, and that's why people are voting for Walker in the first place.
I agree that I want more seats that's going to be beneficial to my special interest group, no matter who it is.
I get that, but can we talk in reality and not idealism?
What you mean in reality?
You're talking in idealism and not realism.
No, I'm very real.
All right, you want to?
I'm very because the reason why I sound very real is you act like there's not blue dog Democrats. You act like there's not Ronald Republicans. You know what I'm saying? It's not like these far extremes. So
we know that. And that's not what we're dealing with here. Do you want red? Do you want a red Senate or a blue Senate? It's a very simple question.
Let me think about it. Let me do the political. Let me do
that's
the
your only choice,
that.
nigga. Like
honestly, and like I was hearing them talk about today, there's nothing really the Senate can do. I mean, because Biden still has the veto power. So, I mean, only thing they can do is play from a defensive position. But then you had to run the risk of voter apathy going into...
They vote on who lands in that Supreme Court.
Senate, someone, Jeff, help me. Don't they call hearings?
Yes.
Like, they're the ones that can call the Fauci hearings and the...
Well, the Senate and the House, they can both call hearings and do things like that. But Hotep Jesus is right. They're the ones who vote for the Supreme Court justices when they're nominated.
That's
what I'm concerned with. Who's calling?
Is the court going to change any? I mean, educate me. Is the court going to change any in the next 2 years?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think any of those Republican appointed justices are going to step down while Biden and his senility and whatever is in Congress is there.
Yeah,
Most
and they're
likely
all
not. But anything could happen though.
Right. You're right. You got
something could happen to them.
Wait.
They could totally Scalia somebody.
Wait. Finish what you saying,
Yeah.
Jeff?
Well, no, I was just saying it. Most likely, probably not. But then again, you never know. One of them might get hit by a car. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen.
One of them might fall asleep with a pillow right next to their head that
die suddenly.
looks like it was on top of them, but it wasn't. And maybe. No, but so the other positive that comes out of that sort of situation, similar to like in now this is Clinton in 92, 94 was a different animal because he was actually like, had his wits about him. But you get a combination of either gridlock and maybe like some compromise of sorts that could come from having that. And I'm just rooting for gridlock, to be honest, because I don't want some of these Republicans that are still in power, Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham and types like that. I don't want them compromising with the Democrats on shit, because that's going to be like the worst. And if you go back and look at history, some of the worst things that have ever happened in the history of America are bipartisan as shit.
Yes.
And so what I want to see more than anything is gridlock. I want to see nothing. And to steal a phrase from the late Rush Limbaugh, like the best thing that Congress ever does is nothing.
Yes.
Yeah.
When they're out of session, we're as free as we can be.
Yes.
Because there's not anything.
Yes.
They're not making any new legislation to fuck us over.
Right.
Yes.
Not spending anything.
And just I'm gonna troll Hotep a little bit because he's been trolling me all night. We ain't gonna act like the Republicans didn't wearing masks. And you know what I'm saying? Every time they get on television, they always talk, when they even start to talk about Fauci, they remind you that they jabbed up. So we ain't gonna play that game. You see what I'm saying? Like, are they really gonna go after Fauci?
I don't think anyone's defending their statist horrible positions either, but it's just like, I think most of us just would rather have it that way because the left is just so radical and out of touch with like what's happening on the ground in regular people's lives, not their elitist Ivy League graduate lives, you know?
But I love their radicalism because you know what? It made me, because me and Hotep had a conversation a long time ago, and I told him I was a worker. You know what I'm saying? Remember that? You know what I'm saying? I was like, hey, man, I'm a worker. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, they forced me to be an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
They forced me to pull my kids out of public school. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, give me your radicalism. I want to see the ugliest side of you because I know how to deal with you.
I mean, you're right. Like, this is something we pointed out, right? Like, I saw Anomaly surface the video of Ben Shapiro juxtaposed with Farrakhan, right? And Farrakhan like, y'all better not take that vacation. And Ben was like, what's wrong with y'all? Why y'all not taking the vacation? Right? So we are very aware of the grifter class and even some of the news stations. Remember the news stations had mandates? I ain't naming no names, but some of the right-wing news stations was like, oh, nah, our employees got to get the vacation. Now, Fox News pull that shit with me. I'm out the door. Fuck it. I got to take a pay cut. I'm not about to put that in my body.
And everybody over there has to remind you that, you know what I'm saying, they had the vacation, even when they criticize it. Because you know what I'm saying, this is, they
now I have it, but I wouldn't force it on anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
They always got to preface it.
I believe
in
it. I'm not anti-vax.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
I'm like, no, fuck that shit. But I want to say this though, because like what Mo said is really important, that like because I want people to the people who are still watching this. We talked about this at the very beginning. I'm gonna catch up on
super chats after.
Okay, yeah, we talked about this at the very beginning, that we have to be really, really careful that the extremism that we see from the left doesn't cause us to overreact to extremism that becomes authoritarianism, that becomes where the demons rejoice regardless of who is being the tyrant. If we become the monsters that we are fighting against, we are no better, and we actually serve the demons exactly as the Hegelian dialectic of the synthesis when they see us at each other's throats. That's what the ultimate goal is. Like, they don't care as long as people are dying and people are getting hurt and people are losing their way. It doesn't matter. Right. When Mo says that extremism is what got him to become an entrepreneur, it's what got him to pull his kids out of the public school system. That's the answer. That's the direction. Is you take this as a motivation to build yourself and to put yourself in a position to not be subject to some of this stuff anymore, and to put your faith in the places where it belongs, in God and your family and your community and your local, your close-knit family and your extended family, and your friends that you can rely on, and to build with that and not rely on this shit anymore. Because if what comes out of this is, haha, we won, now let's show them we're going to go after and we're going to get retribution, because I see a lot of it now. The amnesty thing came out from the Atlantic. And there's people who are like, no, military tribunals, string them up, line them up, firing squads, whatever, all this stuff. And I'm like, yo, y'all got to calm down with this shit, because like, this you'll sound just like them. When they said you shouldn't be able to get an operation, you shouldn't be able to go to the hospital and have your heart worked on because, so now what, we going to deny the myocarditis people a trip to the hospital just to show them like, haha, I shouldn't have gotten that. Like, no. Like,
we just want tribunals for Gil Bates and Fauci.
Yeah, I mean, the people who perpetrated this stuff, there needs to be some sort of accountability.
The underlings, no, you guys are good.
Sorry, I was wrong.
I
would be happy with that. Like, we were wrong. We made a mistake. We'll do better. Would be, cool. I'm full of grace.
You were forgiven and also never forgotten. I will never trust your opinion on science or medical treatment ever again.
Just to say I was wrong.
Jeff, you want to say something?
But realistically, that's not going to happen.
Right.
And I think even with the military tribunals, that's not going to happen either.
Right.
I think what we have to look at, though, is the Justice Department and the FBI. Because what's going to happen is when Republicans retake the House, they've already promised to launch a bunch of investigations, but not only have they promised it, they've already been laying the groundwork for that all year. Kevin McCarthy, his people, his interns, his staffers, they've already been prepping these investigations. They have sent legal documentation to the DOJ, to the FBI, saying you better preserve these documents because we're going to need those when we take over, basically. And so we're going to have that, but not only that, don't forget about what happened a few months ago. They raided Trump's home. Now, people think that this whole thing died down because you haven't heard about it. No, what's happening is that the DOJ isn't making any moves towards Trump because they can't, because it was too close to an election season, and they can't take any overt, brazen action during when you've got midterms right around the corner, because they have to avoid the appearance of partisanship. I'm telling you, once these midterms are decided, maybe like a week or two, maybe a month, the FBI is going to start leaking stuff. They're going to start talking about what they found. There's going to be indictments coming down. So if we're talking about a bad situation for the country, it started when they raided Mar-a-Lago, because once they start doing these indictments, and they're not just going to indict Trump, we're talking about his allies, people close to him. What's that going to say? I mean, we thought January 6th is bad, and I'm hoping this doesn't happen. But when people believe that an arm of the federal government is being used politically, and they have a good reason to think that,
right, exactly,
God knows what can happen. And then on top of that, you've got the House Republicans who are going to be investigating Hunter Biden. They're going to be investigating the FBI and DOJ themselves as well. So the FBI is going to be investigating and being investigated at the same time. Then there's the other issues. Afghanistan, they're going to be investigating that. They're going to be investigating the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic. When all this shit starts coming out over the next couple of years or so, especially with the FBI, I mean, we're already divided. It's already bad enough, but I think that this could be, and I really hope I'm wrong about this, guys. I really hope I'm wrong, but this could be the start of some really serious issues in our society, because you're going to have people on the right feeling like they're being mistreated by the government, and they might be right, but you're going to have people on the left who are feeling that same way too, and to a certain extent, they may be right. And it's just... It's one of the reasons why when people ask me if I think things are going to get better, I say they probably will, but they're going to get worse before they get better. I think we're entering into that worst season right now.
What do the gematria people say about the McCarthy wraparound? Like that we went from
on that.
I don't know.
Doesn't he
like
do
we
that?
had
He was here.
We had the Japanese internment. And now we're gonna have like a whole different level of like, hey, all right, so you have to get up here and you have to tell us that you're not a communist. Like you have to get up here and you have to tell us that you're not anti-MAGA, whatever the
MAGA extremist.
MAGA extreme. Yeah, you know what? Like it's not lost on me that his name is McCarthy. I'm just saying.
I don't think McCarthy will go that far, but I think there are people in the GOP who want to.
It's part of the thread. It's like like the thing they used to tell us about like Lincoln and Kennedy and how like they had like the name, you go following like Lincoln had somebody in his cabinet named Kennedy, and Kennedy had somebody in his cabinet named Lincoln, and all this stuff. It's just like the gematria people have a field day with that stuff. So
real quick, shout out to people talking about thieves over in the Rumble chat. We see you. Yeah, we got our eyes on the thieves. We know what you mean over there. And real quick, before I get to the super chats, I do want to say something, Mo. You kind of hit a button with me because I'm ready to pull my kids out of school, and you're absolutely right. It's because of the radical left. Mm-hmm. Like the left has gotten so radical that I'm like, before it was like delayed, like, oh, this is something I want to do. Hotep Nation, we're into homeschooling, and eventually I want to figure this thing out, right? And then the left got so bad that I actually went and did the studies to see, okay, what are the steps to pull my kids out of school now?
A lot of people are.
Like I was kind of like procrastinating a little bit. And then when I found out how easy it was, now I'm in this space of, okay, they're going to finish out the semester. Let me figure out, okay, what is the curriculum? What is our daily schedule? What do I want to teach them? When do I want to teach them? And I'm actually starting to think like that. So that's a great point, man. The radical left in many ways does help, right? It's pushing you towards action. I forget who said it. Maybe Mo, but one of them old school, black leaders said, you never let your enemy teach your children. Who said that? Was it X?
Yeah, I think it was Malcolm X.
I think that was X, yeah. And when I thought about that, I'm like, yeah, why am I letting my enemy teach my goddamn children?
But one more thing, since we want to talk about radicalism, and nobody's talking about all this saber rattling for crime.
Mm-hmm.
Watch for the Crime Bill 2.0. Saber rattling. You know what I'm saying? Because the Republicans has pushed this crime thing to one of the three. You know what I'm saying? One of the three pillars of this campaign season is crime, inflation. You know what I'm saying? And then you know what I'm saying, the jab or whatever you want to call it. But this reaction, are they going to be ham-handed like they was in the 90s? With the 90s crime bill, because are they going to be locking up black people indiscriminately? You see what I'm saying? These are things we have to watch for, because they're going to have to act on their words.
I think that's what we got to watch for.
Right.
We've been talking about that on this channel a lot too. Like, yeah, this is the setup. You increase the violence, you increase, the crime, and then you'll have people begging. You're going to have black folks asking for it, just like they did the last time. That's the same excuse they used last time. They said last time was black folks was asking for more increased police because crime got out of hand.
That's exactly correct. So I just want to put that out there. You know what I'm saying? That we got to watch radicalism. And I'm going to make one last point before I hop off of here. Just like the social credit score. If you think the right ain't going to use that, but just change the parameters, you know what I'm saying? Like, you only have missionary sex, don't you? You know what I'm saying? You go to church on Sunday,
Absolutely.
Don't you? You know what I'm saying? You don't let your flag touch the ground, do you? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just going to be different parameters with the same system.
Go to Parler or one of these other Truth Social or whatever, and see this and see what kind of shit you can get dunked off of there for saying, you know, like
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, when it comes to the social credit score system, that thing's already been implemented. And I think Mo was talking about that earlier, where he was talking about self-actualization, where, you know, yeah, you could, you know, the Republicans allow you up that Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but when it comes to self-actualization, and you're like, oh no, I kind of want to think for myself. They're like, oh nah, you can't exist in our sphere. You're a little too black. You're a little too pro reparations for our taste. So that way, so now we have to completely discard you from the party. So, you know, and you know, the Hoteps are a victim of that, right? Like, there's a lot of places in the right wing where, you know, and people come and they tell me stuff, and and you know, the other influencers in space, you know, yeah, my handler told me I can't get too close to you, you know, shit like that. And people talk to me, they, you know, I the information always gets back to me. So that social credit score is kind of already in place. It's just not on paper.
Yeah, that gatekeeping, it happens on the right too. We've got our own version of cancel culture. I mean, it may not look the same, but yeah, that does happen. There's a lot of gatekeeping, especially if you're melanated.
Yeah.
Just tell them that me and Trisha are available. Maybe Brody too. I can't speak for Brody. Well, I'm not going to speak for Trisha either. But you know, if they need handlers that won't do that to them, you know, we're here.
Come over to Death Row Records when niggas won't be dancing in your political campaign ad.
You got to worry about me in your videos.
Right. Yo, Mo, before you bounce, I would like to invite you, if you're interested in coming on the channel with us on Aquarian Anarchy, if you're down to do it.
That would be dope.
Mofacts@gmail.com. Send me some. It's all good.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And I'm gonna just show one point, because this is the red button issue for me when you're talking to people on the right hand side, is reparations. That's why I love it, because that brings the truth out of people real quick when you start talking reparations. Because I had one person contact me like, well, you probably heard this, Hotep. Well, if we didn't bring you to America, then you wouldn't have no. Seriously, I mean, they were dead. They were dead serious. If we didn't bring you all to America, you wouldn't have this first world living that you've been accustomed to in America now.
Which, that's that Jesse Lee Peterson bullshit.
Right. But what my response to him was, so if a person got ran over by a car on the way to the World Trade Center on 9/11 and they didn't get, you know what I'm saying, and they weren't in the actual attack, then the car person that ran them over actually did them a favor and shouldn't have to pay them.
Yeah, I'm going to steal that. Next time I get that bullshit, I'm using that. I'll quote you. I'll give you the credit.
I never heard from that person again.
Wait, but what about the one where they talk about the Civil War being reparations? You get that a lot too?
That's the other one too. I mean, because what I'm saying is, this is the canned responses that you get from the right, which is that I'm not asking for a handout. I'm asking for I'm gonna ask for the last check of my ancestors. They never picked up their last check. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure that has accrued interest over this time. And that's the litmus test of, if you shut me down immediately, then we can't even talk. I mean, we can talk about what it looks like. If it's tax free, is it land? You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm good for cyber infrastructure, all these different things. So
when it comes to that first world argument, all I ask him is, have you ever read Industrial Society and Its Future? That's all I ask him. And they're like, oh, what is that? Right? All right, well, go read that, and then you come back and tell me if we should be living in a first world society, or if we even actually live in one. Because if you haven't read that paper, then you're completely lost as far as I'm concerned. You don't have the full picture. You know, you're living inside of a mind frame that is just warped, compromised, dogmatic, hypocritical, bigoted. It's just disgusting, bro. But you got to read that paper. If you read Industrial Society and Its Future, then come tell me. Because, you know, when I think of happiness, you know, they say, oh, they came and they got us from Africa. Nigga, we was happy in my goddamn straw skirt in the hut. We didn't need your iPhone, motherfucker. Matter of fact, you got to come back to Africa, fuck us up again, just to build your iPhone. Just to build your computers, you got to come back to Africa. And then you got yourself the iPhone, and now your people is depressed. And now you got 365 genders running around taking over. and you telling me this is a first world country? Tell me if this is a first world country when you walk out of Penn Station in New York and you smell that stink.
Ooh.
Or even Union Station in LA, even like 10 years ago when I was working in Glendale, and I had to my commute was 2 hours to get to work. When I would want to go home, I would take the train. I had to go to Union Station, and it smelled like grade A shit. Like that, I shit you not. Like, this is before homelessness became such a horrible issue. It was already bad, but you got to watch a nigga whip it out on the street to go pee. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
And I haven't been back since. I've been back to California, but I haven't been back to downtown LA.
It's not a first world country. It's a first class crab trap.
Yeah, you go on Skid Row, that looks like a third world country.
Mo Facts, we appreciate you for joining the channel. Ladies and gentlemen, Mo Facts.
I appreciate Hotep. I appreciate all the conversation with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know how to find me, mofax.com. And you know the Gmail, mofax@gmail.com. And Hotep, we got a lot to talk about. You know what I'm saying?
You know I love arguing with your ass.
Of course. You know what I'm saying? They already know what it is.
You might be my favorite person to argue with.
I'm gonna ask you this one question before I go, because I'm gonna throw something in there and just roll out. Have you seen how Revolt is trying to co-opt the grassroots black media? Puffy and Revolt. That's a part of the.
Is that what they doing?
Uh-huh. Look at that panel. Look at that panel.
Oh yeah, they did do that panel.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that at another time, but that's what I'm telling you.
Let's set up a chat ASAP. Okay. I'm gonna send you my calendar. Get on my calendar. Pick a night date. I'm gonna send you my calendar right now. Pick a night date. I want to talk about that ASAP.
Yeah, the reason why I throw that out is they understand what power is had over in the black group, and it's not a group. It's not anything. It's a way of thinking, and and Puffy's trying to tap into that, and he has his fingers into the black grassroots media. Right. He's trying to for 2024. But as always, I appreciate it, brother. Y'all have a good night. You know what I'm saying? Hotep and Bill.
Hey, y'all, appreciate you. Hotep and Bill, man. Appreciate you for stopping through. Ladies and gentlemen, Mo Facts. I like arguing with Mo because he know his shit. You know what I'm saying?
He's great.
And when he speaks with conviction, and he thinks about things I don't normally think about, right? And from a different perspective. He's very passionate about what he speaks about, but he knows his shit. Like when he don't just talk to be talking, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I also like him because, you know, he's like in many ways on the polar opposite of how I think. Like we're going in the same direction, but I'm like, nah, I want to go this way. He like, nah, I want to go that way. Even though we go into the same place, but he's my favorite person to argue.
You're taking different routes.
We're taking different routes. Correct. Yeah. It's like Jay-Z versus Nas. You know, J. Cole versus Ye. You know what I mean? Like J. Cole gonna let the music speak for itself. You know, the message gonna be in the music. And I think Ye was on the right place. Like when you listen to Yeezus, right? He said the DEA teamed up with the CCA. They trying to lock niggas up. They trying to make new slaves. I don't know if niggas peeped that, but everybody's like, oh, the album was horrible. I'm like, yo, there's a lot of messages in that album, you know, and I think the power of the jam is very important.
It's so funny that you bring up that lyric, because I'm sitting here looking at, there's a constitutional amendment in Louisiana that I voted for it because it's like it clarifies and removes some language that wasn't like, it's about that, it like moves the needle closer to freedom. So at least this amendment is like not as bad. Like right now, the language in the Louisiana Constitution is not clear whether indentured servitude as punishment is just for like committing a crime, or if it's just like, nah, you know what? Like I'm punishing you. so it can be very loosely interpreted. And I am sad to say, I don't know if people are just this dumb or if they don't understand if people like hornswoggled them or what, but this amendment is going to fail with 61% of the vote.
Which amendment is that?
It's an amendment to remove constitutional language that allows slavery as punishment. It's
like the 13th Amendment they talking about?
Well, this is in the Louisiana Constitution.
Oh, okay.
It clarifies the language saying that like it's authorized only as punishment for a crime. So like at least that moves it. It could be, you know, you're still doing, it's still in the books. But it would be a tighter interpretation where it's only for commission of a crime, which I still go back to that. Like the 13th Amendment is like a perfect example of how like they didn't really end slavery. They just kind of reclassified it as like, all right, so let's find some shit that we can put people in jail for and make them slaves for. You know, like possession of a dime bag. That's a good one. And then what we'll do is what was the thing that Biden did where he decriminalized all the federal possession cases, and they're like 3 or something.
Yeah.
yeah. Like niggas really going to jail on possession charges, federal prison. Like, no, that's not. This is so stupid. But it was like, hey, look, we did something. Like, no, you didn't. What the hell are you talking about?
Steph Colonel, he said Democrats and Republicans. Kendrick Lamar, even Kendrick. Like I like the way Kendrick tackles shit. I don't agree with the whole Hebrew stuff, but I love the way Kendrick tackles social problems through music and video and performance, and I think that's what's important. And even like when it comes to naming the people, it's like you don't got to talk about them if you feel like you're Hebrew. Just be Hebrew, right? And let that speak for itself. Opinionated Junkie, remember when Sonnie said Liz Cheney would win? LOL.
She got her ass whooped.
Did she?
She been lost. And then the girl that took her nomination.
She won
tonight. Yeah.
Oh, dope. Yeah. Thank God.
My question is, are they going, because you got what Raphael Warnock telling his people, like, hold tight. I feel good about this.
You know? Well, it's tightening up. It's 49-2 to 48-8 with 91% reporting. And the other thing is too, like, it's not just about the number. If Walker doesn't get to 50 plus a hair, it's going to a runoff. And
what's the runoff mean?
It's just Warnock and Walker head to head with no third party or fourth party or fifth party candidate, you know.
So what did people come back and vote again, or how does that work?
Yeah, you have to vote again.
Yeah.
So this happens all the time in Louisiana. And the trouble with this, because it's a Senate race, is what'll happen is then all this national money comes in, all this campaign money will come in, and it becomes a national race. It is effectively presidential election 2.0.
It's a national race?
Well, no. It's just
you're saying from the money.
It's run in Georgia, but the money comes in from all over the country because they know that like this is the Senate. The Senate hangs in the balance with this particular election.
Yeah,
Warnock's gonna probably.
If Trump had just shut his big fat mouth in 2020, we wouldn't have this problem.
Sure wouldn't even be an issue.
What do you mean?
A lot of the Republican vote in Georgia in 2020 was depressed because Trump was shooting off about how the elections were going to be rigged and that it wasn't really worth showing up to vote because the senatorial elections were going to be rigged, so people didn't show up. That was a big part of it.
Yeah, and so Raphael Warnock.
Interesting.
And what's going on with Oz and Fetterman right now?
I think Fetterman's got it.
I don't understand that. I don't. But I mean,
They look like they tied right now, right? No,
it's a 1% lead for Fetterman.
Yeah, 1%. Yeah, Fetterman's got him by 1% with 86% in.
Yeah, and I don't know where those remaining percentages are coming from, but I would guess, if I had to guess, that they're coming from densely populated Democrat heavy regions. But
like Unc said, these niggas are stupid.
Who said what?
Like Unc said, these niggas are stupid.
Jabari Judah says Stacey made a big mistake dismissing reparations argument. Did she skip over that?
She said she would. Didn't she say she was like kinda against it or some shit like that? Like she was on. She was skirting that line or some shit.
Wow, I'm surprised.
I feel like I heard she was skirting the line. Like She wasn't giving a straight up answer, and that people ain't like that.
I thought
she was probably worried about alienating white folks in Georgia, because that seems like a slam dunk for her. Like,
right.
All she do is talk to the 35%.
Let me ask y'all a question. When they were restructuring, the Reichstag, I want to say following World War I, they had a representative government where if you got 5% of the vote, you were 5% of the government. What do y'all think about that? It was a representative republic.
I'm one of these weirdos who likes the idea of ranked choice voting, because I think it starts to bring some of these third party candidates, because what it'll do is you're allowed to choose, all right, so I want, for instance, in that race in Georgia where Shane Hazel was, I would want to put him as my number one, and then all right, if I have to give you a second choice, it's Kemp,
right?
And I'm not even putting Abrams on my ballot so that she doesn't get any votes. Kind of like what they do for Hall of Fame MVP voting and stuff like that, where the media votes on these guys. They'll give 5 points to first place, 4 to second, and so forth, and then that way you do it on points. And the reason why the establishment is really not upset but opposed to that is that if you did something like that, and then somebody like Shane Hazel for governor of Georgia pulled 30% of the vote because you had him as the second choice, or maybe even the first choice for a bunch of people, because they were able to do that hedge where it's all right, look, let me vote for the guy I want to win, but let me put my second choice as the guy who I'd be okay with, where you can hedge your bet a little bit.
I see what you're saying.
They don't want you to have that ability, because if you're able to hedge your bet, now you're actually seeing shit, man, if I had voted for Hazel, he would have won. But instead I put Kemp for, that sort of stuff. They're afraid of that because it takes away that power that the two main parties have. And I hear people all the time talking about how it's going to destroy no, it's it's the most logical, realistic thing. You watch a cross country race or track or anything like that. They do this stuff on points. If they just did it where for cross country, they have points for first through, I don't remember the different places, but it's
same thing for World Cup. Winner gets 3.
Right.
What's name? Tie is 1, and loss is 0. Chess is the same way.
Yeah. So in cross country, first place gets 5, seconds 4, and so forth.
Yeah.
So if you go in there and you rack up it's the other way around. It's 1 through 15 or something like that.
Yeah.
And so you want the fewest points. It's it's like golf.
Right.
So if you come out of that with 15 points, well, you're unbeatable, because nobody can with the remaining places left. So if you had something like that where but you'd have to do it in reverse, where you get the most points for first place votes. If Stacey Abrams had 38% of those votes and Kemp had 39, but then somebody else had the other 20 some odd percent, or no, almost 40%, then it's a whole different conversation the next election cycle. The next election cycle, it's no, fuck that Kemp dude, I'm going with this person, or fuck Stacey Abrams, I'm going this way.
Yeah.
I don't understand the runoff. I don't understand the runoff when Oliver got, I guess, 2% between the two. I feel like because he got that 2%, that splits the difference, and whatever it is now.
Yeah, no, that's not how. So
they wiping the chessboard clean.
What they do is, they knock the people who don't finish in the top 2 out, and it's the top 2. And so then, now I'm not saying it's a guarantee that Warnock wins, because I can't guarantee that all of those 2% are going to go to Warnock. But I'm just telling you, now you have that whole section, and they don't look at it and say, oh, you didn't vote in the primary, you can't vote in the runoff. Anybody, I mean, I don't know what the rules are for Georgia, but in Louisiana, that's what always happens. The turnout's almost double in the runoff.
I think Carrie Lake will pull this shit out, because she down 50%, 52% in.
She's down what?
She down 13 points.
Wait, who is?
Are you serious?
Kari Lake.
Kari Lake is down. Wow. What? How much of the vote?
52% of the vote is in.
50?
52. It says 52% in. Hobbs got 56%. Lake got 43.
Shit. See, but they had like a bunch of their voting machines go down. So if Kari Lake loses,
there's gonna be some shit.
Right. They wouldn't let them stay open past 7.
Yeah, they sure wouldn't.
Denied it.
Wow.
Why are these places so fucked up? Excuse my language. Like Pennsylvania is the same thing. Like, how is this happening? Like, and of course, it's like, oh no, this isn't real. That stuff doesn't happen. And here we are 2 years later after 2020. And these people still can't. And Katie Hobbs is the Secretary of State, isn't she? For Arizona? Like she runs the election process?
Yeah, right. I think so. Yeah.
Isn't that like a conflict of interest? Or does that not count?
All I know is Maricopa County has some problems and the other county.
Big time. That's why I got off Twitter today. It was stressing me out.
Oh my God.
He didn't even debate her.
Sir Bubba Hotep said, Red Wave, Hotep and Bill give blacks guns. Chad can't cook steak. Shots fired.
This is such unadulterated bullshit. I'm not even gonna address it because if you haven't even been to my house or seen me cook, what the fuck are you talking about? Get it out of here.
Jay Pylon said, shout out to Uncle Hotep, salute. Sir Bubba Hotep said, bonnet gang. Jabari Judah said, Unc got a bonnet for Stacey Abrams' bonnet army. Arnold A.
Old super chats, man.
He said, contribution to the Hotep Broadcasting Network. Hey, I like that. Willie Handy said, smoking on that Stacey Abrams pack. Fetterman about to blow a 3-1 lead. Shout out that Hotep Jesus Jude and cousin Uncle Hotep. Salute, bro. Jason Rose said, Dems throw out LeBron and Weinstein's boo for votes. Art Dog, Hoteps need to take over the Republican Party and conservative platforms. Then change will truly happen. Props to HBTY and no agenda. That's an interesting theory.
That is. So check it. Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
Latino Freedom got a point. Remember what Fox News did? I know that shit. The People's.
What?
They put that fucking graphic up that Hobbs won. And they said, oh shit, my bad. We didn't mean to put that up. That was a test.
When was this?
Last week.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yep.
They said that apology next week.
Yeah.
After they did it. It's like on page 3 at the bottom in the left-hand corner.
They did that shit. I was like, oh.
Is this your 10-4 Kofi take?
No, I was like, it's a hell of a coincidence.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm like, that's a Freudian slip. Like, if I ever never seen one.
I got a 10-4 Kofi take. It comes from Hotep Jesus' favorite man of all time, Joseph Stalin.
Yes. Yes, the man.
It's not who votes that counts, it's who counts the votes. that was a perfect duet right there. Oh shit, that was good. Shit.
I gotta step my sounds up, yo. Uncle Hotep and Cannon is kicking my ass.
Yeah, but you got the unruly though. That's the bar right there.
All of Barry's nephews are Indonesian. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Sir Bubba Hotep, Ye doesn't have factories in Cody, Wyoming. David Zientara, Clarence Thomas could retire. Word.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he's up there.
Yeah. And especially all the stress they've been giving him.
Yeah, the only thing is though, from what he's talked about, it sounds like he ain't done.
Yeah, I think he's still on the warpath.
He's still bush hogging right now. He's out there. She's fucking clearing. He's clearing all the brush out. He's like, fuck this shit. I've been waiting 30 years for this.
Oh yeah, he about to scorch earth. All I want to know is how long is it going to take Stacey Abrams to concede? You think it's going to take another 2 weeks?
I think she called him.
Did she call him?
Did she really?
I think she did.
Oh, really?
I think so. I thought I saw that on the Twitter sphere.
She was gonna go on her black man tirade.
That's
that's still gonna happen.
Yeah.
Fly out.
What's he gonna do? The Hillary World Tour?
Fly out.
Yeah.
Fly Out Chase, he speaks sense. If you guys got a chance, follow Fly Out Chase. He said Kemp was cutting tuition costs, giving teachers $5,000 raises, and giving Georgia citizens direct money. He wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, there you go.
That's how dudes in the street. Like when I'm around here, like, and I'm talking to people, like when I'm on job sites or just in the streets, I ask people like, what y'all think? A lot of dudes in the streets like, yo, we need Donnie T back. Like some people's like, I ain't like what he said, but my money was straight. Like he's getting his money out here in these streets. You know what I mean? Especially now, right? So like I went to the market and I paid $25 for a ham, for one ham, bro. Right? Like $100 for like 4 things in the market.
Do you know what Thanksgiving gonna cost this year?
Bruh, people gonna be eating spam sandwiches for Thanksgiving.
People are gonna be ordering pizza. That's what's gonna happen.
Exactly what's gonna happen.
They're gonna straight up call Pizza Hut.
The McRibs gonna sell out quick at McDonald's.
Yep.
Yeah, you saw that.
They ain't gonna get a turkey. They're gonna go to Subway and get a turkey sandwich. That's what's gonna happen.
Did you see they totally did the it's like the Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady retirement thing where they said this is the last time for the McRib. They're like they're really trying to get people to go nuts. They're like, look, man, this reboot didn't hit like the last one did. Let's tell them it's the last one.
They got to put out another Flintstones movie for that shit to work. You got to put out another Flintstones movie. That's all.
Oh, look, Kemp is up there speaking. I guess he got the concession call, so he's doing his celebration speech.
Maryland got swept, so I knew that was going to happen. I just went out there just to say I did.
I know black men better take Twitter off tomorrow. Stacey Abrams underlings is gonna be on your head. Infamous NYC, thank you. I'll check out the paper. You gotta check out that paper, man. If you check, man, there's a part in that paper where you talk about liberals, and I'm just like, man, it was like this back then. Jesus.
Yeah. You know who else?
I'm gonna find that part and read it to y'all in a second. Go ahead.
You know who else is like called this shit a long time ago? And we'll put this out here as a disclaimer. I do not agree with any of his actions.
Okay.
He deserved to go down in hell. The Unabomber's manifesto, bro.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm about to pull up and read.
I didn't know. Oh my God.
I don't call it that. I don't call it that though. I call it by its name, which is the industrial society in its future.
That shit was wild.
You got to put some respect on this paper. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Yeah.
I had to read it twice. I was like, huh?
Yeah. Let me see. I'm about to pull this up right now. Because he had this here. All right, right here. He says, the problem with purposelessness seems to have become less serious during the last 15 years or so because people now feel less secure physically and economically than they did ever. And the need for security provides them with a goal. But the purposelessness has been replaced by frustration of the difficulty of attaining security. We emphasize the problem of purposelessness because the liberals and the leftists would wish to solve our social problems by having society guarantee everyone security. But if that could be done, it would only bring back the problem of purposelessness. The real issue is not whether society provides well or poorly for people's security. The trouble is that people are dependent on the system for their security rather than having it in their own hands. This, by the way, is part of the reasons why some people get worked up about the right to bear arms. Possession of a gun puts the aspect of the security in their own hands. This is the shit this nigga was writing.
I will say though that and
I'm gonna read the next paragraph after you're done.
Okay. Well, as you and I have both gone through Bitcoin Mystery School and tapping in with Cyprian, formerly Vin Armani, he talks about this, that like, I get it. And on a certain level, I see Cannon with all his stuff behind him. It's important to do both, right? So having that ability to defend yourself against, you know, anything that could come through your door or anything else is one thing. But there are people who believe that that is the end all be all when they can turn your whole ability to exist and buy shit off at the touch of a button. So you better get that shit right too.
Yeah, that's here.
Because they ain't gonna mean a fuck what you got hanging on the wall or what you got in your safe or your, you know, your locker or your closet if they turn you off and say you don't exist anymore.
Yep.
Good luck for the next 2 weeks. Good luck for the next 2 weeks while you try to survive with.
You're gonna be on the side of the street with your Cash App sign on a fucking piece of cardboard.
Yeah, but no, you're not, because your Cash App
right,
ain't even gonna work.
That shit ain't gonna work.
I'm telling you, that shit ain't gonna work. Like
you have to take the mark of the beast.
Yeah,
you want to buy and sell.
You're not even gonna be able to panhandle because they're gonna get rid of the cash.
Yeah. You're gonna be fighting them corgis for them rats in New York.
You're gonna be fighting for them rats.
My pushback though a little bit on that is that like they've been trying to get rid of cash for a long fucking time.
Yeah.
And that's still like you still got places that they want cash. They will give you a discount if you buy with cash.
The Greeks.
Instead of buying with the
Greeks is not. If you go to them diners in New Jersey, Jersey's known for them diners. You go to them diners, some of them don't even take credit card.
Yeah. Yeah. Every place you go, they got a change shortage.
They got these places that you go get like Chinese food or something like that, and it's like it just says on there, cash better. It's like, you know, so it's like, all right, I got you.
Scarce, getting real scarce, and that's what's gonna happen. You go buy a house, and they're gonna like what you said about President Harris, and you're gonna be like, shit out of luck. Look what they doing to Jones. Look what they did to Farrakhan. Look what they did to all them people. Where they
I'm about to put parody on all my accounts.
That was just stage one.
I'm about to say
we can be Chase Bank just stopped Ye from banking with him.
No, look,
stage one.
Seriously, like you see what happened to like Ethan Klein and Kathy Griffin, like all that stuff with Elon Musk, like because they didn't have parody and they were doing like, you know, basically impersonating him or whatever.
Right.
Like I'm serious. I'm thinking about putting parody on all my social media, on my YouTube channel and everything. Like, no, this is all a parody. I'm parodying these weird libertarian anarchist type people.
Yeah, it's all satire.
It's all just satire. It's all satire, man. I'm just joking. It's all just jokes. Like anyway,
it might work because people think satire is real. Anyway, I can attest to that.
I was going to say, you're the person would know.
Especially today.
Look what happened. Yo, that's right. Yeah. Look what happened to McGinnis when he did his thing over there in the Chosen Land. That satire he did, and they canceled him immediately. They didn't even know he was doing satire.
It's so crazy when they were like when Elon finally took over and everyone was like, oh, reinstate these people. And then like you'd look at the thread and I was like, oh my God, remember that person? Remember, because they're just like vanished.
Yeah.
They're nowhere.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just like, oh, I forgot about her. I forgot about him.
Yep.
I
can't even say what you called her, yo. Where your girl Loomer at, HJ?
Yo, what happened to Laura?
They didn't let her back.
Persona non grata.
She lives down here. She lives close to me.
Yeah.
That would be that's the link. Okay, so we got to get Candace Owens. This is what you got to do. Candace Owens needs to get Kanye to demand that they reinstate Laura Loomer. And then it all brings everything back together.
Oh man.
But she's sitting in her get out dress next to Big Boss Ben right now.
I want to know what she said. I forgot to ask Mo to tell us what she said on Daily
background. She in the back. She like next to him, slightly in the background. Slightly. Ever so slightly.
I think he's right though. I think Mo's right though, that like when you really look at it, it's like Ben Shapiro is like I've always called him like a mental toddler. Like he goes out there and he's the equivalent of like the 14-year-old that goes in and he's like dunking on like middle schoolers.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, all right, you're already a freshman in high school and you're dunking on a 7th grader on 7.5-foot goals. Like you're not impressing me because you're shredding some 19-year-old purple-haired college
co-ed
and talking really fast. Yeah,
and talking really fast because you're
right.
I'm looking, guys.
He doesn't want anybody to.
And now this is what I want. You know, like, okay, like I get that he's saying stuff that you agree with, but that doesn't make him the genius that you think he is. Right. What he's doing is he's picking really weak competition and he's arm wrestling 3-year-olds. It's not impressive at all.
He's the Barry Goldberg of the fucking political sphere.
Yeah. Whereas like Candace, like, there's a lot of stuff I have a lot of issue with, like some of the stuff that she says, some of the takes that she's made, and like who she's kowtowing to or whatever, or who she's trying to cuddle up next to.
Above, yeah.
But I gotta respect like her, like she's got this like Sun Tzu sort of like, all right, I think this is where I have an advantage. I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna just kind of like I'm gonna reside in this area right here. And then she switches it up. She wasn't anti-shot stuff. Now she's like got like a damn Instagram documentary on the shit, you know?
Yeah,
she knows she has her pulse. Or
she reads the room.
She knows what's gonna get her those clicks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she reads the room.
Whereas Ben was 2 years late on that shit.
Yeah.
Like and he had her right there next to him the whole time, and it took him to this point where he's like, now you guys didn't tell us that this was you guys didn't tell us that you hadn't really tested it for effectiveness.
No, and he's always like,
motherfucker, we told you this shit was bullshit from the beginning. Like, who the fuck are you listening
What'd you say,
to?
Trish?
Well, and he's always like, and my wife's a doctor. But the funny thing is Jeremy Boring is, I don't know if they're equal owners, but I think there might be 3 of them. If not, it's definitely 2. But Jeremy Boring is the other owner who's not of that side, that tribe. And he had, I listened to him in an interview and he was like, basically like, I'm not canceling her, I'm not firing her, whatever. But interestingly, she was in England right after all of that happened with Ye. She was over there in her husband's native land for like 2 weeks at least.
Like when what happened?
Or Duke?
Right after that whole thing went down with Ye, she was poof.
Really?
Yeah, she was in England.
Picked up and bounced.
Isn't he like a prince or some shit? Some kind of
I think he's a lord.
No, he's just a wealthy family. Yeah.
Yeah, his dad I think was in Parliament. So you know how that goes.
Mm-hmm. Well, apparently I could buy a square foot in Scotland and be a lord. I might actually do that.
Yeah, I mean, well, when you think about the lord, it just means somebody who governs over a piece of territory. That's where you get the term landlord from.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just say you are one. Yeah.
Because landlord used to literally mean you were the lord of this land, like actual land mass. When you had the monarchies, et cetera, even when you go back to the czars of Russia, you had actual landlords. Like, this is your area, and when we got to put out a dictate, you're going to be the one that spreads it to the people, and this is how you're going to govern that piece of land. So you were the landlord, and that's kind of where the term came from, which now means, if you pay the guy you pay rent to.
Yeah, I guess, what, they going to cancel her husband because he got all the cash, right?
I don't think he's cancelable.
She got a baby by that, man. She's set forever.
She got 2 babies.
Oh, God damn.
Yeah, she got
boy
2.
and a girl. Yeah.
Oh, boy and a girl?
Cute too. Yeah, the little one's a girl. They're so cute.
Shout out to Lauren Elise. What up, Lauren? She said McGraw-Hill invaded our education system way before Billy G invaded with his injections. Oh my God.
Yo, that's what I was talking about with those PhDs and stuff. It's like, it's one thing to have that, like, okay, you want this status, you want this, and you want that. Here's a cookie, and here's a whack on the wrist if you don't do what we want you to do. It starts before that. There's like an indoctrination of like, these are the things that are acceptable if you want to be like one of the good people. You want to have these. You want to, like, all the people at this party talk about this stuff this way, and if you want to be their friends, well, you can't. That's how you look at like all the Hollywood stuff. Like, you're not allowed to. There's a handful of exceptions, like Vince Vaughn, and maybe I'm trying to think of, there's a few other ones who can kind of, like Bruce Willis maybe, and some others who can kind of push the edges of that a little bit. But for the most part, no, it's like you better be like going out there like fucking John Cena or The Rock, and being like, thank you for coming on our show, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We're so excited to go vote for you and endorse you. Like, no, that's just
That's the way it is.
Speaking of John Cena, I just found out that he follows me on Twitter.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Dead serious.
Yeah, he follows me
and
too.
He had to have done it recently. So
apply for help.
I got bad news, Jeff.
Uh-oh.
I got bad news. I don't mean to burst your bubble, but
parody.
That's
John Cena.
It's not John Cena. It's his account, but
somebody else runs it.
Yeah, it's one of those follow bot thingamajiggies. And I figured that out. Like I was like, I was like, oh wow, cool. John Cena follows me, and I looked, and he's following like 46,000 people, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm not special.
Oh damn! So Kevin Garnett.
I'm still using it to brag though.
Okay, let's do it.
But I'm about to show The Rock, it's gonna be on. You won't be able to tell me nothing. You won't be able to tell me a damn thing when I get The Rock on.
Jeff will be like this all day.
No, that's John Cena. I'm talking about The Rock.
I know, but I'm saying
I can't believe it. The Rock is smelling my cooking.
You missed the joke. You were smelling your hand. Anyway, so it reminds me of the time. Who's that guy that was running Kanye's social media for a minute?
I'm sorry, 461,000. John Cena, he follows 461,000 people. And he follows me, right? And I saw that. I was like, oh, cool. John Cena follows me. And then I saw how many people he followed, and I'm like, I'm not following him back. I was like, fuck you for running this fucking account like this. I was so upset because I thought it was
his follow count is 100x my follower count.
But he's got 13 million followers.
I know,
so his ratio is okay, but still, it's like, his following count is just like
that's way too many.
There's no way you could ever actually look at your timeline.
Looks like
your timeline doesn't look like a timeline.
The timeline looks like the Twitter timeline.
Where it looks like every conversation.
It looks like Ukraine.
Right. Hashtag Ukraine. Yeah. Oh shit. No, but so do you remember when that guy he started? We put it in the HBTY chat.
Oh, he's a baron. Her husband's a baron. Let me correct that. Fact check online. He's a baron.
He has a title, but I didn't know what it was.
All right. Well, fancy that.
I don't even know what that is.
So there was some guy who's running Kanye's social media, and he was going to start a space with like his friends, and he accidentally, I don't know, I guess he was like in the Kanye account when he did this, but he like shared it. And so it was like Kanye's in this space. And so there were like 13,000 people in this space.
Oh, yeah.
And it was just supposed to be like him and a couple of his friends or whatever. And they're like, oh, no. So like 15 minutes in, people are like DMing him. They're like,
where's he at?
Or they're like, yo, somebody said Kanye shared this. And he's like, oh, shit. Boom. Space done. He was like, oh, fuck. I fucked up. as soon as they told him Kanye shared it, he was like, oh, shit, that was me.
That was him from Kanye's account. Oh, man, you about to get fired.
Well, I think he quit like the next week.
Oh,
quit like the next
week. Jesus Christ.
Oh, good Lord.
That's Sir Bubba Hotep, he's got 5 super chats here. Thank you, bro. He said Trisha's black pilled.
So not true.
No, that's not true. She's just a realist. She's like me, it depends on the topic. We're gonna call it straight down the middle. We don't deal in idealism. We're dealing in realism. What are the facts? What's really going to happen? What can we really change? Sir Bubba Hotep, people will be eating dog from Orient restaurants for Thanksgiving.
Damn.
Sir Bubba Hotep, Chad, don't be offended. We all saw that steak in old Telegram Hotep chat. What is he talking about?
I posted a picture of a steak that I did when I was in Wisconsin. Okay, and
it was a long time ago.
It was on the Telegram. On the plate.
Damn, I forgot about that
dry ass steak.
It is not dry, bro. I will send you a picture of it. I will send you a picture. So he posted it. I will send you a picture of the steak when you cut it open. Anyway, whatever. I'm not dealing with this shit. You come to my house. I'll feed you steak. You will not be disappointed. Anyway, I'm not.
I mean, it better not be that steak, because if I remember correctly, if that was you, that was some.
Oh wait, no. Oh, you're talking about that. There was some other. He posted some picture, some bullshit that was from like he pulled off Google Images or some shit.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't mine.
Okay, because when I saw that, I was terrified. I'm like,
yeah. So speaking of terrified, so Warnock has overtaken the lead. It's 49.1 to 48.8 with 94% reporting. It doesn't matter because it's not gonna I don't think there's any chance that that anybody gets to 50%. So this is gonna be a runoff.
I don't know. The Hatfields
okay.
out of the grave and have voted.
But the thing is though, with 94% reporting so far, and Oliver already with almost 80,000 votes, it's going to be really, really hard to pull the amount of votes that you have to get to be that far ahead. I mean, yeah, it's possible. We saw what happened 2 years ago. Anything's possible.
Sir Bubba Hotep said Candace's father-in-law is a baron. So according to the chat, and shout out to our Rumble chat. I see y'all. I'm still watching y'all. Robert question mark said baron is the highest level before royalty. It goes sir, lord, viscount, and then baron. And then I looked up what baron means, and it says British nobleman of the lowest rank. A nobleman of continental Europe ranked differently in various countries. A Japanese nobleman of the lowest rank. So I guess it depends on what country. But I guess according to the chat, it's right before royalty, according to Robert question mark. And Sir Bubba Hotep back again. I pulled from old Hotep chat. Lauren remembers. I forgot we even had that chat.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, and we moved to Discord. That was a very important move because
Jeff, I just texted you a picture of this steak so you can know for sure that this motherfucker is lying.
All right, let's see what we got here.
Send it to the chat so I can put it on the screen. Send it to my DM. I'll put the steak on my screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there.
That's a good steak?
That's a good steak.
Look what Victor said.
Nice and rare.
What did Vic say?
Chad put steak and all I see is Trisha.
Oh. Oh, we got an admirer in the house.
That's sweet.
Yeah, I love Victor.
Shout out to Vic.
What's up, Vic?
Hotep, ya tú sabes.
But yeah, that pink on that steak, that's beautiful. That's a thing of beauty.
Let me show you.
Did you guys have steak did you have steak when you went to visit Chad?
No, but his wife had some. I need that recipe, by the way. She probably doesn't even remember what she made, but that was good. That was real good.
Chicken dish, wasn't it?
It was chicken, yeah.
Oh, I don't remember.
Before you guys tried to hypnotize me.
No, that was after we tried to hypnotize you, I think. No.
Oh yeah, that was after. Yeah, right. That was excellent.
The most excellent thing was me having the coffee cup ready or the teacup ready for when you got there.
Do we have any numbers of how many seats the GOP picked up in the House or anything like that?
Yeah, so let me hang on.
Because I talk about black-pilled.
Yeah, it's 46-46 right now.
The in the House?
That's the Senate.
Oh, the Senate. I'm sorry. In the House. In the House. Okay.
The net gain is 6.
Yeah.
In the House, the net gain is 6.
Yeah, we're at seats. 190, 167 with a whole bunch. The thing, I haven't gone to the House stuff much because it's just at least with the Senate, I can limit it to 15 races. The House, it's there's so many races. It's I
know. Well, Florida, because they're saying that I just read something. It was they picked up seats, but not as many as they thought. And I'm always oh my God, can we ever just have any positivity?
Yeah. So there's
Myra Flores lost. Twitter.
She did. I know, that's terrible.
Myra Flores?
Yeah, and she's so great.
She is hot.
I
mean, she was a great candidate too.
But that's ridiculous. I mean, the fact
she was popular though. Yeah.
Very.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah. They picked up one of the races in Virginia, but the other two they didn't. So they were hoping to get all 3 of those in Virginia, and they didn't.
Jeff, but I think if you ever want brisket, I sent you a picture of that too. So that's fine.
About to get Chad a food truck.
Ooh, that looks good. Yeah, Hotep and grilled.
There you go. Listen, shit, man, I might get
There
an
you go.
apron. I might get an apron made with that embroidered on it. Damn, that's a good idea.
Hotep and
have it.
grilled.
I never have anything to post in the fitness chat, so I might have to do that. I might have to start doing look, I got your keto right here.
Jeff, I just like to say I appreciate you from coming back and hanging out with us.
No, I'm glad you invited me. I'm having fun.
I'm gonna go ahead and tip out. I'm fading over here.
Yeah,
fighting a cold.
Yeah, I gotta drive to Pensacola tomorrow.
I gotta drive.
Yeah, I still gotta finish like writing shit.
Really?
Yeah, this is Jeff's job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is his
I know.
life. That's why I
I'm
wanted
always
to...
like, fill me in because
I gotta knock these out before I go to bed.
Yeah, that's why I wanted them on, because you know what I mean. I know you the expert here, so I want to make sure we get the people the best.
Jeff trying all his material out on us. Anyway, I'm out of here.
Cannon Hotep, y'all.
HJ, just remember, right? Before you is coming up. You know you're gonna have to pay that.
That'll be $8. That's awesome.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah, Cannon got all the good shit.
Bro, like I think he's probably
all
gonna
right,
make
Jeff.
money.
Appreciate you. Jeff, do you promo things? Tell everybody where you at.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can follow me on Twitter at Jeff on the Right. You can read my stuff on redstate.com, libertynation.com, Newsweek Opinion, and check out my podcast, A Fresh Perspective with Jeff Charles.
And your did you promote the satire thing?
Oh, yes. My new satire
that's so
site,
good.
Substack. Yes. That is the Smattering. So you can either look up the Smattering on Substack, or you can put in smattering.substack. No, one more time. smatteringnews.substack.com.
That shit is worth every single moment you spend on that.
I'm a subscriber.
Yeah, that shit is great. Make sure y'all go check that one out. I like that. That should be that should be the thing you promote and be like the lead magnet to all things Jeff.
I probably should. I got a lot of subscribers tonight because I did something that went viral. So
yeah,
I think I'm gonna start pushing that out there more because people seem to like it.
Yeah,
hilarious.
Yeah.
All right, peace out, bro.
Hotep and Bill. Needs.
All right, y'all have a good night. Hotep and Bill.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, peace,
Night,
bro.
Jeff.
I tried to get Cooley in here.
And then there was.
That would be epic.
I sent Cooley the link earlier when
he's in Atlanta, isn't he?
That's what I'm saying.
He's in the heart of the beast right now.
Yeah, because when Sonnie was talking about black men and we were talking about Atlanta, the first thing I thought it was Cooley. I'm like, yo, here's the link. You could join if you want. You know, so I was hoping to see him in here and get his opinion.
So we already got so Rubio won, Bennett won in Colorado. So we're at 46-46 in the Senate with looks like a Dem win in Arizona. Georgia's going to go to a runoff. Nevada's going to be a Dem win. So that's
Oz is catching up.
Are you serious?
Yeah, so that's 48. New Hampshire makes 49. Oh no, I'm sorry. New Hampshire's already called, so that's already included. That's already baked in. Never mind.
So
okay, so Utah, Mike Lee is gonna win again. So it puts you at 47. Republicans. Pennsylvania is a toss up. That would make it 49 if Fetterman wins. Johnson wins Wisconsin. That's at 48. So it's still up for grabs. With Georgia and Pennsylvania really being like that's it. Like it's
so Blake Masters lost. But that's the other thing. That's the same shit with Arizona. Their whole thing is screwed up because they didn't let people vote all damn day.
Yeah. So, and I say Nevada is a loss, but that's only 44% reporting. It's early over there.
It's saying here 190 seats in the House went to 167 for Democrats. They picked up 7 states. Democrats picked up 2.
Yeah, but that 190 to 167, there's a long way to go because you're gonna.
There's 21 seats left.
No. There's some
that are being
toss-ups
voted on.
but they're all being voted on tonight. What I'm saying is that like there are there's 21 competitive seats, but there are it takes 218. So you need the Republicans need like damn near 30 to get to 218.
Right.
And the Democrats need, I don't know, what is that, 51 or something? There's a shit ton of races that are not yet decided. That's what I'm saying. Like
we are at Maine, New Hampshire, New Jersey still not decided. Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, parts of California, what's that? Alaska, Hawaii, and
anything on the Oregon governor's race?
No, let me look. Because that was like 4% for the Democrat earlier. Was it Kenta? What's the chick's name? Kotek. That's it. So it's 45.6 to 44.6 right now.
Yeah, Dems are up
with 65% reporting. So there's still a long way to go in that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the House, there's you have, what is it, 435 seats in the House, and there are only 367 or 357 that are accounted for right now. So you have a veritable fuck ton of seats left to be decided. And like I said, I really don't want to go through and look at.
No, that's okay. I was just wondering where we were as far as the.
Yeah, there's just so many of them. Yeah, there's so many of them, and there's so many with like under 70% reporting that it's not even worth looking at the percentage at this point.
I think they're going to take the House, but
I think so too.
They're saying not by as many as they predicted, but like who cares at that point?
Yeah.
Yeah, but did you notice how we didn't get the article that said there might be a blue mirage? We just got one that said there might be a red mirage. So it was like, hey, look, we tried to rig this in a way, but just in case we have to work a little overtime for that, just be patient with us. It's gonna take a minute.
Yeah, and I saw something else online that was somebody filmed in Portland and said businesses in Portland are boarding up, and I was like, again, like they think that lady might pull it off in the governor's race.
But what does that say? That if you lose a race, people are boarding up. What does that say about your party?
They're lunatics. I mean, remember right before the 2020 election, they were boarding up DC, New York City.
I'm convinced that election was not stolen. I'm convinced that the electors were like, I don't want to deal with the whole country being set on fire.
Agree.
And in some ways, I was thinking to myself, like, I'm kind of glad Trump didn't win, because I was very fearful of what America would look like if he would have won again. I don't know if this country would have survived that shit.
Look, I have not said anything like this in a long time, because I never was sure like what but the fact that you just said that, like, it's like, all right, so it's not just me. But like 2008 Obama, I was like, man, I really hope he wins, because I don't know how what the reaction is going to be. Like he was so popular, and it was such a, like, I don't know, it was just, and it was a different time too back then. Like now it's even worse, like where it's like you have all kind of like the whole Antifa movement,
right?
But like you could see some of that stuff already starting to brew even before it had a name. Before Antifa had a name, there was this, because remember when Obama went and gave that speech in like Germany or whatever, and there was like 8 million people. Did you see that? Did you
said
know what I'm
Obama
talking about?
was giving a speech in where?
In like Germany or something, where the one where he did the like, I'm a citizen of the world.
Okay.
See if you can pull the let me go look for it. I'm gonna see if I can find the image of it. Was bigger than his inauguration speech at the.
And what about it?
I'm saying like there was this whole like
I see it here.
The world over with all this like I don't know, disenfranchised youth kind of, you know, the basically it was the same thing as what like Jordan Peterson did for capturing the imagination of the I don't know, with what people call like the incel, you know, the young disgruntled male whatever thing. It was that, except it was all that pent up frustration from all the teenagers and college age kids who knew that they were getting fucked over by the student loan system, the whole Occupy Wall Street thing that was brewing, like that, all of that stuff was like already starting to foment before Obama even became president, because Occupy, all that stuff happened later.
Yeah,
because it was later. after the financial collapse.
I want to say like
07,
2011 or 2012 or something like that.
Yeah,
I can't remember the year, but
because he got elected. He got elected after the financial collapse and the bailout, the bank bailouts.
Yeah, that was 2008.
And then that was when all the Occupy Wall Street stuff, because it was like, okay, finally we have a voice, a way to like direct this energy, and maybe we won't, you know, we have anyway. It was just that was the stuff where I was like, man, hope this dude wins, because if he doesn't, like, I don't know who's going to be on the list of like, you know what, fuck these people because they don't live in our apartment complex. I'm like, okay, yeah, but like I don't have any money either. Shit, like I'm getting fucked over by this system too. Like, why are you coming for my shit? You know?
Yeah.
Like it's and so when Trump won, it was kind of wild. Like I think it kind of caught everybody off guard, but like the way that things were going in 2020. I don't know after all the.
I don't know, man. I think this country would have been up in flames.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think the electors were like really scared. They were like, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to press that Trump button today. Because it comes down to electoral college. They could have.
Yeah.
They could have did what they wanted, right? And they decided not to. And in some ways, I was relieved because, you know, I was ready to celebrate, but I was also like, I think I need some more ammo before tomorrow too, right?
Yeah, it was a relief because it was kind of like, oh, good, we don't have to listen to this rhetoric and this bullshit again. Right. I mean, it's still continued because these people are absolute psychopaths,
right,
and have nothing positive to say about anyone. And, you know, like I said, we established in those 4 years that everyone was a racist, white supremacist, Nazi. I was like, okay, good. Here we are now. Where do we go from there?
Yeah.
And like so I was relieved. I personally don't want him back. And it's not that Trump. It's not that against the policies or things or his pushback. I get it. I know everyone's like, oh, but it's just, again, it's going to be the same thing. The media, Hollywood, the streets. It's only going to be worse because these people are just empowered now because they've just had 4 years to just sit around and, you know, get ready.
Yeah.
And I just, you know, I mean, I think they'll hate a DeSantis just as much. I just don't think as badly because he doesn't push buttons like Trump does.
Right.
I think he will, though, on a certain level.
Yeah, but not in that tone and that arrogant.
He's not going to be nowhere
narcissistic.
He's not going to be nowhere near as bad as Trump. Trump is like antagonizing on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Right. DeSantis is antagonizing like by default, you know, not even by default, just like because of his stance on things, right? It's just like, oh, we don't like his policy, and he just stands firm on it, and he doesn't.
Right.
He doesn't.
So he's
give
bad.
He doesn't give you the Pence thing. Whereas Trump is like, you know, he calling people names, Pocahontas, and
I mean, it's funny, and I get it, and I have nothing but contempt for most of the people that he's talking about. But it's just comes to a point that like that's the thing. No one wants to hear that anymore. Mm-hmm. Like people that even like him are like, okay, dude, like we're good. This isn't. We're not 10. We're not on the playground. Like, can we be serious? I don't know. It's just.
What did he call DeSantis the other day?
The sanctimonious.
That's pretty good.
And that's when Brody was like the statist, and I was like, oh, okay. And again, I agree with that, but it's like, I know, and that's my point. who else do we have? Like, what do they think they're going to put Tulsi Gabbard as a Republican candidate?
God
Like
help
everyone's
me,
like,
no.
woo.
I hope not.
But you know what I'm
Shit.
saying? Dan Crenshaw, like, oh God.
I mean,
Mike Penn.
Again, I look at the whole Trump versus DeSantis thing as being, a publicity play, drumming up the drama, get people involved, get people excited about Republicanism again. It could be WWF behind the scenes. I don't know how much of that is real beef. Because, people pull up the dinner with him and Trump from 2021 and they chilling, talking, So I never put that past people.
Yeah, they showed video of him and Melania leaving their polling station today, and they were like, who'd you vote for? And he was like, DeSantis, like, duh. But, it's just, and Melania posted her I voted sticker. I saw that. I don't follow her, but someone must have retweeted it. But it's just, I think it wore me out. Like I said, I would never have gotten through those years without you guys. And like Hotep's been told you every Thursday.
I'm not gonna
COVID. I mean, oh my God, just think about it. It was just constant. Oh my God, Trump has an extra scoop of ice cream. Oh my God, Trump drinks Coke. Oh my God, he threw too much fish in the koi pond. Like, are we serious right now? Like, Biden probably shits his pants every day. And like, everyone's just like, yay, we love you. Thank you.
Because
I don't know.
That's what you do. Like, so like the human condition is that we start off as babies and we kind of go through like an advancement and then we like go through adulthood and then we go the opposite direction. It's just kind of like a bell curve. And he's on the other end of that bell curve. And so you pat him on the head and you say, good job, way to go poopy.
Right.
And
True. And you know what?
That's what you do at this point.
Trump is going to be as old as Biden in 2 years. I mean, he's obviously in way better condition and shape and health or whatever. I don't care what people say. Maybe not shape, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't think he's, borderline brain dead.
Yeah.
But
probably puts his foot down before he's...
Can we bring in some young, like the olds? Like we're being ruled by the olds.
Yeah.
Chuck Grassley, Feinstein, Maxine, Nancy, Mitch.
Yeah, but this is how it always is, though. Like it was before that, it was Strom Thurmond and all the, there was a different Robert Byrd. It was a different group of old people. It's just, I mean, this is the way that this stuff goes. You've been through enough cycles of this to know that this is just how it is. I will say this though. I got a couple of things wrong, and I'm not afraid to admit it because it's 2 years ago, just about today, that we did the other election special. I thought Trump was going to win, and I thought that there were a whole lot of reasons why they would just be like, no, we got to let him win because like we're going to live off of him on social media and in the broadcast media.
Yeah. Look what's happened to broadcast media.
I think they're seeing the results of their failure in black and white and red, a lot of red. And the other thing that I got wrong was I kind of thought that like as soon as Biden got in that it was going to kind of sort of did at first put an end to the whole magic virus nonsense. But then they came back with a vengeance and they really they tried to dunk on us.
Yep.
They tried really hard to dunk on us. And like, I don't know, thank God we had like LeBron coming down from like way back in the backcourt to block Andre Iguodala. Because it was close. Like we almost got took. But it's, I don't know what the remainder of the agenda ends up being that actually gets pulled off while Biden is still in office. But we got to think like really longer term that there's some of this stuff that's been in play in motion for multiple decades. And they are starting to roll it out, the CBDC and the credit score stuff and all the social credit score stuff. All those things are starting to make their way out to where like if they can't physically enslave you, they will find a way to electronically enslave you. And the Patriot Act, you go back to that, they used
the fear from 9/11 to institute the Patriot Act and all the shit that we go through at the airports, TSA and everything else. And now they're having
We're here and going strong too.
the real ID and all this shit with, if you try to get a passport or anything, there's all these different things. It's just coming. And they tried really hard with Hillary Care before Obamacare. And then Obamacare started some of it. But my thinking was back then when Hillary Care and Obamacare were a thing, because that was about 15 years apart, was like, oh, they're going to try to tell me what I can and can't eat. I was younger, but it never even dawned on me like, oh no, they're going to make all this other shit mandatory. Like that's how they're going to be like, no, listen, like we run your health now. And if you want to exist as a person, this is what you're going to have to do. Because we now that the state is a custodian of your body, now the state has a vested interest in how your body is injected with things, is fed with things, has, when you can have surgeries, when you can't, all these different things, because now you become a part of their property. So whether it's DeSantis or anybody else or Trump, just y'all be really, really careful and start like thinking about like seeing that big picture of who's going to actually stand in the way of you having all of this shit stripped away from you, and maybe even offer a path to like making that stuff more free, and who's actually just part of the plan. Because I think more often than not, everybody that is presented before us is part of the plan.
Of course. So that's what I mean. Like everyone, it's like, that's why, if you say you want DeSantis, it's like, oh, but he's this, that, and the third. And I'm like, oh, okay, well then who do we want? Pence, or if you say Trump, it's like, oh, he's this, that, and the third. And like, we have shitty options. And even if people are like, oh no, this person really wants to help, they want to change things, they walk through those doors and they get transformed into like anti-human behavior, scumbag, thief.
Yeah, it's that thing where they show them whatever they have to show them, and they're like, all right, look, you want to take care of your family, or you want to try to fight the good fight? And they're like, I guess I'll just take care of my family.
Right. And you know what
Fetterman, it's called Fetterman 1. So
Godspeed.
They called it
Pennsylvania. I wanted to ask the guy from Exton, Pennsylvania, but he dipped off a long time ago. Did they have a Republican governor in Pennsylvania? Or did they always have a Democrat governor?
What was his name? Ed. No, what's his name? Is it Ragland?
Oh, right. And he was a Democrat. So they just switched one out.
Oh, you talking about right now who they had?
Pennsylvania, the guy that they had.
I thought you were saying, have they ever had a Republican? No, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm talking about who got replaced by Shapiro and ran against Mastriano, and then of course they go with the Shapiro guy and not the Italian guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
For shame. So the other thing I just realized is I'm acting.
Officially win?
I don't know. I think so. I'm acting like this is just the regular our Zoom chats that we have once a month.
Yeah.
So I apologize to the YouTube audience, but this is who I am.
Oh no, I think they love you.
And I sometimes just, lay in my bed and chat with my family.
This is great. Nobody's going to get this type of coverage anywhere. They're going to get that cookie cutter, sit behind the desk, super professional. That's not what people want to see anymore. They want to see
C-3PO and a whole bunch of choose your own adventures behind me. Look at my library of choose your own adventures.
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy.
Y'all seen what happened with all this crypto stuff?
What, the price is going down?
It was like semi-crashing.
Nah, fuck that. The reason why that shit's crashing.
Oh no,
bro.
The SEC stuff.
The Fed sees something.
Nah, the two largest exchanges are beefing: Binance and FTX.
Oh, Binance and yeah, I saw that. I saw that they were I saw Cyprian put something out there about that this morning, where like one of the guys was saying something about like decentralized economy.
Yeah, Binance was like, look, I'm gonna buy you out. They were like, yo, they entered into a contract with FTX. Was like, look, I'm the captain now. Like, and it's like that's where they started out. Like Binance helped FTX in the beginning, and then they pulled away because they realized they're gonna become a competitor. And then FTX has some insolvency issues where they was about to end up like Luna, and their coin was gonna crash. So they needed somebody to help them with some capital, and Binance was like, all right, I'm back now. You know, now that you can be my bitch, you know?
Yeah.
So basically, you know what happened with Luna. Everybody had their money in Luna, and if you didn't pull it off the exchange, you were going to lose it, you know? So FTX, people started pulling it. It was a big ass run on FTX.
Oh my God.
So what you're seeing is, in the crypto space, you're seeing this big dip, but that's just people pulling their money off of the second largest exchange in the world.
Right.
So it's not an actual exchange. So I was surprised. I woke up this morning and my fucking Bitcoin buy limit, which is stupid low, went through, and I was just like, "Oh shit, that shit went through." I should have said more on other coins.
You set a limit order.
Yeah,
like a good till cancel.
Yeah, like
oh shit, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like I know I have my number on Bitcoin. You know.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised politicians don't talk about this shit that much. Like crypto, when it's like, imagine if Oz, right, or Walker, you know, came out and said, you know, you're about to be enslaved.
Listen, you just made me imagine Herschel Walker talking about crypto. I hate you.
All right, maybe let me take that back. Maybe that's not what we want. But, you know, the fact that they're not talking about the CBDC makes me think that Republicans are all in on the CBDC.
Look, Fetterman's given his acceptance speech. Maybe he'll talk about crypto. That'll be fun.
Can't believe this, man. Who voted for Fetterman?
Listen, man. Listen. Idiocracy is a documentary looking into the future. Like, I only hope we can have President Terry Crews Camacho as a possibility, because I think the future looks way worse than that. The future looks more like, and it's so funny too, because they did the whole like medical thing too, where like the guys like got the different approaches, like, all right, you put this one in your mouth, you put this one in your butt, and you put this one. He's like, wait, no, this one goes in your mouth. And he's like, and it was the one that he told him to stick in his mouth. He's like, wait, what if I had put, you know, it's like,
jeez, I hope the guy makes it. Oh my God. Well, it just goes to show, like, the people that say, I mean, Rex Chapman is a perfect example. It was like, how could you vote for, you know, what's her name? Huckabee Sanders, Sarah Huckabee Sanders as governor. And, oh, Florida, look what you, how could you vote? Like, you, so how could you say voting for Fetterman, or how could you vote for Trump? They say that. And I'm like, I don't know. That's why I said, I can't take these people seriously. I am very happy to criticize everyone.
Yes.
Equally.
Yep. That's what I
don't, you know, I do have a side right now that I lean on because that's just where I'm at, you know, but I have no love for anyone here, you know.
What was that thing I sent you today? That comedian, she was talking about how, you know, the right prefers Trump because they're okay with like just a out front honest con man, whereas like the left wants more of a con artist. She's like, they want more of a con artist. And it's just like, yeah, that's really what it is. It's just like you can't be blunt like Trump. You have to tell them like, okay, so what I'm about to do is I'm not about to fuck you. What I'm about to do is I'm about to have semi-consensual I don't know, intimate relations with you. Like, you know what I mean? It's like they'll find some euphemistic way to tell you that they're fucking you. And it's just,
oh, this comedian, what did the comedian chick say? She said, you know, I understand the Republicans and Democrats now. They're like, you know, you voted for Trump, you know, you wanted to you liked a con artist, but you wanted a con artist that was going to be in your face, blunt con artist who just told you he was a con artist.
No, she said con man. She said that you just
no
want a blunt con man.
No, con. He said con artist.
She said the Democrats want a con artist.
Yeah, con artist. Yeah. This is the truth.
Yep.
Patriot J has weighed in.
J.
He said, I wonder how they're taking tonight's results over at Truth Social. Oh my God. Also, another update here. Twitter has given me a notice, and it says here, it takes time to count all of the votes. It's expected to take multiple days to count the votes, so the projected winners of some elections might not be announced yet. This means you could encounter unconfirmed claims that a candidate has won their race. Hit the find out more button or learn how voting by mail is safe and secure. What does that have to do with anything?
Or learn. It's like, hey, by the way, just remember, it's safe and effective.
Exactly. It's the same play.
We're about to find out that mail-in voting gives you myocarditis too.
Well, Maine elected a Democrat.
That was expected.
I was gonna say it's Maine. Like it's.
Does anybody even live in Maine?
Republican.
Bro, let me tell you.
It's like lobster catchers and people who eat lobsters.
They have some badass lobster in Maine, though. I will.
It's a beautiful state. Yeah, it's beautiful there.
I went up there. I was doing some work in Skowhegan, and I flew into Portland. And a fun fact: the name of the city that is the largest by population in 2 states, but is the capital of neither, is Portland. That was a Trivial Pursuit question. But anyway, I was see, this is one of those stories that you and Uncle Hotep were talking about. He's not even listening. He's so like he's reading and he's not even listening. That's why he told the story about the con artist, con man thing right after I told it. Because he didn't even hear it. He just kept going.
Because you told it wrong.
No, I didn't. I told it right. If you go back and watch, I told it right, and then you came in and you told it wrong. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. No, so I went to Portland, and there's this one of the guys I work with. He's like, when you get to Portland, he's like, before you leave town, right on the outskirts, there's this little restaurant. He told me how to get there. Bro, they had 2 lobsters, full, like, I don't know, it was like 1.5 pound, 2 pound lobsters for $25, boiled right in front of you. They served the shit to me in like styrofoam. It's the best fucking lobster I've ever had in my life.
Straight price, came straight out the ocean 2 minutes ago.
Exactly. It's fresh as hell. Oh my God, it was incredible.
You ever watch Naked and Afraid?
I try not to.
Why?
It's like, to me, Naked and Afraid is like nude beaches. The only people who you see on there is the people you don't want to see naked.
This is true.
So like,
I kind of forget that they're naked until they like start showing all the bug bites.
Yeah, I don't watch that for the same reason I don't watch UFC. I'm afraid I'm going to see something I don't want to see.
Yo, I love that show. I'm addicted to that show.
Now I will watch one. There's one. It's really good. It's called Alone. It's on Netflix now.
Oh, that's good.
What's that?
They drop these people off like in northern Canada, like damn near the Arctic, and they leave them there. They just leave them there with, I think you can bring like 3 or 4 items, maybe 10 items, including like a coat as one of your items. Like it's whack. Like the shit, they're like, okay, you can have this and that's it. And then they give them like camera equipment, and they have to like video themselves while they're there, and they have like battery packs and everything, and they have a walkie-talkie. And so if at any point they want to tap out, they just call the walkie-talkie, they helicopter over and pick them up. But whoever is left and taps out last wins like $1 million or whatever. And they're just out there killing their own food and everything. And there's no crew following them around. Like they are their own crew too.
Yeah.
And it's pretty crazy. Like they'll kill like an elk and then like try to hide it or put it where it's safe or whatever, and then like wolverines come eat it and shit at night, and then like all the shit they're like so excited that they killed this thing because they'll be able to eat for like a month, and then it's gone the next morning. It's fat, and then like, they'll get sick. They'll like catch a fish, and the fish has some like disease or something, and they get sick from it. Right, and they have to tap out from that. One dude, like, he was cutting something on a tree, and he like busted his knee. He had to fucking leave. Yeah, and he was in great shape otherwise. He had all kind of food, and his shelter was great. And everything.
Well, at least they win something. Naked and afraid. Win shit. You just
get to say I won.
Yeah, well, I think the way they probably monetize is because they're all survival expert teachers or some shit like that. So they probably get more clientele for
celebrity. Celebrity.
You get the social proof or whatever. But it got me want to take a survival course or two, man. I want to learn how to do the thing where you create the fire with the 2 sticks.
Oh yeah,
and the cord.
Yeah,
I want to learn how to do that.
Yeah, get with King Randall. He has his boys do that. That's like a 72-hour survival course that they have to complete. Yeah, that's part of his thing.
No way.
He drops them off in the woods, and he's like, "All right, I'll come get you in 3 days."
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
I'm dead serious.
So are they trained before they go out?
I think, yeah. Well, I say they drop them. I think they're with them, but it's like,
right.
Like, I'm not helping you.
Right.
I'll help you if I know that you desperately need it, but otherwise you're on your own. It's kind of like if when you're letting your kids swim across the pool,
right?
You're like, I'm gonna grab you if I feel like you're about to drown or something, swallow some water, but otherwise I'm gonna keep backing up and make you keep swimming until you realize, like, holy shit, you swam halfway across the pool and you didn't even know you could. But yeah, that's part of King Randall's thing.
I got some good news for you.
What's that?
11/22/22.
I saw you post that. What is that?
11/22/2022. It's the launch date.
Oh.
We finally made it.
Okay.
It's almost here. I say that because that's what I'll be working on this week. We got the website up. The website is under construction. I'll be putting in massive hours into this. We've finally reached the moment to launch. And I can't wait to announce this new product that I've been working on for the past 90 days. Because, my thing before was like, I'm in tech because tech is fast, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, we were working on the launch of this product, I remembered why I didn't like physical products. Because it's too fucking slow. Like, okay, I ordered that. Now I have to wait for that to get there. Okay, now that has to get mailed here and that. Whereas with tech, it's just like you just press the upload button and an hour later it's on the app, right? Or it's on online and it's just there, right? Like you make a change, it's done. With physical products, it's like, nah, you make a change, you got to wait 5 days for the shit to get to Canada and then to Cali and then to me or whatever it is, right? Because my partner I'm working on with is in Canada. So it's just a whole bunch of shit, which is just like, but I feel like this is the next big step for me. And this is my first official product. Did you know that?
I did. Well, your first official physical product that's not a book.
That's not a book, right?
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Yeah, I've always been marketing and selling other people's products. So it's my first official, even the tech stuff was never really mine, right? This is my first official product.
Let's go.
So this has to win. If it doesn't, then I'm just going to go get a job at Starbucks and say, fuck all this shit, delete my Twitter account, my YouTube account, everything, and just be a normal person. Because I'm going for broke. I'm putting...
You'll be at Barista Jesus.
I'm putting everything I have saved up into this.
Oh, my God.
Like literally everything, mostly because I can't afford to pay the taxes on the money I've made this year. So I have to get rid of it. So I'm getting rid of all this money this year and I'll be broke in January 1st. I'll literally be dead broke. So if this doesn't work out, well, fuck it. I'll get a job at fucking Starbucks and hopefully they'll accept me and won't remember the stunt I pulled.
It's gonna crush it. You know, you got the squad behind you, so it's all good. Like, we got you.
I hope so, man. This is it. This is it. So 11/22/22 is the official launch date.
Okay.
I'm feeling good about it. Feeling good. I might even be able to have a spoiler. Should I do a spoiler?
I mean,
for the people who've like hung out like with this late?
I've been waiting for my spoiler. Like you told me to send you my address, and I
And I never did send it to you.
And I'm like waiting for my spoiler to come in the mail and everything. And
all right, let me do a spoiler. Hold on, I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, so to update you guys, so Fetterman officially won that race. I think the Dr. Oz concession speech came in, and we are also looking at Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker in what's going to be a runoff from what the looks of things. Warnock is at 49.1, Walker at 48.8 right now with 96% reporting. So no one's getting to 50% tonight. So that means they're going to scrape everyone off the bottom of the ballot, and it's going to be Warnock and Walker head to head. I'm assuming in like a month. I don't know the Georgia election rules, but I'm assuming that's how it is in Louisiana. It's like a month later they do the runoff. So I'm assuming that's going to be the case there as well. We'll see. Oh my gosh. My mom just texted me, spoiler, she's been listening for over an hour, so this is awesome. My mom is watching Hotep's Been Told You election coverage. That's awesome. It's always great. Well, that's good, because that's better than the time I told her I was going on Sonnie Johnson's show, and it was because Greg Gutfeld canceled, and she was like, "Oh, I'm sorry he canceled." That was kind of depressing. This time I got the big up. So yeah, and Trisha, you were asking about Masters and Kelly. It looks like it's still kind of up for grabs because they're only 54% voting or reporting at this point, and Kelly is still up like big time. But I'm assuming that because they haven't called it yet, there's plenty of Republican votes left to go. But it looks like they're in wait and see mode there. Same thing with Nevada. Nevada is.
Did we all just have a bathroom break? I did.
Yeah, I had one earlier. I'm good. I've been good for a minute. Mike,
are you ready?
In Utah. Yeah, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see it.
You sure?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and then I'm going to bed.
I'm just interested to see what color you chose, because we had like a whole lot of debate on that
You ready?
The branding and everything. Yes, I'm ready.
You sure?
Yeah.
I'm about to show you.
This guy. That's what he does all the time, y'all. Oh, it's the red pill.
It's a red pill.
Let's go.
It's a red
back up.
pill.
Yeah, back up.
Yeah, because it's blurry.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, there it is. It was in focus for like a second.
There it is.
I like
What's that gonna make me do?
I can't tell you yet. I gotta keep the suspense a little bit more.
Okay, I like it. I'm intrigued.
We have the red pill. Though. Like, people talk about the red pill. Well, I made one. I made an actual red pill. And when you find out what it does, you're going to absolutely love me.
Oh, God, if it would balance my hormones, that would be great.
I don't know if I can guarantee that.
Oh, gosh.
Maybe
anyway.
Next time. Thank you, Trish.
Yeah, I thank you for having me. I'm going on a little vacation across my state.
Okay.
Chill with some friends. I'm gonna go see Carrie. Chad.
Oh, she moved over there?
No, they're meeting me. We're going to the air show in Pensacola. So, but the my man is at Eglin Air Force Base, so I'm gonna stop there on my way, so I get to see him and chill. So it's like super fun. Hopefully it's not pouring rain tomorrow and I can get up and get out of here and not be flooded or whatever. I guess we're having a hurricane. Sweet.
That's awesome. So like in the middle of the pandemic, I invited all of Hotep Nation to my house for a 4th of July party, and Trisha and Carrie showed up. So thank you. Shout out to y'all for coming.
Yeah, it was so fun.
It was
but this was
fun.
awesome. I'm so glad we did it. And shout out to everybody in the chat. Thanks for, accepting me for who I am.
Laying in the bed and shit.
Yeah, like
I love it. I love it. Well, have a safe trip and have fun.
I will. Yeah, and I'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'll see you when I get to Florida.
All right. Be cool, everybody. Love you. Bye.
Later.
Peace, Trish. Well, I don't think there's
shout out to Carmen Smith Studa in the chat. I just made her a mod.
Oh, okay, let's go.
First, well, I shouldn't say first more mod. I think Natasha Kayleen might have been the first more mod.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think we're gonna get any other results tonight.
No.
It's a wrap.
Yeah, and it's looking like less of the red wave than I was expecting. I actually I thought that Walker was going to beat Warnock, and I thought Oz had a better shot at beating Fetterman than I didn't think they would call it this early.
Wait, what's up with? Warnock's winning, right? But that might turn into runoff.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't see it not turning into runoff.
Right.
You have 4% remaining precincts to report, and we're at like 0.3% separation, and they need 0.9 for somebody to get to 50% for Warnock to hit 50. So Chase Oliver has successfully pushed this thing to a runoff, if nothing else. And that's dangerous for the Republicans in this race, because I think that means all that Democrat money that I don't know, they will find a way to mobilize forces in Atlanta to make
up that difference
a reality for them. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, all they've got to do is so Chase Oliver is a very more left-leaning libertarian. So I think a lot of his vote is going to either disappear or go to Warnock. So that's I think the best chance that the Republicans have is having the Chase Oliver vote not show up because they didn't want Warnock, and he was a protest vote, and they're still protesting, and maybe hopefully mobilize some more Republicans. But they couldn't get him out there tonight. You think they're going to get him out there in a month? I don't know.
So much for our red wave, right?
Yeah. So, and I mean, what does that do? Aren't we at that point? The Republicans need 2 Democratic seats of the remaining, to flip, and I just don't know. I don't know where they come from. Warnock Walker was the one that was supposed to happen.
It says Republicans need 2 Democratic seats to take control of the Senate.
Yeah.
Doubt that'll happen.
Yeah, so they're going to get Wisconsin. That'll put them at 48. I mean, it looks like they're going to get Wisconsin, so that'll put them at 48. Nevada is still up in the air, but it looks good for the Democrat, as does Arizona. So yeah, Georgia. Yeah, I don't know. So it looks like you may have Democrat control of the Senate remain, and I think the Republicans are going to take the House, just not by as much as they thought.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Which isn't bad. Like that goes back to what I was saying before. Like if I could choose among many different options that are all crappy, gridlock is a great option that remains. So yeah, see, the Democrats are at a net gain of +1, and that's not what I think Republicans were expecting, that the Democrats would actually flip a seat. So
Khan said one more time before it does become the gift. FedNow payment services will be what Cash App do by institutions. Test run for crypto. Yeah, I could see that.
Wait, what is that? What did you say?
No, he's talking about crypto. There's the Fed Now payment system.
Oh, Fed Now. Oh yeah, the PayPal. Where, did you see how their logo looks just like the PayPal logo?
Does it?
Yeah, go pull that shit up and look. Tell me that Fed Now doesn't look just like PayPal. I think it's two different colors of blue. It's two different colors of blue. And
yo, that's exactly like the logo. Hold on, bro. That's wild. Wow.
They conditioned you to accept this. This is like
it looks
you
exactly
already
like
are familiar with this. Yeah, you're already familiar with this.
Oh, I got to put them side by side when I look at this.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my God. That's crazy. And you know what makes it even wilder? Like normally if you would go to a marketing person and say, hey, you want to deal in finance, they would probably tell you to choose the color green.
Mm.
And they went with the same color as PayPal. Mm-hmm. Which, I think blue is more like the color of trust.
Mm-hmm.
When you're dealing with people's money, you probably want them to trust you. So that's probably why they went with. Oh man, ain't that a bitch? I don't know. What you doing tomorrow?
Not surprising at all. I'm driving to Texas.
Are you driving to Texas?
Yeah, and then we got P-Dog Night coming on Aquarian Anarchy tomorrow night.
Dope.
To go over the fallout of what happened tonight, or what we may or may not find out tomorrow about what happened tonight.
Right.
I'm interested to see what the 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. polling numbers look like they did last election, because that was an interesting jump.
Mm-hmm.
That was perfectly legal and perfectly, above board and also predictable. It was just interesting that, there was this little normal growth arc, and then so we'll see if anything like that happens tonight.
We're going to see. Only time will tell.
I'm sure there's some folks watching.
I'm going to try to lay down and because usually like after these streams I can't go right to sleep. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if I'll watch Naked and Afraid, chess recaps, or read. Those are usually my three options. So I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I'm assuming you got Netflix because you watched the chess. What was the name of that chess documentary or not documentary?
Oh, you're talking about the movie, Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit, yeah.
So, yeah, that was amazing.
So that one, yeah. So since you like Naked and Afraid and you got Netflix,
I'm
telling you, good.
Watch Alone.
See if they got season 1 of Alone. Or
I saw that up there because I'm watching Naked and Afraid on Amazon Prime.
Okay, yeah. Alone is dope shit. Like it's the same kind of thing where you have these people who are like, I don't know that they're necessarily like survival experts, but they've got some bona fides. Like these people are like hunters. They're maybe preppers or whatever the case may be, but it's so they get dropped off over there. They have to go find wood, build their own shelter, find stones to make it to where. And anyway, it's just some of them that they got to keep themselves warm. It gets to below zero up there. I mean, they're in northern Canada.
Yeah,
it's cold as shit up there, man. And there was one of them. I think it was so usually I think it's like.
Oh, it's multiple episodes. It's multiple trips?
Seasons.
It's multiple seasons.
Multiple seasons.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and there's like I think it was like $250K for who lasted the longest, and then it kept going up. And then like the last one that they did, it was like whatever the normal thing is, but then if you can last 100 days, you get $1 million. And it was it's wild. Like it's they got one dude that like he shoots a squirrel through the eyeball from like I don't know.
So they give him a rifle too? You get to take your rifle?
He made his own bow and arrow with like fucking wood and string and shit.
Oh, stop playing.
I'm
oh, okay,
dude,
this is rugged. I like this.
This shit is lit, man.
Oh, I like this. Yeah, this is what I like to see.
Yeah, it's like about me. I watch it with my boys, and we like, and I'm like, y'all, look, y'all ready? Like, y'all ready to do like, y'all ready to go like half-ass do like a 1/1,000,000th of the shit that they're doing?
Yeah,
let's go do it.
Word. The only thing I don't like about Naked and Afraid is the naked part. Like that's the shit I'm just not about. I'm not about the whole naked thing.
Yeah, this isn't like that, but this is. You get to see these people, and they're on their own, and they have like a little GoPro, and they're like, I have frostbite on 3 of my toes. I'm trying to get, and like, and the other thing is too, like the people will, if they don't, like, they'll do a health check with you every day, and you have to like radio in and be like, yeah, I'm good. Everything's good. And if you don't tell them like, hey, I think I fucked my knee up or whatever, then that shit's on you. And like you signed all your waivers and all that shit and everything. But if they do, then what they'll do is they'll come out and med check you.
Yeah, they'll send a med out.
I think they have like every maybe 15 days or something, they med check you regardless.
Right.
Just to make sure, because these people lose like 75 pounds and stuff while they're out there. Just like Naked and Afraid, where it's like, they're losing weight because you don't have the calories, and you're consuming tons of calories going out trying to find food and build your shelter and all that stuff. So yeah, it's wild. It's really cool. And it's, I don't know, in a certain sense, it's the perfect thing that like people need to see right now. So you can see like really what because I was trying to explain to my boys, I'm like, look, I know we talk all this shit and everything. This is that kind of duality I think that you have presented, like with your Libra sort of, outlook on the world and everything, that like this balance. As I try to explain them, like as an anarchist, yes, I can see the fuckery that is the state, but then I can also recognize like the things that we have. Like I'm in a house with walls and air conditioning and electricity and like pest control and all this other stuff, where like you go out there, it is all on you.
It's all on you.
100% on you. And you don't even understand the level to which some other people have made your life really comfortable over here.
Yeah.
And so like I have to, on a certain level, I have to be like, okay, look, I'm going to pay my respects. I still don't like the way y'all fucking move through this world, because if you were really like the kind of people who do that kind of shit out of true altruism, you wouldn't do the kind of fuck shit that you do all the time too, on top of it.
But that's what I said before, like when people say, I love America, I'm like, you don't really love America. You love the lifestyle you're able to live because you live in America. You love, what do they call it? The
benefits of being an American.
Yeah, but what do they call like the lifestyle that we live in? The
first world or the
not first world, the other term. I'm getting tired, so my brain's not working. Not cost of living.
Oh, the standard of living.
Standard of living. Thank you.
Yeah.
That you enjoy the standard of living here. That's really what you love. Don't say you love America, because it's saying I love America is like saying you love air. It's like what are you saying? Like, this isn't a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. No, like I don't love Walmart, but I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like I have bought shit there, and shit's cheap, and it's easy to find, and it's convenient. And yeah, I will say this though. If I had to choose, I'm choosing Costco over Walmart, because Costco, like, you can fucking bring some shit that's broke that you got a year and a half ago, and they're like, yeah, that's cool, we'll give you your money back.
Oh, they got like one of them Nordstrom return things.
Like you can return some shit that's broken from 2 years ago, and they're like, that's cool. You want a new one? You want a new one, or you want your money back?
Right.
Like how do y'all make money at this? Like, we don't fucking worry about it. It's like the Jeff Bezos thing. Whatchamacallit, Amazon's the same way. They know, they're like, no, you don't understand. What we value way more than the price that you paid for that product is the data that you are giving us on how to rule you later. So I don't know, and that's what I'm saying. Like on a certain level, like everything, it's what is Vin Armani Cyprian? What does he say about this? He's like, no, it's a Thomas Sowell quote. That's what it is. He says, what does he say? It's either there's no freedom or there's no. Anyway, it's just there's only trade-offs.
Yeah, that's Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, there's only trade-offs.
And I think what, I forget that quote, but I think he got that from Walter Williams. I want to say that's a Walter Williams original. I want to say that, but either way, yeah, one of those guys. It might have been Thomas, so I forget who it is, but yeah, it's only trade-offs. Yep.
Yeah. So
the law of compensation.
My mom keeps texting me. She says she's gonna have soap for my mouth for Thanksgiving, because she's been watching. I didn't even tell her that I was doing this.
Oh, you let your moms watch you on the internet?
I didn't let her, but she did anyway.
Oh man, what up, moms? How y'all doing?
Anyway, so
my mom votes left, so she never wants to watch my content, so I get lucky.
My mom is they love Trump. So it was
lucky you.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, she watches your content then.
Yeah. Not all that. No.
I used to get so upset. My dad used to text me about my tweets, and I used to be like, "Yo, stop fucking following me, yo! Like, do not tell me about how I tweet, bro. You don't know how to do this thing, man."
Man, I'm so glad. It's kind of crazy, but like, if you remember, like when I first started doing this stuff for y'all, the clips and everything, I had my real name out there.
Mm-hmm.
And then like you were talking about somebody, you're like, yeah, it's really cool when people start adding Hotep to their name or whatever. And I was like, all right, you know what?
That's a good idea.
I'm gonna do it. That's a good idea. And then I was like, it's also a good idea because now I'm not me anymore.
Right. You get to hide.
I can hide behind.
You don't gotta dox yourself.
Yeah, because it's, man, like,
shit spooky out here.
Yeah, we're just talking about, like, you go try to interview for a job or something like that, and they're like, "Oh, let's check your socials out." Like, yeah, I don't do that stuff. Well, here's your name right here. Is this you? Did you say this? Like, no, I don't know.
That's how I used to be, man. Like, I used to have 2 Twitter accounts when I used to do the corporate thing, like going for these startups, and they were like, "Oh, what's your Twitter?" I used to give them a whole nother Twitter account. And I used to use my main account to pump that account so it looked like I still know what I was doing. Because I can't say I understand social media marketing, and my Twitter account was shit. So they'd see that and be like, "Oh wow, you're such a good guy. You're so positive." And it's just like, yeah. But usually I had to hide, man. That shit was scary as hell, man.
You know what's wild though about that is that, like, and you're probably gonna hate me for this because, like, every time I start talking like this, you get all like self-conscious and fucking like get weird about it and everything. But like, legit, you're like one of the realest and like coolest and
here we go.
Most but like one of the most generous people who I know.
I appreciate that,
with your time, with your effort, with your energy, with like how you move and everything. And so I'm not saying that to pump steam up your ass. Pause, no homo. I'm saying that to say that, like, what an indictment on the whole culture that has been created around us. It is that people like you and me who move the way we move in the world with not an ounce of interest in harming anyone or doing anything that would harm anyone, that we have to be worried about
being harmed.
Who's going to find out what we said about some stuff about people who try to harm people because they might try to harm us.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. That's really fucked up.
The game is the game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I stay strapped.
Yeah. Well, and shout out to Hotep Nation too for laying down the game of like how you can talk around this stuff without
crypto language.
Yeah, crypto language. Like it's like we have our whole like little hip hop lingo or whatever, something where it's like no. We talk about vacations or Vaselines, as I like that one, the way that Mo was calling.
Oh, Vaseline. Yeah, I like that one.
That was a good one too. It's like we have our own little language to skirt around some of this stuff, but it's insane.
Adam Choice said, just wanted to give y'all something. It says started stream 6 hours ago. Is dedication. Appreciate the content coverage. Hey, thanks, man. We still here. Not gonna be for long. I'm trying to go as soon as Chad shut up though. You know I had to get you one time.
Yeah, I got it. Look, man, I sat there for like almost an hour. I didn't say a word.
Yeah. Nah, we had fun, man. Tonight was good, man. I think we got a lot of good content in the night, a lot of good conversations. At one point, people were like, this is supposed to be an election stream. I'm like, do you realize that the conversation we're having right now is way more important than whatever you want us to say about the elections?
I got up to go to the bathroom one time, and that was the thought I had when I was going. I was like, damn, we're really not like talking about results in the election and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, man, I really hope that people realize how much more important what we're talking about is than the shit that they're talking about on fucking CNN and Fox, man.
Yeah.
Because there's the fact that so much of the conversation centered around like, what are you building and what are you doing and how are you going to move and how are you going to, if you're going to participate in this shit at all, how are you going to leverage it to your immediate benefit? Because if it's not leveraging to your immediate benefit, all you're doing is you're giving them yourself for them to leverage it to their immediate benefit.
Mm-hmm. And let me just say something. It's 7 hours. It's 7 hours. 6 hours and 57 minutes and 37 seconds.
Yeah,
38,
1 a.m.
39.
1 a.m. over here, and we started at 6, so that was 7, and now it's 2 a.m. on your end.
It's 2 a.m. over here. Yeah.
All right, let's call it a night. I'll let you go, man. Peace.
All right, yo, peace out, man. We out of here, y'all. Let me hit this.
The first use case you think about blockchain is payments, right? So that's the first thing you want to do is show that you can secure a payment mechanism just like Visa, MasterCard, but much more secure without middlemen, take away the fees, offers economies of scale. So the more people use it, the cheaper it gets. The way we view the future of value in the long term, 3 to 5 to 10 years, we view layer 1 blockchains will essentially become like the new republics. These will be the new mechanisms where all the value is going to proliferate to. In the future, there'll be the layer 1 blockchain, there will be the mining market, there'll be the dApps, and there'll be tokens. So the lower you get in the stack, the lower risk you have, but the lower rewards. The highest risk reward will be on the layer 1 blockchain, because that's where all the value will flow up. But it's highest value, highest risk. We view layer 1 blockchains, which is Bitcoin, Syscoin, Ethereum, as court systems. They need to be combative to the external forces that we don't control, even in the software world. In the real world, like inflation, hyperinflation, wars, these systems need to be secure from that. And this is why we view Bitcoin as the gold standard for security and decentralization. What else does the world need? You know, what else does the world cherish when you have something like Bitcoin? How can we extend that to something else where we can take advantage to build real world utility? This is where Ethereum comes in. For me, Ethereum is a gold standard for flexibility or general computation. We're trying to stick to the gold standards we know the world's going to cherish and develop on, and we put those two concepts together. And this is what Syscoin is.